In the city streets, we rise and we march, a movement of change with fire in our hearts. Zeitgeist, Venus project, our visions unite. We stand for a future that shines so bright. No more divided by borders and wealth. We strive for a world where everyone's health is valued the same, where love is the guide. Resource-based economy on high. We won't hide. Imagine a world without monetary chains, where our worth is not measured by what we gain. The Venus Project, the blueprint for more sustainable living. It's time to stand tall. And it's time to stand tall.
Introduction. Modern society faces numerous challenges, such as environmental issues, economic disparities, social inequalities, and resource depletion. Many people are concerned about these problems and are searching for solutions. Among the notable responses to these challenges are the Zeitgeist movement, the Venus Project, and a new economic model called a resource-based economy. These concepts propose solutions to modern societal issues, aiming to build a more sustainable and just society. This essay will provide a detailed explanation of these movements, their philosophies, and the future they envision. What is the Zeitgeist movement? The Zeitgeist movement, founded by Peter Joseph in 2008, aims to transform societal awareness and establish a new social system based on science and technology. The movement criticizes the modern financial and economic system and advocates for a resource-based economy. At the core of the Zeitgeist movement is the belief in utilizing science and technology to meet human needs and pursue the well-being of society as a whole. The activities of the Zeitgeist movement are diverse, including education, awareness campaigns, film production, and lectures. Particularly, the documentary film Zeitgeist, released in 2007, derived the movement's name and shocked many people. This film analyzes how financial systems, religion, and media influence society. What is the Venus Project? The Venus Project, established by Jacques Fresco and Roxanne Meadows, proposes specific plans to realize a sustainable society using science and technology. Central to this project is the implementation of a resource-based economy. Fresco proposed efficient and environmentally friendly social systems in all areas, including urban design, transportation systems, and energy systems. The Venus Project is named after Venus, a town in Florida. The project's goal is to create a living environment in harmony with nature and build a society where all humanity shares resources equally. Fresco's vision depicts a world where all people live equally, free from war, poverty, and environmental destruction. The concept of a resource-based economy. A resource-based economy refers to an economic system based on the physical resources of the earth rather than currency. This concept aims to efficiently manage resources using science and technology to meet the basic needs of all humanity. The fundamental principle of a resource-based economy is that the Earth's resources are the shared property of all humanity and that their optimal distribution will improve the overall welfare of society. The current economic system is based on capitalism, prioritizing profit. However, a resource-based economy prioritizes human happiness over profit. In this system, artificial intelligence and automation technologies are actively utilized to manage and distribute resources efficiently. This approach minimizes environmental impact while allowing all humanity to equally enjoy prosperity. The relationship between the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project. While both the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project aim to realize a resource-based economy, their approaches differ slightly. The Zeitgeist movement emphasizes societal awareness reform and education, advocating for fundamental reforms of financial and political systems. In contrast, the Venus Project focuses on specific urban design and technological solutions, demonstrating its vision through actual prototypes. Both share the common goal of creating a sustainable and just society. The Zeitgeist movement seeks to transform people's awareness through widespread enlightenment activities, while the Venus Project demonstrates the potential of new social systems through concrete design and practice. Criticisms and counterarguments. There are various criticisms of the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project. Some critics argue that these movements are unrealistic and that their ideals are overly optimistic. Additionally, the realization of a resource-based economy requires enormous funds and technology, raising questions about its feasibility. However, supporters of the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project emphasize the severity of the problems modern society faces and the need for fundamental change. They also point to examples where technological advances have made previously impossible things achievable, arguing that the realization of a resource-based economy is not necessarily unrealistic. Future prospects. The resource-based economy proposed by the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project has the potential to solve many of modern society's problems. However, its realization involves many challenges. First, societal awareness reform is necessary, requiring changes to the current economic and political systems. Additionally, numerous technological challenges exist, including the development of sustainable energy systems and efficient resource management systems. By overcoming these challenges, it becomes possible to realize a sustainable and just society. The Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project influence many people by spreading their vision and promoting societal change. In the future, it is expected that the principles proposed by these movements will be more widely accepted and that concrete steps toward realization will progress. Conclusion. The Zeitgeist movement, the Venus Project, and the resource-based economy propose innovative solutions to many of the challenges facing modern society. These movements aim to realize a sustainable and just society using science and technology, and their philosophies have gained support from many people. However, realizing these goals involves many challenges, requiring societal awareness reform and technological advancement. Looking toward the future, it is essential to consider what each of us can do to realize the visions proposed by the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project, hoping for a day when these visions become a reality.
I wonder why I advocate the Zeitgeist movement. Hope. Hope. Because it just makes sense. That's why. Why wouldn't you? Before accepting the ideas of the Zeitgeist movement, I was just beating a dead horse, advocating what I thought at the time were viable solutions, such as back to the gold standard, end the Fed. Ron Paul, prepare for the food shortages, build me a bunker. I am going off the grid. I am getting the fuck out of here. Revolution. Oh, help us, Jesus. But these didn't even scratch the surface. Zeitgeist Addendum was mind-boggling. Dots began to connect. I began to read. I began to think. analyze, question my core beliefs and identity. I started caring about people. Others? Others. What's that mean? I don't think I ever learned that growing up. No more verbal hobbies, please. Do something. My goals today are to bridge differences, spread awareness, advocate the movement and the change that I'd like to see in society, while acquiring a relevant education. Be inspired. Join the movement.
In the dawn of a new age, a vision unfurls. A world where abundance replaces scarcity's swirls. Zeitgeist whispers change, a revolution's decree, where minds are awakened and hearts roam free. Join the movement, break the chains, embrace the future where humanity reigns. A resource-based economy, a dream we share. In the Venus Project, we find hope's lair. No more hunger, no more greed. In this world of plenty, all souls feed. Technology serves, not masters of might. Find our light. Join the movement, join the movement. Break the chains, embrace the future where humanity reigns. A resource-based economy, a dream we share. Find hope's lair. No borders divide, no wars to wage. In this new world, we script a different page. Cooperation thrives as we build anew a paradise for all, not just the few. Join the movement, break the chains, embrace the future where humanity reigns. A dream we share. In the Venus Project, we find hope's lair. So let's stand together, hand in hand, for a in the race, working double shifts, never see my face in the mirror of success. A hollow hungry stare, building someone's empire with nothing left to share. But there's a new horizon, a future we can write, where value's not in dollars, but the things that keep us bright. A resource-based economy where everyone's a part, sharing what the earth provides, a fresh and open heart.
Dreaming of a world of plenty, no scarcity in sight, where resources are shared and everyone's alright. No more hoarding, no more greed, no more endless fight. In this new economy, we'll thrive and take flight. A shared vision of abundance where no one is in need. A future built on cooperation, planting love like a seed. With renewable energy and sustainable deeds, we'll create a better tomorrow where all hearts will be free. No more chasing after profits, no more exploitation. In this resource-based economy, we'll find liberation. Using what we have wisely, our actions in coordination will restore balance to the earth, healing every nation.
A world that's changing fast, we're moving quick. The Venus Project, let's take a trip. A future so bright, we're breaking free together. We'll build a new society. No more division, no more despair. In this project, love is in the air. From cities to nature, a balance we'll find. Innovative solutions, leaving the past behind. The future is ours. Let's pave the way with love and progress. A brighter day. The Venus Project, a dream come true. Uniting the world in all that we do. All that we do.
With the Zeitgeist, we're taking off the blinds, breaking down the old ways. It's a brand new design, standing up for justice in a world that's so unkind. Finding liberation, we're leaving no soul behind. Preaching about equality, fighting for what's right. No more exploitation, we're rising up, unite. Building up the future, where everyone can thrive. Zeitgeist movement's here, gonna change the whole vibe. No more chains that bind us, we're breaking through the walls. We're dismantling the systems that hold us in their claws. Zeitgeist movement's here. Go on and hear our call.
Live in a world where it's all about fame, but there's a movement rising, changing the game. Zeitgeist, Venus Project, they're leading the way. A revolution of the mind, gotta listen, don't stray. No more greed, no more blind pursuit of wealth. It's time to wake up, redefine our mental health. Respect for nature, sustainability's key. The future's in our hands, let the world see. Revolution of the mind, it's time to break free. Join the movement, open your eyes and see. Zeitgeist, Venus Project, paving the way. Together we'll build a better day. Together we'll build a better day.
What is system shift? System shift is an attempt at making a public domain version of Zeitgeist moving forward. Although I don't agree with copyright, if I understand copyright correctly, you cannot copyright facts, yet you can copyright a particular expression of those facts. So system shift just presents the facts of Zeitgeist moving forward in its own words using ChatGPT and Google Gemini. There is also a version of system shift with no narration if there's anyone that wants to put it in their own language. This leads into what the social atmosphere movement is about. The social atmosphere movement is the open source, public domain, or Creative Commons version of the Zeitgeist movement. Basically, it is the poverty version of the Zeitgeist movement. Hence, jokingly, I included a fictional black and gold film studios logo in System Shift, a brand which is considered poor in Australia. Basically, if you're not in the know with the Zeitgeist movement, you're not allowed to spread Zeitgeist movement videos. They're under copyright protection. This is even when the Zeitgeist movement is meant to be about spreading awareness of the ideas of the Venus Project and a resource-based economy to reach the public with these ideas. This is where the social atmosphere movement is different from the Zeitgeist movement. While System Shift is a public domain version of Zeitgeist moving forward, there's also what is an open source society, which is a public domain version of an introduction to a resource-based economy, which is also strictly copyright protected. I'm only one person, but I plan on making other core Zeitgeist movement videos public domain or open source to reach the public with the ideas of the Venus Project and a resource-based economy. With ChatGPT 4.0 coming soon, the quality of putting content in its own words should be even better. On YouTube and Rumble, it seems you've got to be on the level regarding copyright, but Facebook is actually okay regarding re-uploading some Zeitgeist movement videos where, for whatever reason, some Zeitgeist movement videos are less likely to be taken down than YouTube or Rumble. For example, I uploaded the Culture in Decline series to the Social Atmosphere Movement Facebook page, and there was no issue regarding doing that. The point of the Social Atmosphere Movement is to say, no single person or persons should own the copyright on the information or train of thought presented by the Zeitgeist movement. What the Zeitgeist movement stands for should actually belong to the Zeitgeist movement. This is if the Zeitgeist movement is truly for an open source society. So now that system shift and what is an open source society are done, I invite you to re-upload those videos to your preferred YouTube, Rumble, or Facebook page to spread the ideas of the Venus Project. I've tried my best to make these videos as open source as possible. Also, I want to briefly comment on the religious themes of system shift. To make things clear, I do not believe in God or the devil. Instead, I believe in peace, truth, and science, which I consider to be themes of good or God, just as deception, destruction, and anarchy are themes of the devil. God and the devil, or heaven and hell, are themes, not beings or actual places. Hence, they and the Bible verses used are employed cartoonishly to illustrate the points being made. I took some information presented in the religious documentary Hell's Bells 2, which talks about classical music, as that part of the film is essentially the only part that focuses on a solution. Someone submitting to Jesus because they've been tortured to submit to Jesus is just as evil and cult-like as Satanism's dedication to the anarchy and destruction promoted by bands like Slipknot. Giving money to a church that only increases inequality through the child abuse of threatening children with hell is pointless destruction. Both a church and a destructive band do not lead to the resolution of the complicated social problems we have today. To be clear, a resource-based economy is not anarchy or a state of disorder due to absence or non-recognition of authority or other controlling systems. A resource-based economy is a state of order due to the recognition of natural laws as the authority or the scientific method applied to social and environmental concerns. The following is a trailer for System Shift.
The prevailing trading system often promotes an idealistic view of fairness and equality in transactions, but this notion is sharply refuted. Instead, trading, at its core, operates under the guise of equality while covertly fostering deception to secure a better outcome for one party. This system perpetuates a cycle of hidden coercion, effectively enforcing a monopolistic environment that inherently undermines public health for both affluent and marginalized segments of society. In this realm, politics merely emerges as a facade layered atop the trading structure, rendering the notion of influencing change through economic participation futile in the larger scheme. The semblance of fairness and equality in trading is a veil concealing a subtle conspiracy, sowing seeds of disparity and inequality rather than fostering genuine equity. The pervasive issues within our societal fabric are not a product of inherent human nature, but rather stem from widespread ignorance and unwavering blind adherence to established norms. While trading ostensibly upholds principles of exchange, it subtly embodies qualities reminiscent of organized crime. The mechanics of trade, inherently embedded with deceptive elements, perpetuate a system that thrives on clandestine agendas and perpetuates societal challenges. Acknowledging this fundamental distortion within the trading paradigm is pivotal in addressing the root causes of social disparities and fostering a more equitable and just societal structure.
a critical examination of certain human rights, a perspective from the Zeitgeist movement and Venus Project. The United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDCHR, is celebrated globally as a monumental achievement in the promotion of human dignity and equality. However, various organizations and movements, such as the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project, challenge the premises of certain human rights outlined in the UDCHR. They argue that these rights, though well-intentioned, do not align with a more scientific and systemic understanding of human behavior and societal organization. This essay critically examines specific human rights through the lens of these movements, questioning their logical coherence and practical application. The legal system and human rights. The UDHR includes several rights related to the legal system, such as the right to equality before the law, the presumption of innocence, the right to a fair trial, protection against unfair detention, and the safeguarding of human rights through the law. These rights, while foundational to contemporary legal systems, are critiqued from the perspectives of the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project. Human right number 7, equality before the law. The notion that all individuals are equal before the law is a central tenet of democratic societies. However, the Zeitgeist movement argues that this ideal is unattainable within the current legal framework, which operates in a legalese language inaccessible to the average person. The legal system is seen as a closed-off entity existing in an imaginary world where societal context and individual circumstances are often ignored. This critique highlights the discrepancy between legal theory and practice, particularly in how wealth disparities influence legal outcomes. Wealthy individuals can afford better legal representation and often evade justice more easily than the poor, undermining the principle of equality before the law. Human right number 11, presumption of innocence. The presumption of innocence until proven guilty is a cornerstone of modern jurisprudence. Yet, from a scientific perspective on human behavior, this right appears flawed. Human actions are influenced by genetic and environmental factors rather than free will. Therefore, holding individuals solely accountable for their actions without considering these influences is seen as unjust. The legal system's focus on punishment rather than understanding the root causes of behavior is criticized for perpetuating a cycle of violence and social inequality. There is a certain set of behaviors in a certain type of society. Human right number 10, the right to a fair trial. The right to a fair trial is also questioned. Trials are often influenced by the socioeconomic status of the defendants, with wealthier individuals having access to better resources and legal expertise. This inherent bias makes the ideal of a fair trial difficult to achieve in practice. Additionally, the trial process is seen as unscientific, focusing more on legal procedures and technicalities rather than an objective understanding of human behavior. Human right number 9, protection against unfair detention. Unfair detention is a significant concern, with punishment often exacerbating violent behavior. James Gilligan's research suggests that punishment is a powerful provoker of violence, indicating that the current legal system's punitive approach may be counterproductive. Instead of addressing the underlying causes of criminal behavior, the legal system often perpetuates cycles of violence and social marginalization. Human right number 8, protection of human rights by law. While laws are intended to protect human rights, they often fall short due to the systemic inequalities embedded in the legal and economic systems. The enforcement of laws disproportionately affects marginalized communities, further entrenching social and economic disparities. The legal system's focus on retribution rather than rehabilitation and prevention is seen as a fundamental flaw that undermines its ability to protect human rights effectively. Intellectual property and copyright. Human right number 27, the right to intellectual property. The right to intellectual property, or copyright, is another contentious issue. This right assumes that individuals are the sole creators of their works, ignoring the collaborative and cumulative nature of human knowledge and creativity. Our reality has already allowed any combination to exist already, so there are no inventions, only discoveries. Just like people are bound to natural law, their art is too. Copyright laws are often criticized for hindering the free flow of information and access to knowledge, particularly for those who cannot afford to pay for access. The Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project argue that knowledge should be freely accessible to all, promoting further innovation and education. The concept of copyright is seen as a form of censorship and oppression, restricting access to scientific research and educational resources. By placing knowledge behind paywalls, copyright laws create barriers to education and perpetuate social inequalities. The enforcement of copyright by organizations, including religious groups like Scientology, is viewed as hypocritical and contradictory to the principles of free and open knowledge. Property rights and economic inequality. Human right number 17, the right to ownership. The right to ownership is fundamentally challenged by the Venus Project, which posits that people do not inherently desire to own things, but are forced into ownership due to the scarcity-driven market system. In a society where access to goods and services is guaranteed, the need for personal ownership would diminish. The current economic system, where a small percentage of the population controls a disproportionate share of wealth, is seen as inherently unjust. This concentration of wealth leads to economic and social inequalities that undermine the concept of equal rights and opportunities for all. As Jacques Fresco has gone into detail on this, people don't really want to own things. They own things in a market due to the atmosphere of scarcity that is generated by the money market society. People need to own things in a market as that's the only way to access certain items. There are attempts at access-based systems like a public library, yet it is not the dominant system. Is it fair that the rich 1% own 50% of all wealth? Is it fair that the banks charge interest on every dollar in existence, which means there's a consistent funnel or black hole of money to the richest people in society? What people want is access to goods they need to use. If an effective transportation system was created, for example, no one would want to own a car. An example of this method of transport is that no one wants to own a lift, also known as an elevator. Instead, people just want to use that transport to get to their floor. There is some attempts at a transportation system with trains and buses, for example, yet the potential of such technology is left unexpressed. And instead there is motivation, resources, and advertising put into the idea of every individual needing to own an automobile. The social relations of the market are poor. People are stressed in a market due to scarcity and social competition. With little trust, indifference, apathy, anger, etc. The basis of the market is trade. It is seen as a perfect equal exchange where both parties mutually benefit. Yet it is the large corporations that promote this concept of trade, as what is in fact occurring is two parties both attempting to use deception to gain the better end of the deal. And most of the time, it is the corporations on the side of getting the better end of the deal. The right to basic needs. Human right number 25, the right to food and shelter. The declaration that everyone has the right to food and shelter is undeniably positive. However, the realization of this right is seen as dependent on scientific and technological advancements rather than political declarations. Addressing issues of food security and housing requires systemic changes and the application of scientific solutions to ensure sustainable and equitable access to resources. National identity and division. Human right number 15, the right to a nationality. The right to a nationality is critiqued for promoting division among humans. National identities often foster a sense of belonging, but also create artificial boundaries and conflicts. In a globalized world, the concept of nationality can be seen as an outdated construct that hinders the unity of humanity. The Venus Project advocates for a world without borders, where resources and opportunities are shared equitably among all people, transcending national identities. Labor and slavery. Human right number 4, no slavery, and human right number 23, workers' rights. The existence of slavery and the exploitation of labor are viewed as inevitable outcomes of the market economy. The drive for profit motivates the exploitation of workers and the perpetuation of inequality. The solution proposed by the Venus Project involves creating a cooperative society where labor is shared equitably and technological advancements reduce the need for manual labor. By addressing the root causes of economic inequality and labor exploitation, the need for workers' rights and protections against slavery would naturally diminish. Religion and torture. Human right number 5, no torture, and human right number 18, freedom of religion. These rights are seen as contradictory, as religious indoctrination often involves psychological coercion, particularly in the case of children. The fear of divine punishment and the indoctrination into religious beliefs can be viewed as a form of torture that infringes on an individual's freedom to think critically and independently. The promotion of freedom of religion is seen as conflicting with the right to a scientifically informed and rational education. If you want to know the true face of freedom of religion, look no further than India. In India, they believe eating cow dung and drinking cow urine has medical benefits. They claim this with no scientific evidence. This is how freedom of religion conflicts with the education human right, as a religious education can actually damage your health. The religious position is to claim to have a legitimate position while having no proof to back up said position. Yet atheism has its own set of problems. Atheism is a cringe fest on Reddit, as seen in the Atheism is a Religion video by Alex Hexagon on YouTube. According to Microsoft Copilot, there is compelling scientific evidence that humans have an inclination to engage in worship of something. If that is the case, my religion is beauty. What is and what makes life beautiful? It seems beauty is not rooted in any traditional religions or cults, like Christianity, which tortures children to love Jesus, Islam with its hatred of anyone who has the sense of humor to draw Muhammad, or Satanism and atheism with its rebellious, chaos-driven, fuck the world, do whatever you want kind of attitude. The truth lies in a balance between science and religion. The only truth of a religion, the truth it will use to bait people into joining a controlling cult, is its message of peace and love. Combining that truth with the scientific method, and you get the Venus Project. A society that actually cares about beauty, the science regarding what influences human behavior to make man behave in a positive way towards himself and society, and technology to improve human life and enhance our environment. I feel enriched by beauty. And besides a beautiful statue or a beautiful painting, I regard science as beautiful. As science does not claim it has all the answers, but the answers it does have we base our technology on, and that technology is meant to solve human problems and improve human life. Hence the Venus Project. People will say this is scientism, or will sometimes even say science is communism. But anyway, what is scientism? Quoting Wikipedia, scientism is the view that science and the scientific method are the best or only way to render truth about the world and reality. While the term was defined originally to mean methods and attitudes typical of or attributed to natural scientists, some scholars, as well as political and religious leaders, have also adopted it as a pejorative term with the meaning an exaggerated trust in the efficacy of the methods of natural science applied to all areas of investigation, as in philosophy, the social sciences, and the humanities. This definition from Wikipedia begs the question, though, what other method besides the scientific method is there that will better discover the truth than actually testing reality? Peer-reviewed science that results in the technology we use today has an objective imperative that we should all work together to solve our human problems instead of compete in a market for money. Or religions or politics should compete regarding what legal system laws or which divine laws are better. The only real laws are natural laws. So why should I give up promoting the Venus Project religion if it is a religion, a group which promotes meeting all human needs with science? What is more spiritually fulfilling than promoting a group which intends to use science to meet all human needs so people can live in peace? What is Jesus offering which is better? If you're going to say eternal life, the universe itself according to natural laws is not going to last forever, yet you're going to tell me an undetectable magic part of myself called a soul will exist forever? I'm skeptical. I don't think theists understand that existing forever in either heaven or hell would be torture, as existence forever would not make any sense after a certain point. Instead of having the beautiful statue in my room or a beautiful painting to symbolize my worship of beauty, why should I have repulsive gore, an image of Jesus on the cross as seen in movies like The Passion of Christ instead? That's not really something nice to wake up to. I went through an edgy phase and I had a large fake skull in my room which I woke up to, yet I grew out of that. What Jesus symbolizes to me is control, not education. And to quote Jacques Fresco, an educated population needs no control. Also to quote Roger Scruton, beauty is an ultimate value, like truth and goodness. There is reason to insult religious beliefs. Religious beliefs are unreasonable. The word belief means something held to be true without proof. I personally enjoy laughter, something religious people have a problem with. Prayer is not reasonable, testing reality, doing science to prove what is real is reasonable. The Bible and the Gospels are not history, as the elements in them present a series of magical events that, when believed, leads to superstitious thought, not critical thinking. The Bible, just like any religious text, is the soil for scams to grow from. The bait of a cult is love, the switch is fear. Democracy and economic power. Human right number 21. The right to democracy. The right to democracy is questioned within the context of economic inequality. In a market-driven society, those with greater economic power can influence political decisions and laws, undermining the democratic process. True democracy, according to the Zeitgeist movement, can only be achieved in a society where resources are distributed equitably and decisions are made based on scientific principles and the collective well-being of humanity. Conclusion. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights represents a significant achievement in the promotion of human dignity and equality. However, from the perspectives of the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project, certain rights outlined in the UDHR are critiqued for their logical coherence and practical application within the current social and economic systems. These movements advocate for a more scientific and systemic understanding of human behavior and societal organization, emphasizing the need for technological advancements and equitable resource distribution to achieve true human rights and social justice. While these critiques may not align with mainstream views, they offer valuable insights into the limitations of the current human rights framework and the potential for a more just and equitable future. The human body wants to live and be healthy and happy. That is what we should base our society's values on.
The market versus democracy. In contemporary discussions surrounding society and politics, there exists a notable blind spot: the extent to which market capitalism and democracy can coexist harmoniously. This blindness stems from decades of pro-market narratives, particularly heightened during the Cold War era, which have cultivated a pervasive mythos. This myth suggests that the hierarchical structure inherent in our daily economic interactions, characterized by top-down control and bottom-up submission, somehow aligns with democratic values of choice, equality, and freedom. This assumption, though widely held, crumbles under scrutiny. Consider the trajectory of social progress over the past 2 centuries, marked by movements striving for equality, the eradication of discrimination, improvements in healthcare accessibility, and broader political inclusion. Advances such as the abolition of slavery, the fight for women's suffrage, and the establishment of LGBTQ rights exemplify this ongoing journey toward human rights and equality. Yet, amid these advancements, one domain remains largely untouched by meaningful progress: economics. Economic equality, crucial to the broader human rights agenda, often evades scrutiny, shielded by philosophical justifications and rhetorical deflections. Rather than confronting the structural inequities inherent in market economics, many opt for euphemistic gestures. For instance, phrases like equality of opportunity are touted as progressive ideals, masking the systemic barriers perpetuated by market forces. However, the fundamental flaw in this narrative lies in the inherent contradictions of market economics. The system, by design, precludes any genuine pursuit of equality of opportunity, rendering such aspirations hollow. Basic necessities like food, water, and shelter remain inaccessible to many. while the totalitarian structure of the market perpetuates inequality and undermines democratic principles. The very essence of market economics, with its emphasis on profit-driven decision-making and hierarchical power dynamics, stands in stark contrast to the principles of equality, fairness, and democratic participation. Ultimately, the crux of the matter is clear. Market economics and democracy are fundamentally incompatible. Any attempt to reconcile the two is an exercise in futility, as the systemic determinants of market capitalism inherently oppose the principles of democracy at every turn. Market dynamics, power, scarcity, and the illusion of freedom. In examining the dynamics of market economies, two critical aspects emerge: procedural dynamics and power distribution. Take, for instance, the notion of providing free access to basic necessities like food. While it seems humane and technically feasible, such a move disrupts the essential energy flow that fuels economic growth within the market. This disruption occurs because markets thrive on scarcity exploitation. By keeping goods and services scarce, they ensure a constant demand that drives economic activity. However, providing essentials for free diminishes this scarcity, leading to a slowdown in trade, loss of demand, job cuts, and eventually economic downturns. In essence, the market system is structured to collapse without the perpetual movement of money generated by keeping necessities scarce and people in constant need. Moreover, the market's influence extends beyond mere economic transactions. It dictates power dynamics, with wealth correlating directly to social influence. Those with significant financial resources wield power through land ownership, workforce leadership, lobbying efforts, political influence, and other means. This concentration of power perpetuates extreme wealth inequality, with a small fraction of the population holding a disproportionate share of global wealth. This inherent hierarchy-enforcing mechanism of market economics becomes evident when considering the consequences of deviating from its established norms. If basic needs were suddenly met without the necessity of labor, two significant shifts would occur. Firstly, individuals would have more time and less stress, potentially leading to increased social awareness and destabilizing the existing power structures. Secondly, the reduction in trade turnover would weaken the power establishment, reliant on the constant extraction of wealth from the working class to maintain its dominance. Attempts by democratic institutions to rectify these imbalances are often met with resistance, as they challenge the core principles of the market system. Efforts such as social welfare programs or wealth redistribution face pushback from those advocating for free markets, perpetuating a cycle of market-centric policies that exacerbate real-world problems. Ultimately, the more the market adheres to its ideal of freedom, the more detrimental its effects become on societal well-being. This grim reality underscores the inherent flaws in attempting to reconcile market economics with democratic principles, revealing a system inherently designed to prioritize hierarchy and perpetuate inequality. Market dystopia, the extremes of free market capitalism. Imagine a world where the principles of free market capitalism reign supreme, devoid of any external regulation or intervention. In this thought experiment, all decisions and outcomes are dictated solely by market forces, private property ownership, and the resulting power dynamics that emerge from mass transactions. In such a world, there would be no safety nets or governmental oversight. Every aspect of public health, democracy, income distribution, and environmental sustainability would be at the mercy of market behavior. The consequences of this extreme scenario would be dire. Firstly, without regulation, the market's relentless pursuit of profit would lead to rampant environmental destruction. The exploitation of scarce resources and the disregard for negative externalities would accelerate ecosystem collapse, exacerbating global crises. Secondly, wealth consolidation would skyrocket, creating a stark divide between the ultra-rich and the rest of society. The lack of social mobility would entrench this hierarchy, with those unable to afford basic necessities left to fend for themselves. Moreover, monopolies and cartels would dominate global markets, wielding immense power over governments and individuals alike. Any legislative intervention would serve to preserve the status quo, further entrenching the dominance of the business elite. This dystopian vision underscores the inherent flaws of unchecked capitalism. Without democratic oversight, the market becomes a tool for oppression, reducing human rights to mere purchasing power. In the absence of intervention, societal collapse becomes inevitable, as the pursuit of profit outweighs concerns for sustainability and equity. While this scenario may seem extreme, its parallels to current trends are undeniable. The rise of neoliberal ideology has led to a weakening of regulatory frameworks, allowing market forces to exert increasing influence over society. However, the solution does not lie in doubling down on free market principles. Rather, it requires a reevaluation of our priorities and a recognition of the inherent limitations of market capitalism in promoting a just and sustainable society. Capitalist coercion, the illusion of choice in a system of economic oppression. Let's revisit the discussion on power, democracy, and the nuances of oppression within the framework of capitalism. Unlike the overtly centralized, bureaucratic hierarchy associated with traditional fascism as depicted in Orwell's 1984, capitalism presents a more sophisticated form of control. Instead of a single oppressive entity, power is distributed among various nodes or entities, namely businesses, companies, and corporations. These business entities, as private owners of production means, form a network of hierarchical power. From the top down, they exploit the inherent vulnerabilities of the average worker, effectively coercing their submission to the system as a whole. This exploitation fundamentally violates human rights, creating a coercive environment where individuals are strategically disadvantaged by default if they lack familial ownership or surplus wealth. This coercion is further perpetuated by the financial mechanisms ingrained in capitalism, particularly the reliance on debt. Money itself is generated through debt, with interest accruing on non-existent money within the money supply. This perpetual deficit compels individuals to participate in the employment system, under the guise of contributing to society or ascribing to the belief in capitalism's supposed natural order. Essentially, market capitalism operates as a form of debt-driven slavery, where individuals are compelled to submit to the employment system in order to access basic necessities like food and shelter. Despite the illusion of choice in selecting which company to work for, this system narrows options based on individuals' economically constrained circumstances and skills. In essence, the freedom to choose between employers within this structure does not equate to genuine freedom. It mirrors a reverse slave market scenario, where individuals must select their owners from a limited pool of options, regardless of the coercive nature underlying their choices. Unveiling the rise of free market dominance, capitalism's role in the resurgence of fascism. The central aim of this piece is to shed light on a concerning trend in global society: the increasing dominance of free market ideology, reshaping the world in its image, with detrimental consequences. The era of the state regulation market hybrid is waning, making way for a resurgence of pure free market principles. While the state may continue to exist superficially, its role as a regulatory force is diminishing, allowing the market to operate with increasing freedom. In this evolving landscape, the state begins to resemble just another corporation, competing for its own business advantage. This shift is not a recent development. Conservative proponents of free market ideology have long blamed state intervention for social disorder, advocating for the deregulation of markets. However, in recent years, this push has intensified at an alarming rate, as I will delve into later in this article. But before exploring these contemporary developments, it's essential to delve into theory and history to better understand the relationship between capitalism and fascism, as capitalism serves as the foundational precondition for fascism in today's world. The Red Scare revisited: capitalism's propaganda weapon. The emergence of the Soviet Union in the early 20th century introduced a potent symbol that has played a crucial role in bolstering the perceived supremacy of market capitalism: communism. Often used interchangeably with socialism or Marxism, these terms serve as convenient targets in defending capitalism. It's important to clarify that socialism, communism, and Marxism are not predefined systems. They lack a specific structure, map, or blueprint. Instead, they represent varying degrees of deviation from capitalist practices. Criticizing these ideologies as inherently flawed or dysfunctional is misguided, rooted in symbolic propaganda rather than substantive critique. The merit or critique of the Soviet Union's so-called communist structure is separate from broader ideological debates. Whether viewed positively or negatively, the USSR's system was unique to itself, shaped by bureaucratic decision-making rather than any predefined communist framework. Unlike capitalism, which operates within a measurable system defined by trade dynamics, communism lacks a shared code or inherent structure. It's more of a philosophical departure from certain aspects of capitalism than a distinct system in itself. During the tumultuous early to mid-20th century, as the US and Europe grappled with economic crises like the Great Depression and growing discontent with harsh industrial conditions, capitalism faced scrutiny. To counter this, proponents of capitalism launched a mass public relations campaign, using the USSR as a scapegoat and boogeyman. Ironically, the USSR became capitalism's greatest threat and marketing tool. Anti-communist propaganda aimed to reinforce support for the capitalist system by juxtaposing it with the perceived failures of communism. This false duality persists today, with capitalist powers like the US using tactics such as sanctions and sabotage to undermine nations perceived as socialist or communist. The goal is to prevent any challenge to the capitalist hegemony, maintaining the illusion of its superiority. Any perceived threat to market capitalism must be neutralized, even if it means distorting the realities of other economic systems or countries. Pandering to equality, the market's illusionary promise. During the rise of the Industrial Revolution in the early to mid-20th century, proponents of market capitalism attempted to capitalize on some moral themes associated with communism. They promoted the idea that mass consumption was the key to achieving the egalitarian goals of communism or socialism. This narrative, exemplified by John Maynard Keynes in his 1929 essay, For Our Grandchildren, painted a picture of private enterprise leading to shorter work weeks, higher wages, and the end of poverty through technological abundance. However, these promises never materialized. Market capitalism has not inherently adapted towards egalitarianism or improved labor rights. Instead, any progress in these areas has been the result of interventionist policies implemented through democratic processes, maintaining a regulatory chokehold on capitalism. The illusion of increased human rights and equality has been perpetuated by rampant overproduction and consumption, which, while increasing living standards, has also been wasteful and unsustainable. Economic growth has become synonymous with poverty reduction, overshadowing the potential for direct intervention to address poverty. This delusional theme of marketizing every problem to avoid non-market intervention is pervasive. Attempts like carbon credits to curb pollution have failed, demonstrating the limitations of relying solely on market forces. Some even advocate for the privatization of legislation and enforcement, further blurring the line between state and market. In response to the harsh realities of industrial capitalism, regulatory measures were introduced to address public health and oppressive conditions. While these reforms were necessary, they also served to compete with the ideals of communism and win public opinion. However, with the fall of the USSR, the narrative shifted. Pro-market forces no longer needed to tolerate interventionist policies to counter communism. This led to a gradual erosion of regulatory institutions, labor rights, and social welfare programs. The goal became a return to a deregulated, laissez-faire condition, with the market economy seen as the savior and the democratic state as the new enemy. The spread of neoliberalism in the 1990s further cemented this orthodoxy, labeling any deviation from free market principles as undemocratic. This trajectory continues to shape our modern world, with market capitalism tightening its grip and dismantling regulatory safeguards in its pursuit of unchecked dominance. The fundamental debate: free markets versus alternatives. At the heart of today's socio-political discourse lies a pivotal debate, one that transcends traditional left-right or conservative-progressive divides. It's a clash between those who champion the ideology of free markets as sacrosanct and those who advocate for alternative systems, recognizing the inherent flaws in unfettered capitalism and calling for greater regulation or even systemic overhaul. While discussions often revolve around specific issues like abortion rights, police brutality, or political corruption, their roots can often be traced back to fundamental beliefs about the role of markets versus the role of the state in shaping society. This dichotomy is often oversimplified as a battle between individual freedom, markets, and oppressive coercion, state power, perpetuating complex belief systems with similar themes. However, amidst these debates, one critical issue often gets sidelined: environmental sustainability. Free market fundamentalism, with its emphasis on cyclical consumption and infinite economic growth, poses an existential threat to our planet. The relentless pursuit of profit at the expense of environmental degradation renders all other arguments moot. Moreover, the intrinsic structure of capitalism undermines democratic principles at every level, from the hierarchical power dynamics within businesses to the systemic exploitation of the common citizenry. Attempts to mitigate these harms through interventionist regulation have been met with resistance from market proponents seeking to preserve their perceived freedom. As we continue down the path of free market fundamentalism, two alarming trends converge: the inherent authoritarianism of capitalism and the escalating social and environmental crises. This toxic combination is likely to breed increased authoritarianism and fascism, fueled by fear, confusion, and misplaced blame. To counter this trajectory, we need bold structural changes and innovative economic alternatives that can replace the current system. We must resist the relentless push towards free market purism and actively oppose policies that exacerbate social and environmental problems. While some may argue that things must worsen before they can improve, such rhetoric ignores the irreversible damage that can result from environmental degradation. Without immediate action to address these pressing issues, any attempts at social or political revolution will be futile. In the absence of a viable alternative, we must remain vigilant in our efforts to combat free market fundamentalism and its detrimental effects on society and the environment. It's not just about resisting the status quo. It's about actively working towards a better future for all. The truth about our democracy: for those who have peeled back the layers of illusions surrounding representative democracy, the suggestion to go out and vote is met with profound skepticism. The electoral process, entangled within the confines of market capitalism, appears feeble and corrupt, offering little real power to the public. Elected officials often prioritize personal gain over public welfare, perpetuating a cycle of self-interest and corporate influence. I call for a boycott of the electoral system to highlight its inherent flaws and demand systemic change. However, such gestures of rejection are only effective if accompanied by viable alternatives. Economic transformation and the implementation of direct democratic mechanisms are essential for true political change. Despite its shortcomings, there is still a role for participation in the electoral process. However, the focus must shift away from individuals or parties and towards policy objectives. Candidates advocating for environmental sustainability and human rights and opposing the unchecked expansion of market capitalism deserve support. Any candidate promoting libertarian or market-oriented views perpetuates the toxic trends of capitalism and threatens environmental collapse. It's time to dispel the notion that voting for a candidate equates to endorsing them personally. Instead, voters should prioritize policy context and systemic change over individual preferences. The act of voting should be viewed as a strategic tool for advancing policy objectives, rather than a symbol of personal identity. It's time to move beyond the false dichotomy of lesser evils and focus on challenging the capitalist system at its core. Here are some guidelines to follow when deciding who to support through voting. Avoid supporting candidates who advocate for 1. Deregulation of industries like finance, telecommunications, and energy. 2. Privatization of public services such as transportation, healthcare, and education. 3. Reduction of corporate taxes and tax benefits for the wealthy. 4. Free trade agreements that aim to lower tariffs and trade barriers. 5. Decreased government intervention in the economy, including weak enforcement of antitrust laws. 6. Promoting market competition and consumer choice as the main drivers of economic growth. 7. Weakening labor unions and reducing worker protections in the labor market. 8. Emphasizing individual responsibility and self-regulation within the market. 9. Minimal government interference in pricing mechanisms and market dynamics. 10. Cutting government spending on social welfare programs, advocating for privatization or reduction of entitlements. Instead, consider supporting candidates who advocate for 1. Implementing comprehensive regulatory frameworks to oversee industries and protect consumers and the environment. 2. Expanding social welfare programs, such as universal health care, unemployment benefits, and Social Security. 3. Strengthening labor rights and supporting unionization to negotiate fair wages and working conditions. 4. Adopting progressive taxation policies to redistribute wealth and address income inequality. 5. Promoting sustainable development and environmental protection through strict regulations on pollution and resource extraction. 6. Establishing public ownership or control over key industries and utilities to ensure equitable access and prevent monopolies. 7. Investing in public infrastructure and services to address societal needs and promote economic development. 8. Enforcing antitrust laws to prevent monopolistic practices and promote fair competition in the market. 9. Supporting consumer protection measures, including product safety standards and regulations on deceptive advertising. 10. Implementing financial regulations to stabilize markets, prevent fraud, and protect investors and consumers from economic downturns. While voting may not be the ultimate solution to all societal issues, it is one of the means available to work towards positive change. By actively participating in the electoral process, even if it means choosing the lesser evil, individuals contribute to holding back destructive policies and buying time to overhaul the economic system. The ultimate goal should be to create a sustainable, egalitarian democracy that prioritizes human rights and resource distribution. Until then, it's crucial to resist the influence of market-driven ideologies and fight against policies that threaten the well-being of society. May 12, 2024. Gaza, a week in genocide. Israel is invading Rafah, the last remaining city in Gaza where over 100,000 have been ordered to flee, many being displaced for the fifth or sixth time now. Over 2 million in Gaza have been utterly displaced. There is nowhere left to go. Gaza has been wiped off the map. The border crossing from Egypt to Rafah, where some fraction of critical aid/supplies were able to get through, was taken over and shut down by Israeli forces earlier this week on Sunday. 7 days later, and still no aid. And no fuel has come through to power Rafah's medical systems, leaving hundreds of injured and sick people for dead. This, in addition to the already many thousands with non-combat related medical needs like heart problems, cancers, and pregnancies. Weaponized, famine sets in across Gaza as innocent Palestinian civilians begin starving to death. There is no food, no water, no fuel, no electricity. All essential infrastructure has been destroyed. People are living on top of one another, and with rising temperatures combined with pollution and waterborne-related diseases spreading, this famine phase in Gaza will likely see a spike in deaths into the thousands, as hundreds of aid supply trucks park helplessly just outside Gaza's borders. U.S. weapons supply to Israel has been paused for now, with the U.S. warning Israel if they do fully invade Rafah that weapons will be cut off. Fact is, Israel already invaded Rafah, and there's no clarity either whatsoever regarding the U.S. warnings. Nothing's qualified or clarified as to what actually crosses the line of invasion, just more PR and subjective, interpretive rhetorical posturing on both U.S. and Israel sides. Netanyahu has already come out in response saying he's intent to attack Rafah to go after Hamas. And again, Israel is already bombing Rafah. Dozens have been killed. Airstrikes are already underway. Israel is completely ignoring the U.S. and the rest of the world, since they've been empowered by the world's sole superpower with full, unconditional financial/weapons support and geopolitical backing. And especially now since the West has made it impossible to criticize Israel for anything without being an anti-Semitic Nazi, as their own PR campaign backfires on them. And also, since at this point Israel's already gotten everything it really needed from the US to do what it wanted, which was to destroy Gaza, its people, its infrastructure, and cultural fabric of Palestine, so that there's nothing to come back to, and Israel can claim de facto annexation over Palestinian territory. Attacks on Rafah almost certainly seals the fate of the remaining Israeli hostages, a likely sinister, desired outcome by Israeli officials / Netanyahu, so that hostages don't speak out against their own government's insane carpet bombings and forced starvation in Gaza that has put their own citizens' lives at risk for the past 7 months. All this on the heels of Israel saying, "Oh no, never mind," to Hamas' agreed-upon peace deal earlier this week that would have released all hostages and ended the war. All to keep Israel's genocidal / fake Western, forever war against terror going, despite massive Israeli protests in Tel Aviv to take the peace deal and retrieve the hostages. Also this week, Al Jazeera News was banned and taken off air in Israel, the only international outlet covering the on-the-ground reality inside Gaza. Their Jerusalem news offices were raided and broadcasting equipment seized, as Israel's ongoing media blackout and propaganda efforts continue to skew reality and sculpt narratives that there's no innocence in Gaza. They're all involved, normalizing their genocidal actions daily through disinfo and carefully curated media manipulation, keeping the people of Israel in the dark about the true horrors being committed. Disinformation is a known tactic of war, and a strongly unified allegiance to an archetypal national identity is needed for governments to get things done, often corrupt things in state capitalist society. But it's this corruption of media that lies at the heart of all this that's enabled Israel to normalize their genocidal actions and brainwash its population. Other Western media has been working just as hard scrambling up narratives projecting anti-Semitic intent onto protesters, smearing their messaging, and making up nonsense about them being violent and disorderly, despite these demonstrations virtually being some of the most peaceful in protest history, and despite very clearly laid out demands. Divestment from Israel and immediate ceasefire. Our institutions don't even care to make cohesive sense anymore. The less sense they make, the more effective they are, it seems. They make words meaningless so people can't think, as Orwell said. Western nations have been busy expanding anti-Semitism laws to effectively encompass any criticism / opposition to the state of Israel as anti-Semitic, which is an utter disgrace to Jewish people in and of itself, and perversion of the term to weaponize it for militaristic and imperialistic ends, which seek to silence honest people speaking out against human rights violations. Still, throughout the world, student-led protests continue to bloom, in the US, in Amsterdam, in Berlin, and in many other parts. Geared-up riot police are deployed in response, protesters continue to be arrested, and encampments continue to be broken up. It's been an all-out global, neoliberal establishment crackdown. The media propaganda campaign has been particularly extraordinary, going way beyond the war on terror mantras of the early 2000s. We've seen the whole of politics, congressional responses, the banning of TikTok in the US for being too pro-Palestine, Netanyahu coming out labeling student protesters as Nazis, the riot police crackdowns, the whole song and dance, all the arms of power working in concert to silence the dissent, exposing Western imperialistic war crimes. And yet the majority public is still with these protests and still want to see a ceasefire and support cut off to Israel. The political establishment is very clearly feeling the pressure. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing this ridiculous propaganda and legal assault. In this US election year, Biden has massively alienated and hemorrhaged voters for not budging on policy towards Israel and for this whole anti-Semitic defamation nonsense. They know these protests are changing and mobilizing public opinion. They know they can't out-propagandize the more than 43,000 Palestinian civilians lost that people see with their own eyes every day, over 16,000 children, and more than 10,000 women. Going by conservative numbers, as human rights groups can longer accurately assess loss of life in Gaza due to total destruction of everything and mass rubble-burying bodies. This whole thing is a massive stain on humanity and on the countries enabling Israel. Everybody sees it. The whole world is standing up for Palestinians on their behalf. And more largely, this is a staining indictment on the entire neoliberal imperialistic regime and is to confront Western imperialist power and control in the Middle East. which is why the establishment's so protective of their narratives. World protest needs to continue to escalate pressure on the U.S. and on respective nations/governments and institutions enabling Israel, with the priority of halting U.S. funding/weaponization to Israel. Israel's admitted none of its military efforts would be possible whatsoever without U.S. support, and that a ceasefire deal is made, eventually leading to Palestinian liberation and sovereignty. This proves extremely difficult since the U.S. political establishment directly colludes with the Israel lobby, where Israel finances American political campaigns in exchange for unconditional geopolitical support. It's the same problem as everything else: the financial capture of society. Israel remains completely rogue and unaccountable to international law. The international system set in place has been effectively ignored. The whole 1948 post-World War's international legal order, the International Security Council, the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, the supposed backbones of human civilization meant to prevent the very worst from happening to the world, apparently means nothing. The U.S. has abused it all with veto power. Both Israel and the U.S. have ignored its rulings. The international legal/normative framework has been rendered meaningless. If you have enough national superpower, you can gaslight reality and ignore the majority with impunity. It's a wake-up call that we have no real power to protect the world. It's governed by rogue nation-state superpowers in the hands of a 1%, rogue minorities wielding power through representative governments, wealth-concentrating economic systems, and indoctrination/propaganda tools. It all comes back to needing to change the structure of society. We can't develop truly effective international peacekeeping without first changing our corrupt system itself. This means working to de-link private financial power from the basic institutions and functions of society. One structurally strategic area to target is the political/decision-making order itself, eliminating lobbying and dissolving the vested interest pipeline between industry, lobbyists, and politicians, implementing publicly funded elections, so billionaires and corporations can't bribe and, in effect, buy and control the political process. This would set a baseline for fair governance without the problem of corrupting, vested financial/imperialistic interests. Targeting systemic change to the political order first could be the most initially impactful mechanism for causing further dominoes of systemic change to fall down the line, as we're able to win seats of power to dismantle the mechanisms of power, to unlock a pathway for human rights, justice, and progress. The Zeitgeist movement, the Venus Project, and the concept of a resource-based economy collectively represent a profound reimagining of societal structures and values. These ideas challenge conventional economic and social paradigms, advocating for a future where humanity's potential is realized through sustainable resource management, technological innovation, and global cooperation. In this essay, we will delve into the principles, goals, and potential implications of these movements, exploring their vision for a more equitable, efficient, and harmonious world. The Zeitgeist movement emerged as a grassroots initiative inspired by the documentary film series Zeitgeist, created by Peter Joseph. Rooted in the belief that systemic change is imperative for addressing pressing global issues such as poverty, environmental degradation, and social inequality, the Zeitgeist movement calls for a shift away from traditional monetary-based economies towards a resource-based economy, RB. At the core of this proposal is the recognition that Earth's finite resources must be managed intelligently and equitably to meet the needs of all inhabitants, both present and future. Central to the Zeitgeist movement's advocacy is the concept of abundance through technological advancement and automation. Proponents argue that advancements in robotics, artificial intelligence, and sustainable energy production can eliminate scarcity and alleviate human labor burdens. In a resource-based economy, goods and services would be accessible to all based on need rather than purchasing power, thus eliminating poverty and fostering societal well-being. Additionally, by prioritizing sustainability and efficiency in resource allocation, environmental degradation can be mitigated. ensuring the preservation of ecosystems and biodiversity. The Venus Project, founded by Jacques Fresco, complements the Zeitgeist movement's vision by providing a comprehensive blueprint for transitioning to a resource-based economy. Drawing upon principles of systems theory, cybernetics, and sustainable design, the Venus Project envisions a global network of technologically integrated cities, referred to as resource-based economies, where automation, renewable energy, and interdisciplinary collaboration facilitate abundance and prosperity. These cities would prioritize education, innovation, and environmental stewardship, fostering a culture of lifelong learning and creative exploration. One of the key tenets of the Venus Project is the redesign of societal institutions to align with the principles of sustainability and human well-being. This includes reimagining education systems to emphasize critical thinking, problem-solving, and ecological literacy, as well as restructuring governance models to prioritize global cooperation and decision-making based on scientific evidence rather than political ideology. By transcending national boundaries and fostering a sense of global citizenship, the Venus Project aims to address systemic issues at their root, laying the foundation for a peaceful and sustainable future. Implementing the principles of the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project poses both challenges and opportunities for humanity. Skeptics may question the feasibility of transitioning to a resource-based economy given entrenched power structures, vested interests, and cultural inertia. Moreover, concerns regarding technological unemployment, privacy rights, and centralized control may arise in the context of automated systems and digital governance. However, proponents argue that the status quo is unsustainable and that radical systemic change is necessary to address existential threats such as climate change, resource depletion, and social unrest. In conclusion, the Zeitgeist movement, the Venus Project, and the concept of a resource-based economy offer a compelling vision for a more equitable, sustainable, and humane world. By challenging prevailing assumptions about economics, governance, and human nature, these movements inspire us to imagine and strive for a future where abundance, cooperation, and ecological harmony prevail. While the road ahead may be fraught with obstacles, the pursuit of such a transformative vision is essential for realizing humanity's full potential and safeguarding the planet for future generations. The future of humanity. Embracing a resource-based economy with the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project. Chapter 1. Introduction. The Vision for a Better World. Overview of the book's purpose and themes. In an era marked by unprecedented technological advancements and simultaneous social, economic, and environmental crises, there arises a critical need to rethink the foundational structures of our global society. This book, The Future of Humanity, Embracing a Resource-Based Economy with the Zeitgeist Movement and the Venus Project, explores transformative ideas that challenge the status quo and offer a hopeful vision for the future. The purpose of this book is to delve deeply into the principles and practicalities of a resource-based economy, an alternative economic system proposed by the Zeitgeist Movement and the Venus Project. By understanding these concepts, we can envision a world where resources are managed sustainably, technological innovation benefits all, and human well-being is prioritized over profit. Introduction to the Zeitgeist Movement and the Venus Project. The Zeitgeist Movement. The Zeitgeist Movement, founded in 2008 by Peter Joseph, is a global sustainability advocacy organization. It focuses on the need for a transition from our current socio-economic paradigm to one that truly supports sustainable development. The movement critiques the monetary-based economy, highlighting its inherent inefficiencies, inequalities, and environmental destructiveness. Instead, it advocates for a resource-based economy, RB, where resources are allocated based on need and scientific principles rather than market forces. The Venus Project. The Venus Project, envisioned by futurist Jacques Fresco and co-founded with Roxanne Meadows, offers a comprehensive blueprint for an advanced society that uses science and technology to achieve social progress and sustainability. Located in Venus, Florida, the Venus Project showcases innovative designs for future cities and infrastructures, emphasizing efficiency, sustainability, and harmony with nature. Central to its vision is the idea that our current economic and social problems are not inherent to human nature, but are instead the result of outdated systems and practices. The vision for a better world. Imagine a world where poverty, war, and environmental destruction are relics of the past. In this envisioned future, humanity has transcended the limitations of a monetary-based economy and embraced a system where resources are abundant and distributed equitably. Technological advancements are no longer driven by profit, but by the collective goal of enhancing human well-being and environmental stewardship. Key principles of a resource-based economy. 1. Sustainable resource management. Utilizing scientific principles and advanced technology to manage Earth's resources sustainably, ensuring that they are used efficiently and preserved for future generations. 2. Equitable distribution. Ensuring that all individuals have access to the necessities of life, including food, water, shelter, healthcare, and education, regardless of their economic status. 3. Technological innovation. Leveraging technology to automate mundane tasks, reduce waste, and improve quality of life, allowing humans to focus on creativity, community, and personal development. 4. Global cooperation. Fostering international collaboration to address global challenges collectively, transcending borders and national interests in favor of a unified approach to humanity's well-being. The role of technology. In a resource-based economy, technology plays a pivotal role in ensuring sustainability and efficiency. Automation and artificial intelligence can take over repetitive and hazardous jobs, reducing human labor and increasing productivity. Renewable energy sources, such as solar and wind power, can replace fossil fuels, mitigating climate change and reducing environmental pollution. Advanced agricultural techniques can provide abundant, healthy food while conserving resources and protecting ecosystems. The importance of a paradigm shift. Transitioning to a resource-based economy requires a significant shift in our collective consciousness. It demands that we question deeply ingrained beliefs about competition, ownership, and the nature of progress. By embracing a new paradigm centered on cooperation, sustainability, and scientific rationality, we can create a world where human potential is fully realized and the planet's resources are managed responsibly. The journey ahead. This book is structured to guide you through the concepts, principles, and practicalities of a resource-based economy. We will explore the shortcomings of the current system, delve into the visionary ideas of the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project, and discuss the steps necessary to transition to a more sustainable and equitable world. In the following chapters, you will gain a comprehensive understanding of the urgent need for change and the feasible solutions that a resource-based economy offers. Together, we will envision a future where humanity thrives in harmony with the environment, leveraging technology and cooperation to achieve unprecedented levels of well-being and prosperity. Welcome to the journey towards a better world. Chapter 2. The State of the World Today. Examination of current socio-economic issues. The world today is characterized by stark contrasts and deep-seated inequalities. While technological advancements have propelled humanity forward, significant portions of the global population still grapple with poverty, hunger, and lack of access to basic services. The current socio-economic system, primarily driven by profit and competition, has failed to address these pervasive issues adequately. Economic inequality. Economic inequality has reached unprecedented levels. According to reports, the richest 1% of the world's population holds more wealth than the rest of the global population combined. This vast disparity is not just a moral issue, but also a systemic flaw that undermines social cohesion and stability. The concentration of wealth in the hands of a few leads to power imbalances, influencing political decisions and perpetuating cycles of poverty and marginalization. Poverty and hunger. Despite the global abundance of resources, millions of people live in extreme poverty. The United Nations estimates that over 700 million people live on less than $1.90 a day. This poverty is closely linked to hunger and malnutrition, affecting over 800 million individuals. The paradox of plenty, where food production exceeds global needs, yet millions go hungry, highlights the inefficiencies and injustices of the current economic system. Critique of the monetary-based economy. The monetary-based economy, which prioritizes profit over human and environmental well-being, lies at the heart of these issues. This system drives unsustainable consumption patterns, environmental degradation, and social inequality. The profit motive. In a monetary-based economy, the primary driver of innovation and production is profit. This focus on profit often leads to the exploitation of workers, depletion of natural resources, and neglect of social and environmental responsibilities. Companies are incentivized to cut costs, often at the expense of fair wages, safe working conditions, and environmental sustainability. Debt and financial instability. The reliance on debt as a means of financing economic growth has led to significant financial instability. Countries, corporations, and individuals are burdened by debt, leading to economic crises and recessions. The 2008 financial crisis is a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities inherent in a debt-driven economy, where speculative investments and risky financial practices can lead to widespread economic collapse. Environmental and social challenges. The current economic system has also had severe environmental and social consequences, threatening the planet's health and future generations' well-being. Climate change and environmental degradation. Human activities, driven by the pursuit of economic growth, have led to significant environmental degradation. Deforestation, pollution, and overexploitation of natural resources have resulted in biodiversity loss, soil erosion, and water scarcity. Climate change, driven by greenhouse gas emissions from industrial activities, poses an existential threat to humanity. Rising global temperatures, extreme weather events, and sea level rise are already causing widespread disruption and suffering. Social fragmentation. The competitive nature of the monetary-based economy fosters social fragmentation. Communities are often divided along economic lines, leading to social tensions and conflicts. The emphasis on individual success and material wealth undermines collective well-being and social solidarity. This fragmentation is further exacerbated by systemic issues such as racial and gender inequality, which perpetuate discrimination and limit opportunities for marginalized groups. The urgency for change. The myriad of socioeconomic and environmental challenges facing the world today underscores the urgent need for a systemic change. The current economic model, with its focus on profit and growth, is unsustainable and incompatible with the long-term well-being of humanity and the planet. The role of awareness and advocacy. Raising awareness about these issues and advocating for systemic change is crucial. Movements such as the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project play a vital role in educating the public and proposing viable alternatives to the existing system. By understanding the flaws of the current system and envisioning a better future, we can mobilize collective action towards a more just and sustainable world. A call to action. The challenges we face are complex and interconnected, but they are not insurmountable. By embracing innovative ideas and collaborating across borders, cultures, and disciplines, we can create a world where resources are managed sustainably and everyone has the opportunity to thrive. The journey towards a resource-based economy requires courage, creativity, and a commitment to the common good. It is a journey that we must undertake to ensure a viable future for all. As we move forward, the following chapters will delve deeper into the core concepts and principles of a resource-based economy, exploring how it offers a promising alternative to the current system. Together, we will examine practical steps to transition towards this new paradigm and envision a future where humanity and the planet flourish in harmony. Chapter 3. The origins of the Zeitgeist movement. History and founding principles. The emergence of the Zeitgeist movement. The Zeitgeist movement, TZM, emerged in 2008, catalyzed by a series of documentaries created by filmmaker Peter Joseph. The first film, Zeitgeist, the movie, released in 2007, was a provocative critique of social institutions, including religion, government, and economic systems. Although the film initially sparked controversy and debate, it laid the groundwork for a broader movement advocating systemic change. In 2008, Joseph released Zeitgeist, Addendum, which introduced the concept of a resource-based economy, RB, and featured the work of Jacques Fresco and the Venus Project. This documentary resonated with a global audience, leading to the formal establishment of the Zeitgeist movement. The movement's goal was to raise awareness about the inherent flaws in the current socio-economic system and promote a transition to a sustainable and equitable society based on scientific principles. Founding principles. The Zeitgeist movement is built on several core principles that challenge conventional wisdom and propose a new paradigm for organizing society. 1. Scientific methodology. TZM advocates for the application of the scientific method to social and economic problems. This approach emphasizes empirical evidence, rational analysis, and continuous improvement, rejecting dogma and superstition. 2. Sustainability. A central tenet of TZM is the need for sustainable resource management. The movement calls for the efficient use of natural resources, renewable energy, and the minimization of waste to ensure the long-term health of the planet. 3. Human and social well-being. TZM prioritizes human well-being over profit and economic growth. It seeks to create a society where everyone has access to the necessities of life, including food, water, healthcare, education, and shelter. 4. Global cooperation. Recognizing that many of the world's problems are global in nature, TZM advocates for international cooperation and the dissolution of artificial borders. It promotes a unified approach to addressing global challenges such as climate change, poverty, and inequality. 5. Technology and innovation. TZM believes in harnessing technology to improve quality of life and solve social problems. It encourages the development and deployment of advanced technologies in fields such as automation, renewable energy, and sustainable agriculture. Key figures and milestones. Peter Joseph. Peter Joseph, the founder of the Zeitgeist movement, is a filmmaker, author, and social activist. His documentaries played a crucial role in bringing attention to the movement's ideas and inspiring a global following. Joseph's work emphasizes the need for a radical shift in our economic and social systems, advocating for a society based on rational thought and scientific principles. Jacques Fresco and the Venus Project. Jacques Fresco, a futurist and industrial designer, greatly influenced TZM through his work with the Venus Project. Fresco's visionary ideas for a resource-based economy and sustainable city designs provided a concrete blueprint for the movement's goals. Alongside Roxanne Meadows, Fresco dedicated his life to promoting the principles of a resource-based society, which TZM adopted as a core component of its vision. Major milestones. 2008. The release of Zeitgeist, Addendum, marks the formal establishment of the Zeitgeist movement. The documentary introduces the concept of a resource-based economy and features the Venus Project. 2009. The first annual Zeitgeist Day, Z-Day, is held, with events in over 70 countries. Z-Day serves as a global awareness campaign, bringing together activists and supporters to discuss TZM's principles and promote systemic change. 2010. Zeitgeist, Moving Forward, is released, further exploring the issues with the current socio-economic system and advocating for a transition to a resource-based economy. The film reaches millions of viewers worldwide, significantly expanding TZM's reach. 2011 to 2015. TZM continues to grow, with chapters established in over 100 countries. The movement organizes numerous events, lectures, and conferences to raise awareness and build a global community of advocates. 2017. The release of Interreflections, a film trilogy by Peter Joseph, continues to promote TZM's ideas and critiques the current socio-economic system. The trilogy explores the interconnectedness of social, economic, and environmental issues, advocating for a holistic approach to societal change. The movement's global reach and influence. The Zeitgeist movement has grown into a global phenomenon, with a presence in over 100 countries and a diverse network of supporters. Its message of systemic change and sustainability resonates with individuals from all walks of life, transcending cultural and national boundaries. Grassroots activism. One of the strengths of TZM is its grassroots nature. Local chapters around the world organize events, workshops, and community projects to promote the movement's ideas and engage with the public. These activities help to build local support and foster a sense of global solidarity. Educational initiatives. Education is a key focus for TZM. The movement produces a wide range of educational materials, including documentaries, books, articles, and online resources, to inform and inspire individuals about the need for systemic change. By providing accessible and comprehensive information, TZM empowers people to understand the root causes of societal problems and consider alternative solutions. Collaboration and partnerships. TZM collaborates with other organizations and movements that share its vision for a better world. These partnerships help to amplify the movement's message and create synergies for collective action. By working together, TZM and its partners aim to build a broad-based coalition for systemic change. Conclusion. The Zeitgeist movement represents a bold and visionary response to the pressing challenges of our time. By advocating for a resource-based economy and emphasizing the principles of sustainability, scientific methodology, and global cooperation, TZM offers a compelling alternative to the current socio-economic system. As we continue this exploration, the subsequent chapters will delve into the core concepts and practicalities of a resource-based economy, further illuminating the path towards a sustainable and equitable future. Chapter 4. What is a resource-based economy? Definition and principles. A resource-based economy, RB, represents a transformative vision for society grounded in the equitable management of Earth's resources and driven by scientific and technological advancements. Unlike the current monetary-based system, which prioritizes profit and growth, an RB focuses on sustainability, efficiency, and the well-being of all people. In this chapter, we will explore the fundamental principles of a resource-based economy and how it differs from traditional economic systems. Core principles of a resource-based economy. 1. Sustainable resource management. In an RB, resources are managed sustainably to ensure their availability for future generations. This involves careful monitoring of resource stocks, efficient extraction and utilization, and minimizing waste through recycling and renewable energy sources. 2. Equitable distribution. An RBE seeks to eliminate poverty and inequality by ensuring that all individuals have access to the basic necessities of life, including food, water, shelter, healthcare, and education. Resources are distributed based on need rather than purchasing power. 3. Technological innovation. The application of advanced technology is central to an RB. Automation, artificial intelligence, and other technological innovations are used to optimize resource use, reduce waste, and enhance quality of life. 4. Scientific methodology. Decisions in an RB are guided by the scientific method, relying on empirical evidence and rational analysis to address societal challenges. This approach ensures that policies and practices are grounded in reality and continuously improved. 5. Global cooperation. Recognizing the interconnected nature of global challenges, an RB emphasizes international collaboration. Countries work together to manage resources, share technological advancements, and address issues like climate change and poverty. Comparison with traditional economic systems. A resource-based economy differs fundamentally from traditional economic systems in several key ways. 1. Economic basis. Traditional economy. Based on money, markets, and profit. Resources are allocated through market mechanisms, often leading to inefficiencies and inequalities. Resource-based economy. Based on the equitable management of resources. Allocation is driven by need and scientific principles, aiming for sustainability and fairness. 2. Value and motivation. Traditional economy. Driven by profit and competition. Success is measured by financial gain and economic growth. Resource-based economy. Driven by human well-being and sustainability. Success is measured by the health and happiness of the population and the environment's condition. 3. Resource management. Traditional economy often leads to overexploitation and environmental degradation due to the focus on short-term profits. Resource-based economy promotes sustainable practices, preserving resources for future generations and minimizing environmental impact. 4. Social structure. Traditional economy. Characterized by significant inequality, with wealth concentrated in the hands of a few. Resource-based economy. Aims for equitable distribution, ensuring that everyone has access to life's essentials. Potential benefits and challenges. Benefits of a resource-based economy. 1. Elimination of poverty and inequality. By ensuring that resources are distributed based on need, an RB can eliminate poverty and significantly reduce inequality. Everyone has access to basic necessities, leading to improved quality of life and social stability. 2. Environmental sustainability. An RB prioritizes the sustainable use of resources, reducing environmental degradation and mitigating climate change. Renewable energy sources, efficient technologies, and sustainable practices help protect the planet for future generations. 3. Technological advancement. With a focus on innovation and efficiency, an RB encourages the development and application of advanced technologies. Automation and artificial intelligence can take over mundane and hazardous tasks, freeing humans to pursue creative and meaningful activities. 4. Social cohesion and cooperation. An RB fosters a sense of global community and cooperation. By working together to manage resources and address common challenges, societies can build stronger, more cohesive communities. Challenges in implementing a resource-based economy. 1. Transition from current systems. Moving from a monetary-based economy to an RB requires significant changes in social, economic, and political structures. This transition can be complex and may face resistance from those invested in the current system. 2. Technological dependence. An RB relies heavily on technology to manage resources and ensure efficiency. Ensuring equitable access to technology and preventing misuse or over-reliance on technology are critical challenges. 3. Global cooperation. Achieving the level of global cooperation necessary for an RB can be difficult. Political, cultural, and economic differences may hinder collaboration and the implementation of shared solutions. 4. Public awareness and support. For an RB to be successful, there needs to be widespread public awareness and support for the concept. Educating people about the benefits and practicalities of an RB is essential for gaining the necessary momentum for change. Examples of resource-based practices. Sustainable agriculture. In an RB, sustainable agricultural practices are employed to produce food efficiently and responsibly. Techniques such as permaculture, vertical farming, and hydroponics can increase yields while minimizing environmental impact. By optimizing resource use and reducing waste, these practices contribute to food security and sustainability. Renewable energy. An RB prioritizes the use of renewable energy sources like solar, wind, and geothermal power. These technologies can replace fossil fuels, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and mitigating climate change. Advances in energy storage and distribution ensure a reliable and sustainable energy supply. Automated systems. Automation and artificial intelligence play a crucial role in an RB. Automated systems can manage resource allocation, monitor environmental conditions, and perform routine tasks, increasing efficiency and freeing humans to focus on creative and intellectual pursuits. These systems also help reduce labor costs and improve productivity. Circular economy. A circular economy is a key component of an RB, emphasizing the importance of recycling and reusing materials to minimize waste. Products are designed for durability, repairability, and recyclability, creating closed-loop systems where resources are continuously cycled back into production. Conclusion. A resource-based economy offers a visionary and practical alternative to the current monetary-based system. By prioritizing sustainability, equity, and scientific rationality, an RB addresses the root causes of social and environmental challenges, paving the way for a more just and prosperous future. While the transition to an RB presents significant challenges, the potential benefits for humanity and the planet make it a compelling and necessary pursuit. In the following chapters, we will delve deeper into the specific aspects of an RB, exploring how it can be implemented in various sectors and the steps needed to transition from our current system. By understanding and embracing the principles of a resource-based economy, We can work towards a future where resources are managed responsibly and everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Chapter 5. The Venus Project, A Vision for the Future. History and Development. The birth of the Venus Project. The Venus Project was founded by Jacques Fresco, a visionary industrial designer and social engineer, along with his partner Roxanne Meadows. Located in Venus, Florida, the project was established in the mid-1970s as a research center and educational institution dedicated to designing a sustainable future. Fresco's lifelong ambition was to create a society free from the constraints and inefficiencies of the current socio-economic system. Jacques Fresco's vision. Jacques Fresco's work was driven by the belief that the root causes of social problems, such as poverty, crime, and environmental degradation, lie in our outdated economic system. He envisioned a world where resources are managed scientifically and distributed equitably, leveraging technology and designed to enhance human well-being and environmental health. His innovative designs for cities, transportation systems, and infrastructure were all part of a broader vision to create a resource-based economy. Key milestones. 1980s. Development of conceptual designs for sustainable cities, efficient transportation systems, and advanced agricultural methods. 1994. Formal establishment of the Venus Project as a non-profit organization to promote Fresco's ideas and solutions. 2000s. Collaboration with the Zeitgeist movement, which helped popularize the principles of a resource-based economy and brought global attention to the Venus Project. 2010s. Increased global outreach through documentaries, lectures, and educational materials, expanding the project's influence and inspiring a growing community of supporters. Core principles and goals. Sustainability. The Venus Project is built on the principle of sustainability, aiming to create systems that ensure the long-term health of the planet and its inhabitants. This involves the use of renewable energy, efficient resource management, and sustainable agricultural practices. By designing cities and infrastructures that minimize waste and maximize efficiency, the Venus Project seeks to create a harmonious relationship between humanity and the environment. Scientific application. At the heart of the Venus Project is the application of the scientific method to solve social and environmental problems. This means relying on empirical evidence, rigorous analysis, and continuous improvement to develop solutions that are both effective and adaptable. By removing biases and subjective decision-making, a scientifically guided approach ensures that policies and practices are grounded in reality and optimized for the greatest benefit. Technological innovation. Technology plays a crucial role in the Venus Project's vision. Advanced technologies, such as automation, artificial intelligence, and renewable energy systems, are seen as essential tools for creating a sustainable and equitable society. These technologies can reduce the need for human labor, increase productivity, and ensure that resources are used efficiently. Equitable resource distribution. The Venus Project advocates for the equitable distribution of resources, ensuring that all individuals have access to the essentials of life. This principle is fundamental to creating a just society where everyone can thrive. By managing resources based on need rather than profit, the Venus Project aims to eliminate poverty, hunger, and inequality. Key projects and initiatives. Sustainable city designs. One of the most striking aspects of the Venus Project is its conceptual designs for sustainable cities. These cities are planned to be self-sufficient, with integrated systems for energy, transportation, and agriculture. Key features include circular layout. Cities are designed in a circular pattern to maximize efficiency and accessibility. Centralized hubs provide essential services and amenities, while residential areas are arranged around these hubs. Green spaces. Ample green spaces and parks are incorporated to enhance quality of life and promote environmental health. Efficient transportation. Advanced transportation systems, including automated vehicles and monorails, reduce traffic congestion and pollution. Automated resource management. The Venus Project emphasizes the use of automation to manage resources efficiently. Automated systems can monitor and control energy usage, production processes, and distribution networks, ensuring optimal performance and minimal waste. This technological approach allows for precise resource allocation based on real-time data and needs. Education and outreach. Education is a key component of the Venus Project's mission. The organization produces a wide range of educational materials, including books, documentaries, and online courses, to spread awareness about its vision and principles. Public lectures, workshops, and seminars are also conducted to engage with communities and inspire action. The Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement. The collaboration between the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement has been instrumental in promoting the concept of a resource-based economy. By combining Fresco's visionary designs with the Zeitgeist movement's advocacy and outreach efforts, the partnership has brought greater visibility and credibility to the idea of a resource-based economy. Shared goals. Both the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement share the goal of transitioning to a sustainable and equitable society. They advocate for systemic change, challenging the current socio-economic structures and proposing innovative solutions based on scientific principles and technological advancements. Complementary efforts. While the Venus Project focuses on designing practical solutions and envisioning future cities, the Zeitgeist movement concentrates on raising awareness, building a global community, and advocating for systemic change. Together, they provide a comprehensive approach to achieving a resource-based economy, combining visionary design with grassroots activism. Challenges and criticisms. Technological dependency. One of the criticisms of the Venus Project is its heavy reliance on technology. While advanced technologies can offer significant benefits, there are concerns about potential issues such as technological unemployment, over-reliance on automated systems, and the ethical implications of artificial intelligence. Implementation feasibility. Implementing the ambitious designs and concepts of the Venus Project poses significant challenges. Transitioning from the current socio-economic system to a resource-based economy requires substantial changes in political, economic, and social structures. The feasibility of such a transition, especially on a global scale, is often questioned. Public perception and awareness. Gaining widespread public support for the Venus Project's vision is another challenge. Many people are deeply ingrained in the current system and may be resistant to radical changes. Overcoming misconceptions and building a broad-based coalition for change requires extensive education and outreach efforts. Conclusion. The Venus Project offers a bold and visionary blueprint for a sustainable and equitable future. By leveraging technology, applying scientific principles, and promoting the equitable distribution of resources, it presents a compelling alternative to the current socio-economic system. While there are significant challenges to implementation, the potential benefits for humanity and the planet make it a vision worth pursuing. In the following chapters, we will explore the practicalities of transitioning to a resource-based economy and examine specific strategies for building awareness, overcoming obstacles, and implementing sustainable solutions. By understanding and embracing the principles of the Venus Project, we can work towards a future where humanity thrives in harmony with the environment. Chapter 6. Sustainability and Technology. The role of technology in a resource-based economy. Technological innovation and sustainability. In a resource-based economy, RBE, technology is a cornerstone of sustainable development and efficient resource management. Technological advancements enable us to address environmental challenges, optimize resource use, and enhance human well-being. By integrating cutting-edge technology with sustainable practices, we can create systems that are both efficient and environmentally friendly. Automation and efficiency. Automation plays a critical role in an RBE by increasing efficiency and reducing the need for human labor in repetitive and hazardous tasks. Automated systems can handle everything from manufacturing to agriculture, ensuring precision and minimizing waste. Key areas where automation contributes to sustainability include manufacturing. Automated factories can produce goods with minimal waste and energy consumption. Advanced robotics and 3D printing technologies allow for precise and customizable production, reducing excess and promoting efficient use of materials. Agriculture. Automated farming equipment and systems can optimize planting, irrigation, and harvesting, leading to higher yields and lower resource use. Drones and AI-powered sensors can monitor crop health and soil conditions in real time, enabling targeted interventions and reducing the need for pesticides and fertilizers. Renewable energy. Transitioning to renewable energy sources is fundamental to achieving sustainability in an RB. Technologies such as solar, wind, and geothermal energy provide clean, inexhaustible power, reducing reliance on fossil fuels and mitigating climate change. Key technologies in renewable energy include solar power. Photovoltaic cells convert sunlight into electricity, providing a sustainable energy source for homes, businesses, and communities. Advances in solar technology have increased efficiency and reduced costs, making solar power more accessible. Wind power. Wind turbines harness the power of the wind to generate electricity. Offshore and onshore wind farms are increasingly common, contributing to a growing share of renewable energy in the global energy mix. Geothermal energy. Geothermal plants tap into the Earth's internal heat to produce electricity and provide heating. This reliable and consistent energy source has a low environmental impact and can operate continuously. Smart grids and energy storage. The integration of renewable energy into the grid requires advanced infrastructure and smart technologies. Smart grids and energy storage systems are essential components of a sustainable energy system. Smart grids. Smart grids use digital technology to monitor and manage electricity flow, ensuring efficient distribution and minimizing waste. They can integrate various renewable energy sources, balance supply and demand, and quickly respond to disruptions. Energy storage. Energy storage technologies, such as batteries and pumped hydro storage, are crucial for balancing intermittent renewable energy sources. These systems store excess energy generated during peak production times and release it when demand is high or production is low. Innovations in sustainable living. Sustainable architecture and urban planning. Sustainable architecture and urban planning are vital for creating livable, eco-friendly communities. These fields focus on designing buildings and cities that minimize environmental impact and promote well-being. Key concepts include green buildings. Sustainable buildings use energy-efficient materials and technologies to reduce energy consumption and carbon emissions. Features such as passive solar design, green roofs, and high-efficiency HVAC systems contribute to energy savings and environmental protection. Eco-cities. Eco-cities are designed to integrate nature with urban living, promoting sustainability and quality of life. These cities prioritize green spaces, public transportation, and resource-efficient infrastructure. Concepts like mixed-use development and walkability reduce reliance on cars and encourage community interaction. Circular economy. The circular economy is a key aspect of sustainability in an RB, emphasizing the continuous reuse and recycling of materials. This approach reduces waste, conserves resources, and promotes economic efficiency. Key strategies include product design. Designing products for durability, repairability, and recyclability ensures that materials can be reused and repurposed. This reduces the need for new raw materials and minimizes waste. Waste management. Efficient waste management systems, including recycling programs and composting, ensure that materials are processed and reused rather than discarded. Technologies such as waste-to-energy and biorefining convert waste into valuable resources. Sustainable transportation. Sustainable transportation systems are essential for reducing carbon emissions and promoting environmental health. Innovations in this area include electric vehicles, EVs. EVs produce zero tailpipe emissions and can be powered by renewable energy. Advances in battery technology have increased their range and affordability, making them a viable alternative to gasoline-powered cars. Public transit. Efficient and accessible public transportation systems reduce the need for individual car use, lowering traffic congestion and emissions. Innovations such as electric buses and light rail systems contribute to sustainable urban mobility. Active transportation. Promoting walking and cycling through dedicated infrastructure, such as bike lanes and pedestrian pathways, encourages active transportation and reduces reliance on motorized vehicles. Case studies of successful implementations. Masdar City, UAE. Masdar City in Abu Dhabi is a pioneering example of a sustainable urban development. Designed to be one of the world's most sustainable cities, Mostar integrates advanced technologies and sustainable practices, renewable energy. Mostar City relies on solar power and other renewable energy sources to meet its energy needs. A 10-megawatt solar photovoltaic plant and rooftop solar panels provide clean electricity. Sustainable architecture. Buildings in Mostar City are designed to maximize energy efficiency with features such as passive cooling, shading, and high-performance insulation. Transportation. The city promotes sustainable transportation through electric and autonomous vehicles, as well as pedestrian-friendly infrastructure. Vauban, Germany. Vauban, a district in Freiburg, Germany, is a model of sustainable urban living. Developed with a focus on environmental and social sustainability, Vauban showcases several key features. Car-free living. Vauban is designed to minimize car use, with extensive pedestrian and cycling paths, as well as efficient public transportation options. Energy efficiency. The district features energy-efficient buildings, many of which are passive houses that require minimal energy for heating and cooling. Community engagement. Residents of Vauban are actively involved in decision-making processes, fostering a strong sense of community and shared responsibility for sustainability. The Venus Project, Florida, USA. The Venus Project itself serves as a living example of sustainable design and technology integration. Located in Venus, Florida, the project's research center demonstrates several innovative concepts. Circular city design. The proposed city designs feature a circular layout to maximize efficiency and accessibility, with centralized hubs for essential services and green spaces. Automated systems. The Venus Project envisions the use of automated systems for resource management, transportation, and production, ensuring optimal efficiency and minimal waste. Sustainable practices. The project emphasizes the use of renewable energy, efficient resource use, and sustainable agricultural practices to create a self-sufficient community. Challenges and future directions. Overcoming technological barriers. While technology offers immense potential for sustainability, several barriers must be overcome. Affordability. The initial cost of advanced technologies can be prohibitive. Making these technologies affordable and accessible to all is crucial for widespread adoption. Infrastructure. Developing the necessary infrastructure to support new technologies, such as smart grids and electric vehicle charging stations, requires significant investment and planning. Integration. Ensuring that various technologies work seamlessly together is essential for maximizing efficiency and effectiveness. Addressing social and ethical concerns. The transition to a technologically driven, sustainable society raises several social and ethical concerns. Job displacement. Automation and advanced technologies may lead to job displacement in certain sectors. Developing strategies for workforce retraining and new employment opportunities is essential. Privacy and security. The widespread use of digital technologies raises concerns about privacy and data security. Ensuring robust protections and ethical standards is vital. Equity and access. Ensuring that all individuals have access to sustainable technologies and resources is crucial for creating an equitable society. Promoting global collaboration. Achieving sustainability on a global scale requires international cooperation and collaboration. Policy alignment. Harmonizing policies and regulations across countries can facilitate the adoption of sustainable practices and technologies. Resource sharing. Sharing technological advancements, knowledge, and resources can help address global challenges and promote collective progress. Joint initiatives. Collaborative projects and initiatives, such as international research programs and sustainability partnerships, can drive innovation and implementation. Conclusion. Sustainability and technology are intrinsically linked in the vision of a resource-based economy. By harnessing technological innovations and integrating them with sustainable practices, we can create a society that prioritizes environmental health, social well-being, and economic efficiency. While challenges remain, the potential benefits of a technologically driven, sustainable future are immense. Through continued innovation, collaboration, and commitment, we can build a world where humanity thrives in harmony with the environment. In the following chapters, We will explore the transition from theory to practice, examining the steps needed to build awareness, overcome obstacles, and implement the principles of a resource-based economy in various sectors. By understanding and embracing the role of technology in sustainability, we can work towards a future where resources are managed responsibly and everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Chapter 7. Building Awareness and Understanding. Strategies for Spreading the Message. The transition to a resource-based economy, RB, requires widespread public awareness and understanding of its principles and benefits. Building this awareness involves strategic communication, education, and engagement efforts aimed at various audiences, from policymakers and academics to the general public. In this chapter, we explore effective strategies for spreading the message of a sustainable and equitable future. Effective communication. Clear, compelling communication is essential for raising awareness about an RB. Key strategies include simplifying complex concepts. Breaking down complex ideas into easily understandable language helps make the concepts accessible to a broader audience. Use of analogies, metaphors, and visual aids can aid comprehension. Storytelling. Sharing personal stories and testimonials about how an RB could impact individual lives can make the concept more relatable and inspiring. Highlighting real-world examples and successes in sustainable practices can demonstrate feasibility. Multimedia content. Utilizing various media formats, including videos, infographics, podcasts, and social media, can reach diverse audiences and keep the message engaging. Platforms like YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok can be particularly effective for reaching younger generations. Educational resources and outreach programs. Education plays a crucial role in building awareness and fostering a deep understanding of an RB. Developing comprehensive educational resources and outreach programs can help achieve this goal. Schools and universities. Integrating RB concepts into educational curricula at all levels can nurture a generation of informed and engaged citizens. Curriculum development. Partnering with educators to develop modules and courses on sustainability, technology, and resource-based economics. These can be incorporated into subjects like science, social studies, and economics. Workshops and seminars. Hosting workshops, seminars, and guest lectures in schools and universities to provide students with hands-on learning experiences and direct interactions with experts. Research initiatives. Encouraging academic research on RB-related topics and offering scholarships and grants for projects that explore sustainable solutions and innovative technologies. Community programs. Engaging local communities through targeted programs can build grassroots support for an RB. Community centers and libraries. Organizing talks, discussion groups, and exhibitions in community centers and libraries to educate the public about RB principles. Local media. Leveraging local newspapers, radio stations, and TV channels to spread the message. Regular columns, interviews, and feature stories can help reach a broader audience. Grassroots activism. Supporting local activists and community leaders in organizing events, rallies, and campaigns that advocate for sustainable practices and highlight the benefits of an RB. Success stories and testimonials. Sharing success stories and testimonials from individuals, communities, and organizations that have implemented RB principles can inspire others and demonstrate the viability of these concepts. Case studies. Documenting and sharing detailed case studies of successful sustainable projects and practices. Highlighting the challenges faced and how they were overcome can provide valuable insights and lessons. Personal testimonials. Collecting and sharing personal testimonials from people who have benefited from sustainable practices or who believe in the vision of an RB. These stories can create emotional connections and motivate others to learn more and get involved. Media coverage. Securing media coverage of successful initiatives and projects. Positive news stories, documentaries, and feature articles can help reach a wide audience and build credibility. Utilizing digital platforms. In today's digital age, online platforms offer powerful tools for building awareness and engaging with a global audience. Social media. Social media platforms are ideal for reaching a large and diverse audience quickly and effectively. Campaigns and challenges. Launching social media campaigns and challenges to encourage people to learn about and share RB concepts. Hashtags, viral videos, and interactive content can increase visibility and engagement. Influencers and advocates. Partnering with social media influencers and advocates who align with the values of an RB. Their reach and credibility can help amplify the message. Community building. Creating online communities and groups where people can discuss, share resources, and collaborate on initiatives related to sustainability and RB. Platforms like Facebook, Reddit, and Discord can facilitate these interactions. Websites and blogs. Dedicated websites and blogs can serve as comprehensive resources for information and engagement, informative content, publishing articles, white papers, and FAQs that explain RB principles, benefits, and implementation strategies. This content can help educate and inform readers. Interactive tools. Developing interactive tools, such as calculators for carbon footprints or resource use, can engage users and provide personalized insights into how they can contribute to sustainability. News and updates. Regularly updating websites and blogs with news, success stories, and upcoming events to keep the audience informed and engaged. Online courses and webinars. Online courses and webinars provide structured learning opportunities and direct interaction with experts. Course platforms. Offering courses on platforms like Coursera, Udemy, and Khan Academy to reach a wide audience. These courses can cover various aspects of RB, from theoretical foundations to practical implementation. Live webinars. Hosting live webinars with experts and practitioners to discuss specific topics, answer questions, and engage with participants in real time. Recorded sessions can be made available for later viewing. Partnerships and collaborations. Building alliances with organizations, institutions, and movements that share similar values can enhance outreach efforts and create synergies. Environmental organizations. Partnering with environmental organizations can help promote the sustainability aspect of an RB. Joint campaigns. Collaborating on campaigns that highlight the environmental benefits of an RB and advocate for policies that support sustainable practices. Resource sharing. Sharing resources, research, and expertise to strengthen each organization's efforts and amplify the overall impact. Educational institutions. Working with educational institutions can expand the reach and impact of educational initiatives. Curriculum integration. Collaborating on the development of curricula and educational materials that incorporate RB principles. Research projects. Supporting joint research projects that explore innovative solutions and provide empirical evidence for the benefits of an RB. Government and policymakers. Engaging with government bodies and policymakers is crucial for advocating systemic change. Policy advocacy. Advocating for policies and regulations that support sustainable practices, technological innovation, and equitable resource distribution. Public-private partnerships. Forming partnerships with government agencies and private sector entities to pilot RB projects and demonstrate their feasibility and benefits. Conclusion. Building awareness and understanding of a resource-based economy is a critical step toward realizing this transformative vision for the future. Through effective communication, comprehensive education, engaging digital platforms, and strategic partnerships, we can spread the message of sustainability and equity. By inspiring and informing people at all levels of society, we can create a groundswell of support for systemic change and move closer to a world where resources are managed responsibly and everyone has the opportunity to thrive. In the following chapters, we will delve into the practical steps for transitioning from theory to practice, exploring how to overcome obstacles and implement the principles of an RB in various sectors. By continuing to build awareness and understanding, we can lay the foundation for a sustainable and equitable future. Chapter 8. From Theory to Practice. Steps for transitioning to a resource-based economy. The transition from our current socio-economic system to a resource-based economy, RB, is a complex and multifaceted process. This chapter outlines practical steps and strategies for implementing the principles of an RB, addressing the challenges, and paving the way for a sustainable and equitable future. Building a knowledge base. Before any practical implementation, it is essential to build a comprehensive knowledge base. This involves research, education, and the development of frameworks that guide the transition process. 1. Research and development. Conducting extensive research on sustainable technologies, resource management practices, and economic models. Developing prototypes and pilot projects to test and refine RB concepts in real-world settings. 2. Educational programs. Integrating RB principles into educational curricula at all levels, from primary schools to universities. Offering specialized courses, workshops, and seminars to train individuals in sustainable practices and resource management. 3. Policy frameworks. Developing policy frameworks that support the transition to an RB. These frameworks should address resource allocation, technological innovation, and social equity. Collaborating with governments, NGOs, and international organizations to create policies that promote sustainability and resource efficiency. Pilot projects and experimental communities. Pilot projects and experimental communities play a crucial role in demonstrating the feasibility and benefits of an RB. These initiatives provide valuable insights and serve as models for broader implementation. 1. Establishing experimental communities. Creating communities designed and operated based on RB principles. These communities serve as living laboratories for sustainable practices and technologies. Ensuring diverse representation within these communities to address various social, economic, and cultural factors. 2. Monitoring and evaluation. Implementing robust monitoring and evaluation systems to track the progress and impact of pilot projects. Using data and feedback to continuously improve practices and address challenges. 3. Scaling successful models. Identifying successful pilot projects and developing strategies for scaling them up to larger communities, cities, and regions. Sharing best practices and lessons learned with other communities and stakeholders. Technological integration. Technology is a cornerstone of an RB, providing the tools and systems necessary for sustainable resource management and equitable distribution. 1. Developing sustainable technologies. Investing in the research and development of technologies that promote sustainability, such as renewable energy systems, automated resource management, and sustainable agriculture. Collaborating with tech companies, research institutions, and innovators to accelerate the development and deployment of these technologies. 2. Implementing smart systems. Integrating smart systems and IoT, Internet of Things, technologies to optimize resource use, monitor environmental conditions, and enhance efficiency. Utilizing data analytics and AI to make informed decisions about resource allocation and management. 3. Ensuring accessibility. Ensuring that sustainable technologies are accessible and affordable to all, regardless of socioeconomic status. Addressing digital divide issues by providing training and resources to communities that may lack access to advanced technologies. Social and cultural transformation. The transition to an RB requires not only technological and economic changes, but also significant social and cultural shifts. 1. Promoting social equity. Implementing policies and practices that promote social equity and ensure that all individuals have access to basic necessities and opportunities. Addressing systemic inequalities and barriers that prevent marginalized communities from benefiting from RB principles. 2. Fostering a culture of sustainability. Promoting a culture of sustainability through education, awareness campaigns, and community engagement. Encouraging behaviors and practices that prioritize environmental stewardship, resource efficiency, and social responsibility. 3. Building community resilience. Strengthening community resilience by developing local networks, resources, and support systems. Encouraging collaboration and cooperation within and between communities to address common challenges and build collective capacity. Overcoming obstacles and resistance. The transition to an RB will inevitably encounter obstacles and resistance. Addressing these challenges proactively is crucial for successful implementation. 1. Addressing economic interests. Engaging with businesses and industries that may be resistant to change, demonstrating the long-term benefits and opportunities of an RB. providing incentives and support for businesses to adopt sustainable practices and transition to new economic models. 2. Managing political resistance. Building alliances with policymakers and political leaders who support sustainability and equity. Engaging in advocacy and lobbying efforts to promote RB-friendly policies and regulations. 3. Changing public perceptions. Addressing misconceptions and skepticism about RB principles through transparent communication and education. Highlighting the practical benefits and successes of RB initiatives to build public support and trust. Global collaboration and implementation. Achieving a global transition to an RB requires international cooperation and collaboration. 1. Forming international alliances. Building alliances with countries, international organizations, and NGOs that share a commitment to sustainability and equity. Collaborating on global initiatives and projects that promote RB principles. 2. Sharing knowledge and resources. Facilitating the exchange of knowledge, technologies, and best practices between countries and communities. Providing support and resources to developing countries to help them implement RB principles and practices. 3. Addressing global challenges. Working together to address global challenges such as climate change, resource depletion, and social inequality. Developing and implementing global strategies and frameworks that support the transition to an RB. Conclusion. The transition from theory to practice in implementing a resource-based economy is a multifaceted process that requires coordinated efforts across various sectors and levels of society. By building a robust knowledge base, launching pilot projects, integrating advanced technologies, fostering social and cultural transformation, overcoming obstacles, and promoting global collaboration, we can make significant strides toward a sustainable and equitable future. In the following chapters, we will delve deeper into specific aspects of implementing RB principles in various sectors, exploring practical strategies and real-world examples. By continuing to translate theory into practice, we can move closer to realizing the vision of a world where resources are managed responsibly and everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Chapter 9. Global Collaboration and Implementation. The importance of international cooperation. Achieving a global transition to a resource-based economy, RB, requires extensive international cooperation. The challenges we face, such as climate change, resource depletion, and social inequality, are inherently global and can only be effectively addressed through coordinated efforts. This chapter explores the strategies for fostering global collaboration and implementing RB principles worldwide. Recognizing interconnectedness. The first step in global collaboration is recognizing the interconnected nature of modern challenges. Environmental, economic, and social issues do not respect national borders, making international cooperation essential. By working together, nations can pool resources, share knowledge, and develop comprehensive strategies to address global problems. Establishing common goals. Creating a shared vision and common goals is crucial for effective collaboration. These goals should be aligned with the principles of an RB, emphasizing sustainability, equity, and technological innovation. International agreements and frameworks, such as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, can provide a foundation for these common objectives. Forming international alliances. Multinational organizations. Multinational organizations play a vital role in facilitating global collaboration. Organizations such as the United Nations, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund can provide platforms for dialogue, coordination, and resource mobilization. These institutions can help align national policies with global objectives and support the implementation of RB principles. Regional cooperation. Regional alliances, such as the European Union, ASEAN, and the African Union, can foster collaboration among neighboring countries. These alliances can develop regional strategies for resource management, economic integration, and technological development, creating models that can be scaled up to the global level. Non-governmental organizations, NGOs. NGOs and civil society organizations are crucial partners in promoting RB principles and facilitating global collaboration. These organizations can advocate for sustainable policies, mobilize public support, and implement grassroots projects that demonstrate the viability of an RB. Sharing knowledge and resources. Knowledge exchange. Sharing knowledge and best practices is essential for the global implementation of RB principles. Countries and organizations can learn from each other's experiences, avoiding pitfalls and replicating successful initiatives. This knowledge exchange can be facilitated through international conferences, workshops, and online platforms. Technological transfer. Technological innovation is a cornerstone of an RB. However, access to advanced technologies can be unevenly distributed. Facilitating the transfer of technology from developed to developing countries can help bridge this gap. Mechanisms such as technology transfer agreements, capacity building programs, and international research collaborations can support this process. Financial support. Implementing RB principles requires significant investment, particularly in developing countries. International financial institutions, donor countries, and private investors can provide the necessary funding through grants, loans, and investment partnerships. Innovative financing mechanisms, such as green bonds and impact investing, can also play a role in mobilizing resources. Developing global frameworks. International agreements. Global frameworks and agreements are essential for aligning national policies with RB principles. Agreements such as the Paris Agreement on Climate Change and the Convention on Biological Diversity provide a basis for coordinated action. Strengthening and expanding these frameworks can ensure a comprehensive approach to global challenges. Policy harmonization. Harmonizing policies and regulations across countries can facilitate the transition to an RB. This includes aligning standards for environmental protection, labor rights, and resource management. Policy harmonization can reduce barriers to international cooperation and create a level playing field for sustainable development. Monitoring and accountability. Effective implementation of global frameworks requires robust monitoring and accountability mechanisms. International organizations can develop indicators and reporting systems to track progress towards RB goals. Transparency and accountability can ensure that commitments are met and resources are used effectively. Addressing global challenges together. Climate change. Climate change is one of the most pressing global challenges and a central focus of RB principles. International collaboration is essential for mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, adapting to climate impacts, and transitioning to renewable energy sources. Joint research and development efforts, shared climate financing, and coordinated policy actions are crucial for addressing this challenge. Resource management. Effective global resource management is critical for an RB. This involves sustainable management of natural resources, reducing waste, and promoting circular economy practices. International agreements on resource conservation, fisheries management, and deforestation can support these efforts. Social inequality. Addressing social inequality requires a global approach that includes equitable distribution of resources, access to education and healthcare, and protection of human rights. International cooperation can promote social justice through development aid, capacity-building programs, and global advocacy for human rights. Promoting global awareness and support. Global campaigns. Raising global awareness about RB principles and the need for systemic change is essential. International campaigns can educate the public, mobilize support, and create a sense of global solidarity. Leveraging social media, traditional media, and influential voices can amplify these campaigns. Education and outreach. Educational programs and outreach initiatives can build global understanding and support for RB principles. This includes integrating sustainability and equity into educational curricula, organizing international exchange programs, and developing online resources that are accessible to people worldwide. Engaging youth and future leaders. Youth engagement is critical for the long-term success of an RB. Young people are often at the forefront of social change and innovation. International youth networks, leadership programs, and platforms for youth participation can empower the next generation to champion RB principles. Conclusion. Global collaboration and implementation are essential for transitioning to a resource-based economy. By recognizing our interconnectedness, forming international alliances, sharing knowledge and resources, developing global frameworks, and addressing global challenges together, we can build a sustainable and equitable future. Promoting global awareness and support, engaging youth, and fostering a sense of global solidarity are critical components of this journey. In the following chapters, we will explore specific examples and case studies of global collaboration in action, highlighting successful initiatives and lessons learned. By understanding and building on these experiences, we can continue to advance the vision of a resource-based economy and create a better world for all. Chapter 10. A Day in the Life of a Resource-Based Community. Introduction. Imagine a world where resources are managed sustainably, technology enhances daily life, and communities thrive in harmony with nature. This chapter paints a vivid picture of what life might look like in a resource-based economy, RB, providing a detailed account of a typical day in a resource-based community. By exploring various aspects of daily living, we can better understand how the principles of an RB translate into practical, tangible experiences. Morning, sustainable living and community engagement. Eco-friendly homes. In a resource-based community, homes are designed with sustainability and efficiency in mind. These eco-friendly dwellings incorporate advanced building materials and technologies to minimize energy consumption and environmental impact. Passive solar design. Houses are oriented to maximize natural light and heat from the sun, reducing the need for artificial lighting and heating. Green roofs and walls. Vegetated roofs and walls provide insulation, reduce urban heat island effects, and enhance biodiversity. Rainwater harvesting. Systems collect and store rainwater for household use, reducing reliance on municipal water supplies. Energy-efficient morning routine. Residents start their day with energy-efficient practices that align with the community's commitment to sustainability. Smart appliances. Energy-efficient appliances, such as induction cooktops and smart refrigerators, are standard in every home. These devices are connected to a smart grid that optimizes energy use based on demand and availability. Renewable energy. Homes are powered by renewable energy sources, such as solar panels and wind turbines. Excess energy generated during the day is stored in home batteries or fed back into the community grid. Community spaces and social interaction. Community spaces play a vital role in fostering social interaction and cooperation. Morning activities often involve engaging with neighbors and participating in community events. Community gardens. Residents gather in community gardens to tend to fruits, vegetables, and herbs. These gardens provide fresh, organic produce and serve as social hubs where people can connect and collaborate. Public parks. Green spaces and parks are designed to promote outdoor activities and social engagement. Morning yoga sessions, group walks, and fitness classes are common sights. Midday. Work, education, and innovation. Collaborative workspaces. In a resource-based community, the concept of work is transformed. Traditional office environments are replaced by collaborative workspaces that emphasize creativity, innovation, and flexibility. Shared workspaces. Co-working spaces equipped with advanced technologies and collaborative tools facilitate teamwork and innovation. Residents from various professions work together on projects that benefit the community and the broader society. Remote work. With advanced communication technologies, remote work is common. People can work from home or any location within the community, reducing the need for commuting and promoting work-life balance. Education and lifelong learning. Education in a resource-based community is continuous, adaptive, and accessible to all. The focus is on holistic development, critical thinking, and practical skills. Integrated learning centers. Education centers provide a wide range of programs for all age groups, from early childhood education to adult learning. These centers emphasize hands-on learning, project-based education, and interdisciplinary studies. Online platforms. Virtual learning platforms offer courses and resources on diverse topics, allowing residents to pursue their interests and expand their knowledge at their own pace. Innovation hubs. Innovation hubs within the community serve as incubators for new ideas and technologies. These centers support research, development, and entrepreneurship. Research facilities. Equipped with state-of-the-art laboratories and equipment, research facilities focus on sustainable technologies, renewable energy, and resource management. Startup incubators. Entrepreneurs and innovators receive support to develop and scale their ideas. Mentorship programs, funding opportunities, and collaborative projects drive innovation and economic growth. Afternoon. Sustainable practices and community services. Resource management. Effective resource management is a cornerstone of a resource-based community. Advanced systems and practices ensure that resources are used efficiently and sustainably. Automated systems. Automated systems monitor and manage resource use, including energy, water, and waste. These systems optimize consumption, detect inefficiencies, and provide real-time feedback to residents. Recycling and composting. Comprehensive recycling and composting programs minimize waste and promote circular economy principles. Organic waste is composted to enrich community gardens, while recyclable materials are processed and reused. Healthcare and wellness. Healthcare in a resource-based community is proactive, accessible, and holistic. The focus is on preventive care, well-being, and community health. Health and wellness centers. These centers offer a range of services, including primary care, mental health support, and wellness programs. Residents have access to regular health checkups, fitness classes, and nutrition workshops. Telemedicine. Telemedicine services provide remote consultations and follow-ups, ensuring that healthcare is accessible to all residents, regardless of location. Community services. Community services are designed to support residents' needs and enhance quality of life. Public transportation. Sustainable transportation options, such as electric buses, trams, and bike-sharing programs, ensure efficient and eco-friendly mobility. Public transportation is free or low-cost, encouraging widespread use. Community kitchens. Shared kitchens provide nutritious meals made from locally sourced ingredients. These kitchens serve as social spaces where residents can cook, eat, and share experiences. Evening. Leisure, culture, and reflection. Cultural activities. Cultural activities and events play a vital role in enriching community life. Residents have ample opportunities to engage in artistic and cultural pursuits. Arts and performance spaces. The community boasts dedicated spaces for visual and performing arts, including galleries, theaters, and studios. Residents can participate in art classes, theater productions, and music performances. Festivals and celebrations. Regular festivals and celebrations reflect the community's diverse cultural heritage and foster a sense of unity and joy. Leisure and recreation. Leisure and recreational activities provide balance and relaxation, contributing to overall well-being. Sports facilities. Sports facilities, such as swimming pools, gyms, and sports fields, are accessible to all residents. Organized sports leagues and fitness classes encourage active lifestyles. Nature trails. Walking and biking trails meander through natural landscapes, providing residents with opportunities to connect with nature and unwind. Reflection and community meetings. Evening time often includes moments for reflection and community engagement. Community meetings. Regular community meetings allow residents to discuss important issues, share ideas, and make collective decisions. These meetings foster transparency, inclusivity, and democratic participation. Personal reflection. Spaces for meditation, yoga, and quiet reflection are available for residents to unwind and contemplate. These practices support mental health and personal growth. Conclusion. A day in the life of a resource-based community exemplifies the harmonious integration of sustainability, technology, and social well-being. From eco-friendly homes and collaborative workspaces to comprehensive healthcare and vibrant cultural activities, every aspect of daily life reflects the principles of a resource-based economy. By envisioning and striving towards such communities, we can create a future where resources are managed responsibly and everyone has the opportunity to thrive. In the following chapters, we will delve deeper into specific sectors and strategies for implementing RB principles, exploring practical approaches and real-world examples. By understanding the day-to-day experiences of a resource-based community, we can better appreciate the potential and promise of this transformative vision. Chapter 11. The Role of Art and Culture. Introduction. Art and culture are vital components of any society, reflecting its values, aspirations, and identity. In a resource-based economy, RBE, art and culture play an even more significant role, fostering creativity, promoting social cohesion, and enhancing quality of life. This chapter explores how art and culture are integrated into a resource-based society, examining their contributions to personal development, community well-being, and the broader goals of sustainability and equity. Artistic expression in a resource-based economy, encouraging creativity and innovation. In an RB, creativity and innovation are highly valued as essential elements of human potential and societal progress. Art provides a platform for individuals to express their ideas, emotions, and perspectives, contributing to a vibrant and dynamic culture. Art education. Comprehensive art education programs are integrated into the educational system, encouraging students of all ages to explore various forms of artistic expression, including visual arts, music, theater, dance, and digital media. Support for artists. Artists receive support through grants, residencies, and public funding, allowing them to pursue their work without the constraints of financial insecurity. This support fosters a diverse and thriving artistic community. Collaborative spaces. Shared studios, workshops, and maker spaces provide environments where artists can collaborate, experiment, and innovate. These spaces promote interdisciplinary projects and the exchange of ideas. Art as a tool for social change. Art has the power to challenge norms, provoke thought, and inspire action. In a resource-based society, art is used as a tool for social change, addressing critical issues and promoting the values of sustainability, equity, and community. Public art. Public art installations and murals are common in resource-based communities, beautifying public spaces and conveying messages of social and environmental justice. Thematic exhibitions. Art galleries and museums host exhibitions that explore themes such as climate change, resource management, and social equity. These exhibitions educate and engage the public, fostering a deeper understanding of global challenges. Performative activism. Performance art, including theater, dance, and music, is used to raise awareness about important issues and mobilize communities for collective action. Artists collaborate with activists and organizations to create impactful performances. Cultural preservation and innovation. Celebrating cultural diversity. A resource-based society values and celebrates cultural diversity, recognizing it as a source of strength and enrichment. Efforts are made to preserve cultural heritage while encouraging cross-cultural exchange and innovation. Cultural festivals. Regular cultural festivals showcase the traditions, music, dance, food, and crafts of various communities. These festivals foster mutual respect and understanding among different cultural groups. Heritage sites and museums. Historical sites and museums play a crucial role in preserving cultural heritage. They offer educational programs and interactive exhibits that connect people with their history and traditions. Cross-cultural programs. Exchange programs, collaborative projects, and multicultural events promote cross-cultural dialogue and innovation. These initiatives encourage the blending of traditional and contemporary art forms, creating new expressions of cultural identity. Innovation in art and culture. In a resource-based society, art and culture are not static. They evolve and innovate, reflecting contemporary issues and technological advancements. Digital art. The integration of digital technologies into art practices has opened new avenues for creativity. Digital art forms, including virtual reality, augmented reality, and interactive installations, engage audiences in immersive experiences. Eco-art. Artists are increasingly focusing on environmental themes, creating works that highlight the beauty of nature and the importance of sustainability. Eco-art projects often involve community participation and use recycled or sustainable materials. Fusion genres. Artists experiment with fusion genres, blending different cultural traditions and art forms to create innovative works. This fusion fosters cultural exchange and the development of unique artistic expressions. Media and communication. Role of media in art and culture. Media plays a crucial role in disseminating art and culture, reaching a broad audience and influencing public perceptions. Broadcast media, television, radio, and online streaming platforms broadcast cultural programs, including documentaries, performances, and interviews with artists. These programs make art and culture accessible to a wide audience. Social media. Social media platforms enable artists to share their work, connect with audiences, and engage in cultural dialogue. These platforms democratize the distribution of art, allowing emerging artists to gain visibility. Interactive media. Interactive media, such as video games and virtual reality experiences, provide new ways for audiences to engage with art and culture. These mediums offer immersive and participatory experiences that enhance cultural understanding. Promoting cultural literacy. Cultural literacy, the ability to understand and appreciate cultural expressions and traditions, is essential for fostering a cohesive and inclusive society. Cultural education. Schools and educational institutions emphasize cultural education, teaching students about different cultures, art forms, and historical contexts. This education promotes empathy and cultural awareness. Community workshops. Community centers offer workshops and classes in various art forms, encouraging residents to explore their creative potential and learn about different cultural practices. Public campaigns. Public campaigns and initiatives raise awareness about the importance of cultural literacy and encourage active participation in cultural activities. These campaigns highlight the benefits of cultural diversity and artistic engagement. The impact of art and culture on well-being. Personal development. Engaging with art and culture has profound effects on personal development, enhancing emotional well-being, cognitive abilities, and social skills. Emotional expression. Art provides an outlet for emotional expression, helping individuals process their feelings and experiences. Participating in creative activities can reduce stress and improve mental health. Cognitive stimulation. Artistic activities stimulate cognitive functions, including problem-solving, critical thinking, and spatial awareness. Engaging with art can enhance creativity and intellectual development. Social connection. Cultural activities foster social connections and community bonds. Participating in group activities, such as choirs, theater productions, or art classes, helps build relationships and a sense of belonging. Community cohesion. Art and culture play a crucial role in building cohesive communities, fostering shared values, and promoting social harmony. Shared experiences. Cultural events and activities create shared experiences that bring people together, fostering a sense of community and collective identity. Inclusive spaces. Art and cultural institutions serve as inclusive spaces where people from diverse backgrounds can come together, interact, and collaborate. These spaces promote social integration and mutual respect. Conflict resolution. Art can be a powerful tool for conflict resolution and healing. Artistic projects that address social issues and bring different groups together can facilitate dialogue and reconciliation. Conclusion. In a resource-based economy, art and culture are integral to personal and community well-being. They provide a means for creative expression, social connection, and cultural preservation, while also driving innovation and social change. By fostering a vibrant cultural landscape, resource-based communities can enhance quality of life, promote sustainability, and build a more equitable and cohesive society. In the following chapters, we will continue to explore the implementation of RB principles across various sectors, examining practical strategies and real-world examples. By understanding the role of art and culture, we gain deeper insight into how these elements contribute to a holistic and thriving resource-based society. Chapter 12. Ethics and Values in a New Society. Introduction. The transition to a resource-based economy, RB, requires not only structural and technological changes, but also a profound shift in the ethical and value systems that underpin society. This chapter explores the ethical foundations and values essential for a new society based on sustainability, equity, and collective well-being. By examining these principles, we can better understand how they guide behavior, decision-making, and the overall functioning of a resource-based community. Developing a new moral and ethical framework. The core ethical principles. 1. Sustainability. The principle of sustainability is central to an RB, emphasizing the need to manage resources responsibly to ensure their availability for future generations. This ethical commitment extends to all aspects of life, from consumption habits to environmental stewardship, to equity and justice. An RB prioritizes social equity and justice, striving to eliminate disparities and ensure that all individuals have access to basic necessities, opportunities, and rights. This principle is reflected in policies and practices that promote inclusivity and fairness. 3. Collective well-being. The well-being of the community is placed above individual profit and competition. This principle encourages cooperation, mutual support, and a focus on the common good. 4. Respect for nature. An ethical framework in an RB includes a deep respect for nature and all living beings. This respect manifests in practices that protect ecosystems, conserve biodiversity, and minimize human impact on the environment. 5. Transparency and accountability. Transparency in decision-making processes and accountability for actions are critical components of an ethical society. These values ensure that individuals and institutions act with integrity and are held responsible for their impact on the community and the environment. Ethical decision-making. Ethical decision-making in an RB involves considering the broader impact of actions on society and the environment. This process requires critical thinking, evaluating the long-term consequences of decisions, and weighing the benefits and drawbacks for all stakeholders. Inclusive participation. Engaging diverse voices in decision-making processes to ensure that multiple perspectives are considered and that outcomes are equitable. Scientific rationality. Basing decisions on empirical evidence and rational analysis, rather than on subjective or short-term interests. Human rights and social justice. Ensuring basic rights and needs. In a resource-based society, the fulfillment of basic human rights and needs is a fundamental ethical commitment. This includes right to life and health, access to nutritious food, clean water, healthcare, and safe living conditions is guaranteed for all individuals. Right to education. Education is a universal right, providing individuals with the knowledge and skills necessary to contribute to society and pursue their aspirations. Right to shelter. Adequate housing is available to everyone, ensuring safety, comfort, and dignity. Promoting social justice. Social justice is achieved by addressing systemic inequalities and creating conditions that enable all individuals to thrive. Economic equity. Resources and opportunities are distributed equitably, reducing economic disparities and ensuring that everyone can meet their basic needs and pursue their goals. Gender equality. Gender equality is actively promoted, with policies and practices that support equal rights, opportunities, and representation for all genders. Racial and cultural equity. Efforts are made to eliminate racial and cultural discrimination, fostering a society that celebrates diversity and promotes inclusion. Building a culture of peace and cooperation. Fostering cooperative values. Cooperation is a cornerstone of a resource-based society, replacing the competitive dynamics of a market-driven economy with collaborative approaches. Community engagement. Active participation in community activities and decision-making processes is encouraged, fostering a sense of belonging and shared responsibility. Mutual aid. Systems of mutual aid and support ensure that individuals and communities can rely on one another in times of need, strengthening social bonds and resilience. Conflict resolution. Peaceful conflict resolution is essential for maintaining harmony and cooperation within a resource-based society. Dialogue and mediation. Open dialogue and mediation are used to address conflicts and disagreements, emphasizing understanding, empathy, and compromise. Restorative justice. Restorative justice practices focus on repairing harm and restoring relationships, rather than on punishment and retribution. Personal and collective values. Personal development. In a resource-based society, personal development is highly valued, with a focus on holistic growth and self-actualization. Lifelong learning. Continuous learning and personal growth are encouraged, with access to education and skill-building opportunities throughout life. Well-being and balance. Individuals are supported in achieving a balance between work, leisure, and personal development, contributing to overall well-being. Collective responsibility. A sense of collective responsibility is cultivated, emphasizing the interconnectedness of individuals and the broader community. Environmental stewardship. Everyone has a role in protecting and preserving the environment, adopting sustainable practices and supporting conservation efforts. Social contribution. Individuals are encouraged to contribute to the well-being of their community, whether through volunteer work, civic engagement, or collaborative projects. Ethical leadership and governance. Transparent and accountable governance. Governance structures in a resource-based society are designed to be transparent, accountable, and participatory. Inclusive decision-making. Governance processes involve input from diverse stakeholders, ensuring that decisions reflect the needs and values of the entire community. Accountability mechanisms. Systems of accountability hold leaders and institutions responsible for their actions, promoting ethical behavior and trust. Ethical leadership. Leaders in a resource-based society embody ethical values and serve as role models for the community. Integrity and honesty. Ethical leaders act with integrity and honesty, prioritizing the common good over personal gain. Empathy and compassion. Leadership is characterized by empathy and compassion, with a focus on understanding and addressing the needs and concerns of all community members. Conclusion. Ethics and values are the foundation of a new society based on the principles of a resource-based economy. By embracing sustainability, equity, collective well-being, and respect for nature, we can create a society that prioritizes the common good and fosters a culture of peace and cooperation. Personal and collective values, supported by ethical leadership and transparent governance, ensure that individuals and communities thrive in harmony with each other and the environment. In the following chapters, we will explore the practical aspects of implementing these ethical principles and values across various sectors, examining how they guide behavior, decision-making, and the overall functioning of a resource-based society. By understanding and embracing these ethical foundations, we can work towards building a just, sustainable, and thriving future for all. Chapter 13. Overcoming Challenges and Criticisms. Introduction. The transition to a resource-based economy, RB, is an ambitious and transformative goal that faces several significant challenges and criticisms. Understanding these challenges and addressing criticisms constructively is crucial for moving forward. This chapter examines the obstacles and critiques associated with implementing an RB and explores strategies for overcoming them. Addressing common criticisms and misconceptions. Criticism 1. Utopian idealism. Misconception. An RB is often dismissed as a utopian ideal that is unrealistic and impractical. Response. While the vision of an RB may seem idealistic, it is grounded in scientific principles and practical strategies. Historical precedents, such as the development of social safety nets and technological advancements, show that significant systemic changes are possible. Pilot projects and experimental communities can demonstrate the feasibility of RB principles on a smaller scale before broader implementation. Criticism 2. Loss of individual freedom. Misconception. Critics argue that an RB could lead to the loss of individual freedoms and personal autonomy due to centralized control over resources. Response. An RB emphasizes decentralization and community involvement in decision-making processes. The goal is to enhance individual freedoms by ensuring that everyone has access to basic necessities and opportunities for personal growth. Transparency and participatory governance are key components, ensuring that decisions reflect the collective will and protect individual rights. Criticism 3. Technological dependency. Misconception. There is a concern that an RB relies too heavily on technology, which could lead to vulnerabilities and unintended consequences. Response. While technology plays a crucial role in an RB, it is used as a tool to enhance sustainability and efficiency, not as an end in itself. Ethical guidelines and robust safeguards can mitigate potential risks. Additionally, technology should be developed and implemented with a focus on resilience and adaptability, ensuring that it serves human and environmental well-being. Criticism 4. Economic transition challenges. Misconception. Critics highlight the difficulty of transitioning from a market-based economy to an RB, including potential disruptions and resistance from vested interests. Response: transitioning to an RB requires careful planning, incremental steps, and broad-based support. Pilot projects, gradual policy shifts, and public education can help ease the transition. Engaging stakeholders from various sectors and fostering collaboration can also reduce resistance and create a more inclusive process. Overcoming obstacles, technological and infrastructure challenges. Obstacle: developing and deploying the necessary technologies and infrastructure for an RB can be complex and resource-intensive. Strategy: focus on scalable and modular technologies that can be implemented incrementally. Invest in research and development and encourage public-private partnerships to share resources and expertise. Prioritize projects that demonstrate tangible benefits, such as renewable energy installations and sustainable agriculture practices. Economic and financial obstacles. Obstacle: financing the transition to an RB and addressing economic disruptions can be challenging. Strategy: explore innovative financing mechanisms, such as green bonds, social impact investments, and public funding for sustainable projects. Create economic incentives for businesses to adopt sustainable practices and technologies. Implement policies that support job creation in green industries and provide retraining programs for workers affected by the transition. Social and cultural resistance. Obstacle: social and cultural resistance to change can hinder the adoption of RB principles. Strategy: engage in comprehensive public education and outreach to build awareness and understanding of RB benefits. Highlight success stories and pilot projects to showcase practical examples. Foster a culture of sustainability and cooperation through community programs, media campaigns, and educational initiatives. Political and regulatory challenges. Obstacle: political resistance and regulatory barriers can impede progress towards an RB. Strategy: build coalitions with policymakers, advocacy groups, and other stakeholders to promote supportive policies and regulations. Advocate for legislative changes that facilitate sustainable practices and resource management. Utilize grassroots movements and public pressure to influence political decisions and build momentum for systemic change. Lessons learned from past efforts. Historical examples of systemic change. Examining historical examples of significant systemic change can provide valuable insights for transitioning to an RB. The Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution transformed economies and societies through technological advancements and systemic changes. Despite initial resistance and challenges, it ultimately led to widespread economic growth and improved living standards. Social safety nets. The development of social safety nets, such as Social Security and universal health care, demonstrates that comprehensive social reforms are achievable. These programs have significantly improved quality of life and reduced inequality. Environmental movements. Environmental movements have successfully advocated for policies and practices that protect natural resources and promote sustainability. These efforts show the power of collective action and advocacy in driving systemic change. Key takeaways. Incremental steps. Systemic change often occurs incrementally. Small-scale projects and pilot initiatives can pave the way for broader adoption. Collaboration and inclusivity. Engaging diverse stakeholders and fostering collaboration is essential for building support and overcoming resistance. Public engagement. Educating and mobilizing the public is critical for generating momentum and influencing policy decisions. Adaptability. Being adaptable and responsive to feedback and changing conditions is crucial for the success of systemic change efforts. Continuous improvement and adaptation. Monitoring and evaluation. Continuous monitoring and evaluation are essential for assessing progress and identifying areas for improvement. Key steps include setting benchmarks. Establish clear benchmarks and performance indicators to measure progress towards RB goals. Data collection. Implement robust data collection and analysis systems to track resource use, environmental impact, and social outcomes. Feedback mechanisms. Create mechanisms for collecting feedback from stakeholders and communities to inform decision-making and adjustments. Learning and innovation. Fostering a culture of learning and innovation is vital for adapting to new challenges and opportunities. research and development. Invest in ongoing research and development to explore new technologies, practices, and solutions. Innovation hubs. Establish innovation hubs and think tanks to facilitate collaboration and the exchange of ideas. Continuous learning. Encourage continuous learning and professional development through education and training programs. Conclusion. Overcoming challenges and addressing criticisms is essential for the successful implementation of a resource-based economy. By understanding and responding to common concerns, addressing practical obstacles, and learning from past efforts, we can navigate the path towards a sustainable and equitable future. Continuous improvement and adaptation, driven by a commitment to ethical principles and collective well-being, will guide us in building a resilient and thriving resource-based society. In the subsequent chapters, we will delve deeper into specific strategies and practical approaches for implementing RBE principles across various sectors, highlighting real-world examples and success stories. By continuing to address challenges and embrace opportunities, we can move closer to realizing the vision of a resource-based economy.
I'm Chinese.
I am Russian.
I am East African.
I'm Canadian.
I am Filipino.
I am Irish.
I am Bulgarian.
Korean.
I am American.
I am Brazilian.
Italian.
Mexican. I'm British.
Swedish.
French.
I'm Israeli.
Mongolian. I'm South African.
Japanese. We are mankind.
Welcome back. Our contestants reached the final round, where he's faced with 3 difficult choices. Behind curtain number 1, more alcohol than your body could ever survive. Behind curtain number 2, dangerous, mind-altering drugs. And behind curtain number 3, we have your family, your friends, and your self-respect. All right, Luke, what's it gonna be? Come on, Luke. 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 You want another beer?
911. Where's your emergency?
Please, send help.
Tell me what happened?
I think he's dead. Please, he was shot.
Okay, what's going on right now?
I think he needs help. Send help.
And so the king ordered his men into battle, and even though he was no longer acting in their best interest, they followed obediently. But what if they didn't? What if they just refused? What if selfish leaders got no support? What if people had the courage to stand up when something wasn't right? What if the government didn't just serve a lucky few? What if it was designed and run for all the people, no matter what race, color, or creed? What if we didn't put up with anything less? What if?
Please, stand back, sir. We're just dumping a little excess sewage here. I hope those shoes aren't new. Oh, God.
Dave, Mr. Boss, give me a shift this Saturday. You really need time.
Hey, Shane.
Oh, hey, look, that's my sister. Hey, Nicole, isn't your dad supposed to be here? He's coming. He promised. I trust him.
Campaign ad tested extremely well. I can't tell you how.
Sorry, I gotta go.
Showtime, guys. 1 minute.
Okay, now you ready? Now, just like I showed you.
Yeah.
Now push in the clutch, and then gently shift it into first gear.
I remember, okay.
Okay, that was good. Oh, honey, look this way, look this way. Honey, hit the gas a little more. Hit the gas. Oh! Hey, no, honey, put your hands on the wheel. Hey, honey, it's okay. You're doing great. You're driving. And why don't you just pull over right here? That's perfect. Brake.
Thank you, Dad.
Be good. Don't party, okay?
I did the craziest thing today.
Was it something gross?
It was just something I never thought I'd do. Like ever.
Did your parents find out?
Yeah, they were totally shocked. My mom cried. And for the first time in a long time, I just felt good.
What did you do?
Dave, it's your boss. You owe me a shift this Saturday.
Dave, you promised you'd take me on a proper date. David, it's Mom. You owe us a visit.
Hey man, you owe me 50.
Dave, you owe me money.
Hey, Mr. Sims, I just want to remind you, you owe me 13. Mr. Sims, you can't keep on pulling this off, man. I need that money.
Who's first?
Okay, maybe you guys should form a line.
What do you guys want to do?
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I don't know. What do you want to do?
One, two, ready, go. Gonna pull the stops, gonna make it go. Drop down, gagged and bound, just sitting down and getting nowhere. You're living on a wing and a prayer. Gonna put them things together. You know it's now or never. You're building a
What do you guys want to do now?
I wasn't always this good. I had a lot to learn. I had to practice. And practice. And practice. Until one day, my dream came true. Sure, it wasn't easy, but it was worth it.
Look,
Hey, Jen, how you doing today?
Horrible, okay? Just leave me alone! Pay attention! Hey! Pay attention! What's wrong with you? Stubborn kids! Pay attention! Pay attention! Hey! Get! Pay attention!
Now look at this guy. What are you gonna do, kid? Go home. It's hopeless. Yeah.
You're really not that talented.
You're not attractive.
Too fat.
You're too short.
Too old?
Man, you're garbage.
Do you really think you're gonna make it?
Nobody really makes it anyway.
Why don't you just give up?
Give up.
Give up.
Give up.
Just give up.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, girl, Nicole. Good luck on the play tonight. You're welcome. What's up, guys? Now you're gonna make sure that you return those on Monday, right? Thank you. Oh, nice.
We'll talk to you for a second. Go ahead, no. Give me water. Come on, let me get your water. Just get out the way.
Okay, kids, here we are at the slavery exhibit. Now, as you can see, the slaves were kidnapped from their homes, chained together for weeks. They would cram them onto these ships in very appalling conditions.
Thousands of women and children are being smuggled across the
Sexual
border.
trafficking of children. As you can see right here, they were treated like animals. They worked all day long for no pay.
In sweatshops raided by police, children forced into slave labor.
Some of the slave masters were very cruel. They whipped them and they beat them, as you can see in some of these pictures.
Assault, brutal, even fatal.
So, before moving on, are there any questions?
Does this still happen today?
Anybody out there? This isn't right. Why don't you just tell me what I did, please? Can somebody just tell me? God, I should talk to somebody. Let me go.
Next case.
The People versus Martin White. Mr. White has been charged with...
Guilty. Next case.
But Your Honor, you haven't heard the charges yet.
Guilty. Next case. Guilty. 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 Life in prison. Guilty. Next case.
Where would I go if the world had no limits? If I could defy all boundaries? If I could ride the wind? Where would it take me? If all roads were open to me? Where would I go if I could fly? If I were free to move?
She came up and kissed me one day.
It was an impulse. I just grabbed him and I kissed him on the lips and I ran away.
Because I was like 20 years old. It's not like something you talk about marriage all the time.
But I asked for her number. She wouldn't give me her number.
No, I think he liked me first for sure, because...
She's hot. We met in a grocery store.
We were in a class together.
Came up to me one day, says, I got this perfect girl for you.
He was a good dancer, but not too good.
Like he was my soulmate.
She's my queen. Of course, I'm the king.
I said, I have to ask you something. And she said, what? And I kneeled down, and
she was laughing and trembling. She gets so embarrassed.
What did I say? I said, will you marry me or will you be my wife?
Will you be my wife?
He proposed to me on my birthday.
And she said, yes. Are you sure?
Sorry.
I believe in nature.
I believe in the spirit.
I believe in trust. Beauty.
I believe in my mom. Strawberry ice cream.
Fortune cookies.
Chocolate. I believe in the tooth fairy.
Being honest with yourself.
I believe in Santa Claus. Aliens, of course.
I believe what I want to believe.
I believe in myself.
I believe in myself. I believe in peace.
According to estimates, over 1 billion people live in appalling levels of poverty. Denied even basic standards of food, water. Nearly half of the world's population earns less than.
Now, Krista, make sure you stay with her the whole time. She's new to the country. This is her first day. This is a brand new country. It's a whole different culture.
Gonna be okay.
But now make sure you stay with her the whole time. I'll be here right after school to pick you up.
Okay, Mom.
Okay, have fun. Bye-bye.
Bye. Ignore my mom. She's so annoying. She's totally freaking out about this whole thing. She freaks out about everything. She always does that. Ugh. Ignore my mom. So, you ready for your first day in the wicked castle of doom? I mean, like, seriously, it's so boring. I don't know how they could put us through this, like, every single day. How many schools do you have in your village? None.
The road I see is fair and free, where people can travel wherever they please, and children can eat and have shoes on their feet, and not be afraid when they walk on the street. It's not like there has to be rainbows and bunnies, but streets full of people are dancing like dummies. But freedom to live, to learn, and to play, to just be yourself and think your own way. The road I see may sound crazy to you, but hopefully, someday, you'll see it too.
When I was walking home from school, they asked me for my money. I said no.
And all my friends ran home because they were scared he might punch them too.
I was screaming, but he just wouldn't stop.
He always said he would hit me. I just didn't think he actually would.
I don't know what I did, but they just kept on kicking me.
They tied me up and dragged me outside. They stripped me of my dignity.
She said she was going to teach me a lesson.
He said I wasn't listening. I didn't think he'd get so mad.
All a part of this family tree.
What is greatness? The hardest task one can have is to continue to love his fellows despite all reasons he should not. And the true sign of sanity and greatness is to so continue. For the one who can achieve this, there is abundant hope. For those who cannot, there is only sorrow, hatred, and despair. And these are not the things of which greatness, or sanity, or happiness are made. A primary trap is to succumb to invitations to hate. True greatness merely refuses to change in the face of bad actions against one, and a truly great person loves his fellows because he understands them. After all, they are all in the same trap. Some are oblivious of it, some have gone mad because of it, some act like those who betrayed them. But all are in the same trap. The generals, the street sweepers, the presidents, the insane. They act the way they do because they are all subject to the same cruel pressures of this universe. Some of us are subject to those pressures and still go on doing our jobs. Others have long since succumbed and rave and torture and strut like the demented souls they are. We can at least understand the one fact that greatness does not stem from savage wars or being known. It stems from being true to one's own decency, from going on helping others whatever they do or think or say, and despite all savage acts against one, to persevere without changing one's basic attitude toward man. To that degree, true greatness depends on total wisdom. They act as they do because they are what they are, trapped beings, crushed beneath an intolerable burden. And if they have gone mad for it and command the devastation of whole nations in eras of explanation, still one can understand why and can understand as well the extent of their madness. Why should one change and begin to hate just because others have lost themselves and their own destinies are too cruel for them to face? The real lesson is to learn to love. He who would walk scatheless through his days must learn this: never use what is done to one as a basis for hatred. Never desire revenge. It requires real strength to love man, and to love him despite all invitations to do otherwise, all provocations and all reasons why one should not. Happiness and strength endure only in the absence of hate. To hate alone is the road to disaster. To love is the road to strength. To love in spite of all is the secret of greatness, and may very well be the greatest secret in this universe.
Imagine every single person living here and now. Imagine a world without property. I wonder if you're able to imagine no greed or hunger, a brotherhood, humanity. Single person sharing the whole world. Some people say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one who believes in peace. I hope the world unites, then the world will be as one.
The Venus Project, an in-depth analysis of a socio-economic alternative. Introduction. The Venus Project, founded by social engineer and futurist Jacques Fresco, proposes a radical socio-economic model aimed at resolving the numerous challenges facing humanity today. It advocates for the construction of a new, global civilization, utilizing advanced technologies and scientific approaches to create an equitable society free from scarcity, environmental degradation, and social inequality. At its core, the Venus Project envisions a shift away from the current monetary-based economy to a resource-based economy, RBE, prioritizing the efficient and sustainable use of Earth's resources for the betterment of all humanity. This essay explores the fundamental principles, goals, and criticisms of the Venus Project, offering a comprehensive understanding of its implications for global society. 1. Origins and evolution of the Venus Project. Background of Jacques Fresco. Jacques Fresco was born in 1916 in Brooklyn, New York, and spent much of his early life during the Great Depression. This experience profoundly influenced his perspective on the flaws of the current socio-economic system, where poverty, inequality, and systemic inefficiency were rampant. Fresco became an autodidact, teaching himself engineering, design, and social theory, eventually creating blueprints for alternative social systems aimed at resolving humanity's core issues. Fresco's vision of an ideal society crystallized in what would later become known as the Venus Project, named after Venus, Florida, where the project's research center is located. Alongside his partner, Roxanne Meadows, Fresco spent decades refining the conceptual and architectural designs that would form the backbone of the project. Informed by scientific approaches and technological advancements, Fresco believed that humanity could design a new world where social harmony and environmental sustainability prevail. Conceptual development of the Venus Project. The Venus Project emerged in response to Fresco's observations of systemic failings in modern society. He argued that capitalism, communism, and other political economic systems were fundamentally flawed because they all operated within a scarcity-driven framework. Fresco instead advocated for a paradigm shift toward abundance, facilitated by advanced technology and rational resource management. Throughout his life, Fresco delivered lectures, participated in interviews, and published works to disseminate the ideas central to the Venus Project. The project's conceptual development continued throughout the late 20th century, gaining more attention in the 2000s with the rise of digital platforms and the release of films like Zeitgeist Addendum, which introduced the Venus Project to a broader audience. 2. The Vision Resource-Based Economy, RBE. Definition and principles. The cornerstone of the Venus Project is the concept of a resource-based economy, RBE. Unlike the traditional monetary-based system, which uses money as a medium of exchange, an RBE aims to eliminate money altogether. Instead, resources would be distributed based on need and availability, using technology to ensure the equitable distribution of goods and services without human labor or market-based exchange mechanisms. In a resource-based economy, there is no concept of ownership in the traditional sense. Goods and services are designed for access, rather than possession. The goal is to move society away from consumption-driven models that waste resources and promote inequality. Key features of a resource-based economy. Scientific resource management. The RBE model emphasizes using data and technology to assess resource availability and distribution. Central to this system is a global inventory of resources, which is constantly updated to reflect what is available and what is needed. Automation and technological efficiency. The widespread adoption of automation would drastically reduce the need for human labor. Jobs considered redundant or harmful, like factory work or mining, could be replaced by robotic systems, allowing people to focus on creative, intellectual, and interpersonal endeavors. Elimination of scarcity. By managing resources effectively and using advanced technology, an RBE seeks to eliminate the artificial scarcity imposed by market-driven economies. The abundance created would ensure that everyone has access to basic needs like food, water, shelter, healthcare, and education. 3. Technological integration for a sustainable future. Automation and artificial intelligence. The Venus Project envisions a future where automation and artificial intelligence, AI, are integral to societal functioning. As machines become more capable of performing complex tasks, human labor can be freed for more meaningful pursuits. AI and robotics could manage production, logistics, and resource distribution, reducing inefficiencies and waste. In this vision, transportation systems, agriculture, energy production, and manufacturing are all automated, allowing for a seamless flow of resources. These systems would be self-sustaining and would operate with minimal human intervention. This is expected to significantly reduce human suffering, as dangerous or menial jobs become obsolete. Renewable energy and environmental sustainability. A core component of the Venus Project is environmental sustainability. To this end, the project advocates for the extensive use of renewable energy sources, including solar, wind, geothermal, and tidal energy. These clean energy systems would replace fossil fuels, reducing environmental degradation and mitigating climate change. The Venus Project also proposes a comprehensive approach to waste management, including recycling and reusing materials wherever possible. By designing products with durability and sustainability in mind, waste can be minimized, leading to a more circular economy where resources are continually reused rather than discarded. 4. Social and cultural implications. Education, culture, and the elimination of scarcity. One of the most profound implications of the Venus Project is the potential transformation of education and culture. With the elimination of scarcity, the emphasis in education could shift from competition and economic survival to creative expression, intellectual exploration, and cooperative problem-solving. In this vision, education becomes a lifelong process, facilitated by access to the best resources, technologies, and knowledge without the constraints of cost. The idea is that in a society where basic needs are met, human potential is free to flourish. Cultural institutions such as art, music, and science would no longer be shaped by economic factors, but would be driven by human curiosity and a desire for advancement. Global governance and human rights. The Venus Project advocates for a world without national borders, where humanity is united in common goals. Governance in this new society would not be based on traditional politics or power structures. Instead, decisions would be made using the scientific method, data analysis, and collective consensus. The aim is to ensure that resources are distributed equitably and human rights are upheld across the globe. In the Venus Project's framework, the protection of individual freedoms and the advancement of human rights are paramount. With the elimination of poverty, inequality, and environmental destruction, many of the root causes of conflict, crime, and violence are expected to diminish. 5. The architecture of the future. Circular cities and urban planning. A critical aspect of the Venus Project's proposal is the design of futuristic cities that prioritize sustainability and efficiency. Fresco's architectural designs emphasize circular cities, which are not only aesthetically pleasing, but also functionally optimal. These cities would be constructed using the latest materials and building techniques to minimize environmental impact. Circular cities are designed with a central hub for public services and communal spaces, while residential and industrial zones are arranged concentrically around it. Transportation within these cities would rely on automated systems, eliminating the need for personal cars and reducing traffic congestion. Transportation, infrastructure, and energy systems. In addition to urban planning, the Venus Project envisions advanced transportation systems that are energy efficient and environmentally friendly. High-speed maglev trains, electric vehicles, and automated transport systems would be used for local and long-distance travel. These systems would be powered by renewable energy sources, reducing reliance on fossil fuels and decreasing emissions. The infrastructure would be designed to last, with self-maintaining materials and modular designs that can be easily upgraded or repaired. By focusing on sustainability, these cities would have minimal impact on the surrounding environment, ensuring a harmonious relationship between human development and nature. 6 Challenges and criticisms of the Venus Project. Feasibility concerns. One of the most common criticisms of the Venus Project is its perceived lack of feasibility. Critics argue that the project's reliance on advanced technology assumes a level of technological development that has yet to be achieved. Moreover, transitioning from the current global economic system to a resource-based economy would be a monumental task, requiring unprecedented global cooperation and overcoming entrenched political and economic interests. Additionally, skeptics question whether human nature itself, which often prioritizes personal gain and competition, can align with the ideals of the Venus Project. Implementing such radical changes would necessitate a fundamental shift in human consciousness and social behavior, which critics argue may be unrealistic. Economic and political critiques. From an economic standpoint, critics argue that the Venus Project underestimates the complexities of global trade and resource management. Eliminating money and markets entirely may lead to inefficiencies in resource allocation or unintended consequences in human motivation. While the project aims to solve the issues of scarcity and inequality, opponents question whether these problems can be fully eradicated without economic incentives. Politically, the Venus Project's rejection of nation-states and traditional forms of governance raises concerns about how power would be distributed in such a system. Critics worry that a reliance on technology and automation could lead to technocratic governance, where a small group of experts or algorithms makes decisions for society at large, potentially undermining democratic processes. 7. Comparison with other alternative socioeconomic models. Marxism and socialism. The Venus Project shares certain philosophical similarities with Marxism and socialism, particularly in its critique of capitalism and its emphasis on social equality. Like socialism, the Venus Project advocates for the abolition of private property, in terms of resource ownership, and the collective management of resources. However, there are key differences. Marxism traditionally focuses on the working class seizing control of production, whereas the Venus Project envisions a world without classes, where advanced technology eliminates the need for manual labor. Moreover, while socialism often operates within a monetary system, the Venus Project seeks to eliminate money entirely. Utopian communities and historical precedents. The Venus Project has also been compared to various historical utopian communities, such as those envisioned by thinkers like Robert Owen or Henry David Thoreau. These communities sought to create self-sustaining societies based on principles of equality and shared resources. While many of these experiments failed due to internal conflicts or external pressures, they provide valuable lessons for understanding the challenges the Venus Project might face. Unlike these earlier attempts, however, the Venus Project is not limited to a small community but envisions a global transformation. Its reliance on technology to manage resources and automate processes distinguishes it from previous utopian models, which often depended on manual labor and communal ownership. 8. Conclusion: the future of the Venus Project. The Venus Project represents an ambitious and idealistic vision of what the future could look like if humanity harnesses technology and science for the common good. By advocating for a resource-based economy, it challenges the foundational assumptions of the current economic systems and offers a blueprint for a world without scarcity, inequality, or environmental degradation. However, significant challenges remain. Critics question its feasibility, the transition process, and whether such a society could ever come to fruition given current global power structures. Nonetheless, the Venus Project continues to inspire discussions about alternative socioeconomic models and the role of technology in shaping the future of human civilization. In a world facing escalating climate crises, social inequality, and technological disruption, the Venus Project's ideas offer a starting point for envisioning new possibilities. Whether or not its full vision is realized, its emphasis on sustainability, technology, and global cooperation resonates as a potential framework for addressing the 21st century's most pressing challenges.
Why are we here?
Because we choose to be.
No, I mean, why are we here? In the forest?
Nature's good for you. Gives you energy. The trees, the plants, the grass, and the air gives you what you need. You've been asleep for over 100 years, you know?
Yeah. I know.
It'll take you a while to get used to this new life. I printed out these clothes in the style of 2008. Just so that you can wear something that feels familiar to you. Like them?
You printed them out?
Yes, on the 3D printer. High quality though. Just like 2008.
You can print out clothes?
Sure, you can print anything. I'm sorry, I'm getting a call. Hello? Hi, how are you? I'm fine. I'm walking my wake up in the forest. My wake up, yes. That's how we call them. The people we're waking up from cryogene station. They need a lot of attention at the beginning. Oh, can you put them up? Oh, they are so cute. Oh, but I didn't have to go. Sorry, I got a call.
But where's your cell phone?
My cell phone? Oh, you mean my CD, my communication device? It's right here, in my ear.
But what was with the waving of the hands in the air and stuff?
Those are my lenses.
Your lenses?
I believe that you, back in 2008, you had contact lenses, right?
Sure.
Well, these lenses can show me images. Like the old computer screens, except that I have the screens on my eyes. And I can move all the images and everything else with my hands. You get lenses too, if you want them.
Is it expensive?
Expensive. What does that word mean again?
It means It means it costs a lot of money.
Oh, okay, no. There are a lot of things I haven't told you about our world, but we don't use money anymore in this culture, on this planet.
You don't use money?
Nope.
So you could have anything you want?
Well, yes, but we don't want more than we need. And I don't need 10 pair of contact lenses. It works pretty much the same way as your old libraries used to work, except that we can keep whatever we want or need as long as we need it. Don't worry, you're gonna love the future. We're one big family on this planet now.
However, let's say it rained gold for one day. People would empty all their drawers, fill it with gold, the attic and everything. But if it kept raining gold for months, they'd sweep it out, throw their rings away. Scarcity. They save the gold because it has a value, but it only has a value as long as it's scarce. But if we find a whole mountain of gold, it loses value. So scarcity is one of the main operating characteristics that produces, to a large extent, murder for gold. Whenever you got the history of a diamond, you got all kinds of horrors behind it. So in the future, people will be ashamed to wear things like that. Roxanne's father was a jeweler, always tried to give her things to wear. She doesn't want any of that shit. But there are people who feel that this diamond is worth $100,000, they would never achieve peace because there's always somebody's got a bigger diamond than they have. So if you put up the largest building in the world, there's another guy that'll beat your building by 200 feet. And you say, God damn it, I'm going to put up another building. This sickness that we have, there's no end to it. The richest man in the world. I would be ashamed if I were the richest man in the world, because I know that the public made me the richest man in the world. I want to build schools and hospitals with the money. I would see no other use for it, but to give back to society what I've taken. Now,
okay. We feel that within a monetary system, the system cannot be just or equitable, that there will always be haves and have-nots, that and within a resource-based economy, it would eliminate that. The problems that we have today will continue to go on. There'll always be busts and booms and markets going up and down and people manipulating for their own advantage. And this will never go away within a monetary system because there will always be people with advantage. And within a resource-based economy, what we want to do is to eliminate the causes of the problems, eliminate the processes that produce greed and bigotry and prejudice and people taking advantage of one another and elitism, and really eliminating the need for prisons and welfare. When you make things available to people, you don't have the problems that you have today. We have always had these problems because we have always lived within scarcity and barter and monetary systems that produce scarcity. So we're talking about a resource-based economy which makes things available to everyone.
So I look at the system differently. I see a tough job ahead. It's not easy. And I see a lot of assassination and a lot of imprisonment and cops beating people that are good. And the cops not knowing any better, because they've joined the police force, they believe they're upholding law and order. In their heads, they're doing the right thing. Whenever you're in trouble, you call a policeman. So all of these built-in systems are going to have to be surpassed.
The only thing I can see that's really negative of this system that we talk about, a resource-based economy, is getting from here to there. We have a lot of things we have to do to take care of the detrimental things that we did in this society. We have to clean up the environment, the oceans, the air, and clean up the detrimental values that people have from this society of greed and embezzlement and me for myself and not caring about anyone else. So the hardest thing will be, that's what the problems will be for sociologists and people who care about other people, to change values and to start afresh from children to care for others and take care of the earth. That's what our education will be like.
There's no way of you in a given culture saying, I'm not going to remain a gypsy, that's ridiculous, to wear these earrings and headbands. And if you walk over to Seminole Indians and you say, dancing around a fire, la 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 la, Iroquois, any other, that's ridiculous. The Indians, that's a hell of a good point. La la la, that doesn't mean anything. You can't do that. It's no more possible to take a group of cannibals, headhunters, and say what you're doing is ridiculous, and the chief saying, you know, that's a great and in-depth concept. He doesn't have that associative system. And people think if just as a Christian I can get there and tell them about the sacrifice of Christ. Well, you can take Polynesians that have food and all that and are eating. They'll go to anything and listen to anything, and you can condition them to worship Jesus or anybody or Allah. Yeah. But you go to a scarcity country where people are not eating and try to give them Christ without food. The church, if it doesn't provide food, gets no attendance. So the early churches provide dinners and food for starving people. So some of them went to church. You know, you got to have gimmicks. It's a fish hook. You know what I mean? Bait. And that's what commercials are. Fine print is an attempt at deception. So I know of no other way except preventing information, real. And if our system is not sophisticated enough, or we don't have enough time left before we come to the point of no return, you know what that means? We've damaged the oceans and the environment to such an extent that we don't have the means and the organizations to do away with that. And that means a miserable death for most people, the end of our civilization. So that's why Roxanne and I, we have no power. Say, when are you and Roxanne going to build this new world? I get called. I'll come with my suitcase, be happy to live in it. We don't need that. We need your participation and support to make it happen. So you have an avenue which may work, and there's nothing else out there.
Are you unable to think for yourself? Will you believe anything as long as lots of other people believe it too? Do you enjoy reading the same stuff over and over and over for the rest of your life? Then you need religion. Take your pick, they're all pretty much the same, and in no time you'll get to enjoy all sorts of fun activities, like sitting on your knees and talking to your ceiling, singing songs, dressing up in funny clothes, or starting a bloody centuries-long war with another religion. You'll make lots of new friends, lose all sense of self-determination, and join a throng of literally billions of people just like you. But wait, there's more! Buy into religion today and we'll include a free one-time offer of our book, Believing in Stuff and Zany Rituals That Make No Sense and Are a Complete Waste of Time, absolutely free. And the great thing about religion is once you get it, you can feel the need to tell everyone you know who doesn't have it how miserable and useless they are and how much less useless and miserable they could be if only they were as smart as you and believed in stuff. So don't delay, get religion for your brain today. Side effects include suicide bombings, unnecessary war, senseless punishment, really annoyingly brainwashed children, getting offended when people make fun of religion, and the occasional sudden realization that everything you've been led to believe is a giant massive lie perpetrated only to keep idiots like you fearful of imaginary gods and under control.
This better not suck.
Attention all countries! Throughout history, free and civilized nations have suddenly gone fascist, suspending civil liberties and enslaving the population. Don't let this happen to your country. Here now are the top 10 signs your country may be going fascist. 10. Protests are restricted, ignored, and even provoked to become violent. 9. Plans to expand your country into an empire are kept quiet. 8. Your elected officials profit from war and other disasters. 7. Your government writes laws which directly oppose your constitution. 6. Your government sets up elaborate surveillance systems so citizens may be closely monitored. 5. Both your political parties consider war necessary. 4. The integrity of your country's election results become suspect. 3. Your news refers to people who disagree with the government as anarchists, communists, and terrorists. 2. Your government tells you torture is okay and begins to operate secret prison camps. And the number 1 sign your country may be going fascist: your president is obviously too stupid to run a country. Someone else must be handling it. If you see any of these signs, act immediately and get the word out. Remember, fascism can happen suddenly if you don't know what to look for. Don't let ruthless power elites take away your freedom. Remember, you can make a difference. A message from the SFBOARARWDWTBISOTEA, the Society for People of All Races and Religions who don't want to be ignorant slaves of the elite anymore.
And now, global politics in 30 seconds.
亲爱的各位，平安！在下是时代精神运动的支持者。时代精神运动是一个不分国家、宗教、政治的全球性社会运动，并致力于解决战争、贫困、环境破坏等等各种社会问题。主旨是透过科学方法的实现应用，来达到地球的永续性。但现在，我不是要宣传这个运动，或者是请你加入。正在观看这部影片的各位，不管你有没有看过《时代精神》这部纪录片，不管你支不支持这个运动，我相信关心并改变发生在世界上的不幸和苦难，是地球上的每个人民都有责任的。美国一位科学家雅各·法斯科在访谈影片中提到，对于世界，其实我们已经没有太多时间。我们对海洋和环境的损害已经到了非常严重的程度。战争、经济萧条、饥荒、贫穷、疾病遍布全世界。我们的地球资源、人心不断的衰落、腐败，娱乐和物质享乐正不断夺走我们的理智。从以前到现在，不管是甘地、马丁·路德·金或罗莎·帕克斯，世界上有很多人不断的努力，他们的一生都致力于实现这个世界的公平、正义和自由，提醒人们这不只是口号而已，而是真正的理想与愿景。所以，如果你什么都没有看到，如果对这个世界正面临的灾难你依然一无所知，那我会建议你就这么继续平凡的过日子，继续作为金融体系的奴隶。 继续用虚荣的娱乐和物质享乐来填满你的生活。但是，如果你见到我所见的，如果你感受到我所感受的，如果你要追求我所追求的，那么请你务必开始改变世界的行动。如果你是一个学生，看见学校霸凌，请不要害怕，帮助他，别白费了你看《海贼王》的热情。这部漫画要教你的就是正义。如果你是位农夫，请开始爱护大自然，停止使用化学的农药、肥料。如果你很喜欢吃肉，请多吃蔬菜，因为人类为了驯养大量的牲畜，已经耗掉很多的自然资源。如果你家附近有海滩，请自动自发或找一些朋友做个净滩活动。如果你看见社会新闻愤恨不平，请用行动表达你的正义，别只是拿来当作话题，随着新闻播出后，隔天就遭到人们的遗忘。如果你感受到社会的冷漠，请用行动、热情温暖那些需要帮助的人。如果你是时代精神的支持者，别只是坐在电脑面前，请发起活动或上街宣传，像我一样环岛宣传，向你周遭的人宣传。各位，请相信你自己的行动，因为美好并不会无故显现，除非我们在内在中发现美好。我们要创造美好，而且是真正的公平、正义、自由的世界。所以请别什么都不做，不要只是信仰，就是信念而已。信念要付诸行动，才能真正改变这个世界。
If you'd like to support the Zeitgeist movement, you can make a custom t-shirt like this. It's got the front and the back, because the Zeitgeist movement, you know, it's a human movement. You know, we're supporting an open source society and circle cities and everything. So, you know, there's no online store, so this t-shirt I made myself. It's a custom t-shirt. So that's something you can do to support the movement. And that's the end of the video.
I've already drawn the analogy between food and entertainment, how what we bring into our bodies and minds affects the type of people we become. Perhaps an even better analogy, though, can be found here, in of all things, A Broken Window.
In his classic work, Thinking About Crime, renowned social scientist James Q. Wilson observed that disorder and crime are usually inextricably linked, that human behavior is profoundly affected by its environment. Broken windows, graffiti, drunkenness, and open displays of unfettered sexuality are an invitation for crime, a declaration that the environment is uncontrolled and uncontrollable, and that anyone can invade it to do whatever damage and mischief the mind suggests. Almost like clockwork, when this broken window effect is reversed and these elements are removed or suppressed within a community, crime rates plummet. An ordered and more dignified atmosphere encourages civility and moral behavior, while disorder breeds anarchy and immorality.
Hi, how you doing?
And if that's true when disorder appears as something as mundane as a broken window, how much more powerful is the catalyst for immoral behavior when the oral environment, when the music, that language of the human soul, is bent towards moral disorder and chaos?
A striking example of this broken window effect as it relates to music can be seen in this small park in Edmonton, Alberta. Several years ago, drug dealers began doing business here, and as a result, the crime rate in general began to increase. In an effort to restore a sense of order and preserve their community, local merchants paid for a sound system and began to broadcast the symphonies of Bach, Beethoven, and Mozart throughout the park. Neil DeBoard, the local chief of police, reported that the results were immediate and dramatic, with the number of crimes falling by approximately 800%.
While there's no way to fully quantify all the factors that led to this decline, the gut consensus was that the beauty, intelligence, grandeur, and order projected by the classical music was so antithetical to the discord and degeneracy associated with the drug trade that many of the dealers just stayed away.
The Reality of Me project is a comprehensive initiative that critiques the current socioeconomic system, particularly the monetary-based trade system, and its pervasive impact on various aspects of human life, including the environment, values, relationships, and behavior. The project posits that many global issues such as climate change, pollution, corruption, and crime stem from the trade-based economy. By understanding the root causes, the Reality of Me project aims to present realistic solutions through educational resources. The core of the Reality of Me project includes extensive documentaries, books, videos, and tools, all designed to be freely accessible and trade-free. These materials cover a wide range of topics, including the scientific method, the creation of the universe, technology, human behavior, and more. The project's documentaries are particularly noted for their thorough approach, making complex topics accessible and engaging. One of the key messages is the promotion of a resource-based economy, a concept also advocated by the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement, which seeks to eliminate the trade system in favor of a more sustainable and equitable distribution of resources. The Reality of Me project's approach is heavily influenced by the ideas of Jacques Fresco and advocates for a world where automation replaces repetitive jobs, thus freeing people from the constraints of a monetary system. The project emphasizes education and awareness as the first steps toward meaningful change, encouraging individuals to question existing societal norms and consider alternative systems that prioritize human well-being and environmental sustainability. For more detailed information, you can visit the official The Reality of Me project site at tromsite.com.
New dawn, new light shines, breaking chains of old times. No more race for gold mines. We rise, we take flight. Shared dreams we're living. No more taking, just giving. Resources freely flowing. No more greed, just growing. Everything we need, Earth will always feed. No more want or greed, harmony indeed. Nature will provide with open hearts wide. Together side by side, our future's truly bright. No more walls around, peaceful world we found. Together's how we're bound, feet on the solid ground. Everything we need, Earth will always feed. No more want or greed, harmony indeed. Nature will provide with all high, with open hearts wide, with open hearts wide. Together side by side, our future's truly bright. No more walls around, peaceful world we found. Together's how we're bound, feet on new solid ground. Earth will always be. No more want or Dreams of a world so bright, future shining in the night. No more struggle, no more fight, peace and hope in every side. Technology for the best, Mother Earth put to the test. Building cities we progress, it's the future we're obsessed. Venus vision in the sky, reach for stars so high. Together we create a world that shines so bright.
Dreaming of a city where cash ain't king. Blueprints of a vision, jock fresco slang. Ferris wheels over fields, growing tech like crops. Resource-based economy, breaking the locks. No more greed-driven schemes, only needs get fed. Automated dreams, future painted in red. Polluting industries, bout a new design. Venus Project leading, worlds in line. Urban utopia where sky ain't gray. No debts collected, no bills to pay. Robots humming peace, efficient grind. Skyscrapers of knowledge, wisdom's mine. The future's cash free, can't you see it's the way? Resource-based harmony, come up now. Venus on the rise, open up your eyes. Through the digital haze, truth defies. Ancient systems, watch them crumble and fall. Metallic green, prosperity's call. Repurpose, reduce, a cycle pristine. From deserts to cities, dreams serene. No education flowing, knowledge free for all. No one's rich, no one's poor, we all stand tall. Renewable power, the earth respect. In this RBE, we connect and protect. The future's cash free, can't you see it's the way? Resource-based harmony, come up now. Venus on the rise, open up your eyes. Through the digital haze, truth defies. Urgent systems, watch them crumble and fall. Metallic green, prosperity's call. Repurpose, reduce, a cycle pristine. From deserts to cities, dreams serene. Education flowing, knowledge free for all. No one's rich, no one's poor, we all stand tall. Renewable power, the earth respect. In this RBE, we connect and protect. ancient systems, watch them crumble and fall. Metallic green, prosperity's call. Repurpose, reduce, a cycle pristine. From deserts to cities, dreams serene.
Imagine a world, no poverty, where resources flow so freely. No money, no chains hold us down. A new way rising from the ground. Technology for the good of all. Living together, standing tall. Harmony in a resource place. A better future for the human race. In a Venus future we will see a time where everyone is free. Sharing all we have on earth. A new economy giving birth. Cities shining with clean energy. Nature thriving peacefully. Machines working while we play. A brighter life in every way. No one's over what's not there. Abundance means we all can share. Education for everyone. A world where no one's left behind. In a Venus future we will see a time where everyone is free. Sharing all we have on earth. A new economy giving birth. In a Venus future we will see a time where everyone is free. Sharing all we have on earth. A new economy giving birth. In a Venus future we will see a time where everyone is free. Sharing all we have on earth. A new economy giving birth. Giving birth. Giving birth. Giving birth. Giving birth. Giving birth. Giving birth.
Waking up, see the change, it's the Zeitgeist. Breaking chains, breaking norms, it's a new fight. Unity, the anthem of our landscape. One world, one cause, we can reshape. Messiah ain't waiting for no savior. Together we rise, bold behavior. Mother Earth, she's calling out for healing. Hands joined, it's a powerful feeling.
Step up, step in. It's the time for revolution. Voices rise, ignite the real solution. Embrace the now, the future we are weaving. In this moment, we're all believing. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
From the ashes Leaders of the past will build and grow, breaking barriers, watch the seeds we sow. Digital age with minds intertwined, tear down walls, let humanity shine. Equity for all, not just the vision. Inclusivity, the new tradition. Innovation, leading us to new heights. Ride the wave, illuminate the nights.
Step up, step in, it's the time for revolution. Voices rise, ignite the real solution. Embrace the now, the future we are weaving. In this moment, we're all believing.
Sustainable future, paying high with rounds. Short the forward sign, your hand calls the pound. The world of how they round, be sure to find what I'm. Sustainable future, pain and blue shame. The work they follow the sign, your hand calls the pound. The world of how to grind, be sure to find design. Together we thrive, it's our legacy. Each step forward, writing history. Change is now, it's in our hands. Zeitgeist rising throughout the lands. We're the pulse of this new revolution. Building dreams, finding solution. The future's bright with unity at the helm. Guided by love in this shared realm.
Step up, step in, it's the time for revolution. Voices rise, ignite the real solution. Embrace the now, the future we are weaving. In this moment, we're all believing.
One heart, one soul, across the globe we form. Strength and diversity, we weather any storm. From whispers in the night to roars at dawn. Unity in action, a world reborn. Persevere, rise up, break through the ceiling. Shared vision, empowered feeling. The zeitgeist lives in every pulse and breath. Creating harmony, side by side until death.
Step up, step in, it's the time for revolution. Voices rise, ignite the real solution. Embrace the now, the future we are weaving. In this moment, we're all believing. Step up, step in, it's the time for revolution. Voices rise, ignite the real solution. Embrace the now, the future we are weaving. In this moment, we're all believing.
From the ground up, a vision so clear, breaking boundaries, shattering fear. Collective minds, united we strive. In this movement we thrive, we stay alive. Education for every boy and girl. Skills and knowledge shaping our world. Children bridges, not walls, connecting souls. Breaking limits, stepping out of old roles. From the grassroots rise, a fervent call. No more divides, freedom for all. Through the noise, hear the voices clear. Revolution now, the time is near. Future in our hands, together we steer. Changing the course, love over fear.
Step up, step in, it's the time for revolution. Voices rise, ignite the real solution. Step up, step in, it's the time for revolution.
Every heartbeat in sync, the world unifies. Breaking down the walls, no more lies. In every corner, the spirit ignites. Together in purpose, chasing the lights. No holding back, the future is ours. Guided by the zeitgeist, we're rising stars. Every dream we fathom, every hope we share. In the zeitgeist movement, we're all aware.
Step in, it's the time for revolution. Voices rise, ignite the real solution. Embrace the now, the future we are weaving. In this moment, we're all believing. Embrace the now, the future we are weaving.
If it's change that you seek, there's a place where we can be. If it's hope that you need, vision greatest dreams. We'll paint the skies with hope. Let the stars be our guide. Every heart beats in sync in a world unified. With every breath we take, with every chance we make. Oh, don't you see, baby, the future's bright. When the dawn breaks anew, we'll rise up with the sun. Through the cities we'll heal, build a world that's so real. With compassion as our core, we'll open every door. No more boundaries to confine, our purpose intertwined. Oh, can't you feel it, darling? The change is near. In the dreams that we weave, endless possibilities. With each step we advance, in this world we enhance. Sustainable dreams in a landscape so vast. We'll nurture the earth, give new life rebirth. Oh, side by side, darling, let's make it real. In every innovation, see the human touch. In this world we'll design, there's a future in us. Technologies will rise, aligned with our cause. And the beauty unfolds from a society so just. Every heart joins the quest, hand in hand, no rest. Oh, we'll ignite it, baby. With visions of change, we rise with the dawn. Building bridges where divisions have drawn. Creating futures bright, with love leading the way. In a world where the dreamers hold sway. From the concrete to the seas, the blueprint speaks. Together we'll evolve, every dream peak to peak. So let's rise, rise up, where our visions align. In a world where our hopes intertwine. With technology's grace and compassion's embrace, we'll carve a new path, a future in our hands. Every voice, every heart, in this timeless dance. So we'll light the way, baby. With every step we take, let's shape destiny. Our imagination, innovation rooted deep in love's harmony. We'll build a world where our souls can run free. From the concrete to the seas, the blueprint reveals. Together we'll evolve, every dream in us heals. Let's go the Venus Project, where dreams come alive. A better world where we all thrive. Sustainable future, we all strive. Let's go to the Venus Project. Together we can arrive. In the Venus Project, a glowing dream unfolds. With every step we take, a story yet untold. Green fields and open skies, where harmony resides, where every soul resides. No more poverty or fear, only love that steers. In this haven of hope, we'll live without tears. In this haven of dreams, where visions
Tell me why the folks can't vibe with change. I don't see it cause they're blind. Can't read the sign up on the wall. It's time, global peace and fairness, justice for all.
If it ain't right, then we're all in crisis. I hate to bring the light, but we gotta rise. If it ain't right, stop what you're doing. It's time to get the hint and open up your mind. They say it ain't right, no, all in crisis. I hate to bring the light, but we gotta rise. We say never rise.
We talking about solutions, revolutions call. No more pollution, we need to evolve. Resource-based living, no more greed in sight. The movement strong, we stand for what's right. It's time to live in harmony, break these chains. Elevate our minds, let love remain. Unified, we'll thrive, rewrite this story. In a world where we all share the glory. We're envisioning a future where kindness rules. Education's the key, no need for the fools. No more disparity, equality in our veins. Building bridges, no more walls, no more pain. Technology advances not for profit gain, but for the common good. Let humanity reign. In this zeitgeist vision, we're lifting the haze. Together we'll shine in these transformative days.
It's a movement, a revolution for the earth. Redefining our values, embracing rebirth.
Break the system, we ain't pawns in the game. Empathy and wisdom, no more feeling ashamed from oppression. Like the way to the new, building a foundation where we all pursue true liberty, autonomy, our rights restored. Challenge the tyrants, we won't be ignored. No more corporate hands pulling at the string. Transparency and freedom, let the truth ring. Empower every voice, amplify the call. Each one of us is vital, no one's too small.
We're all in crisis. I hate to bring the light, but we gotta rise. If it ain't right, stop what you're doing. It's time to get the hint and open up your mind. I hate to bring the light, but we gotta rise. We say never rise.
We'll rise against corruption, fight the greed and the lies. In this global revolution, let the true spirits arise. Tight will push boundaries beyond confined limits, advancing humanity, bringing back the spirit. Every city, every town, unified ding man. Brothers, sisters, take a stand. Hand in hand, education for all. Free from deception, truth in media, no more misdirection. Sustainable practices weaving through our days, creating a cycle of life that never sways. Economies thrive without blood on its hands, planting seeds of hope across the lands.
All in crisis. I hate to bring the light, but we gotta rise.
A global paradigm shift, let's redesign. Break from tradition, leave the old behind. Cooperation over competition, let's redefine. Valuing the planet, the future in our mind. Every heart and hand, aligned in a beat. Sustainable sources lifting everyone we meet. Harness the power of the sun, wind, and sea. Innovations flowing, setting our spirits free. In this Zeitgeist movement, we're finding our worth. Crafting a narrative, building a brand nerd. Rising up, it's a vision, a mission we hold tight. For a future where we all live, doing right. Question every motive, challenge the status quo. In the Zeitgeist movement, let the wisdom flow. Educate the masses, no more deceit. Liberate the voices, let's make it concrete. Economic systems designed to enslave, we're breaking free, no more living in a cave.
Zeitgeist rising, change is finally here. Hand in hand, together we'll steer. Break the chains, we all deserve to shine. Zeitgeist vision, it's about time.
We're uncovering truth, can't silence our voice in this global revolution. We got choice, freedom's not a dream, it's a right we deserve. No more spin, no more swerves. Corporate hands no longer got the strings. Transparency in everything, let freedom ring. We mobilizing masses, the youth is awake. Tomorrow's leaders, no mistake. Rising from the shadows, no longer in chains, breaking free the paradigm that restrains. Conscious evolution, we see the earth, a synergy of minds giving rebirth. From digital age, we innovate and create sustainable visions. Our future state, more than just survival, we seek to thrive in harmony and love. We come alive, every voice a movement, every step a mile. In this global shift, we redefine our style. Rise up, awaken, it's time to see a new world's emerging, where love is the key. Unified we stand, hand in hand, to build a society that's truly grand. Economies restructured, no more debt. In this movement, we find our own reset. With solar panels glistening, the future's green. Innovation sparking, more than just a dream. From the ground up, we're sowing the seeds of a world that thrives on pressing needs.
City lights shining bright, a new world in our sight. Change is near, hold on tight, in a dream we unite. Empty hands we let go of the past and what we know. Building from hope we sow, and trust the seeds will grow. No greed, just what we need. A love that feeds our soul so free. Machines may guide our way, a brighter dawn every day. Together we can stay in what we define.
And with utmost respect, Shark, they will say, you're a crazy old man.
I understand that. This is not unusual. Every move from women's rights to child labor were fought with battles all the time. No new system ever came in smoothly.
The Venus Project is a veritable blueprint for the genesis of a new world civilization.
based on human concern and environmental reclamation. It proposes a holistic social design in which automation and technology would be intelligently integrated to maximize the quality of life rather than simply profits.
Undesirable behaviors are products of long exposure to detrimental environments. If we wish to surpass the limitations of our present-day society, such as war, hunger, poverty, and bigotry, we need to make changes and arrange society very differently. Most of our problems today are technical, but we still look for solutions through political means in a monetary system.
We have the resources. Money is an interference because it limits our ability and it limits our dreams. Then the question is brought up is, would this be utopia? We say no, because you can't freeze thought. Everything changes and grows. There are no final cities, no final frontiers, no final language. Everything is in a process of transition, always. Nothing is final. That's the message.
The old world is ending.
And we have the opportunity to rethink everything.
This is a show about the systemic problems in our world.
And the real solutions we have today.
To transition from an apocalyptic storm of war, scarcity, and ecological collapse.
To create an abundantly advanced, collaborative society.
That sustains all life.
You may think it's an impossible dream.
But the alternative is an inevitable nightmare.
We're your hosts, Matt Holton,
Amanda Smith,
and Zachary Marlowe.
And together,
we can move past this economic absurdity
and come together to actualize our collective potential.
To create something completely new.
We are
Mindless Society.
So today is a very special day. We have a milestone for this podcast. We have some of our heroes on this show to talk about one of the most brilliant visions for humanity that has ever been developed, the Venus Project. We have Roxanne, Nate, and Theo from the Venus Project. The Venus Project is a design for culture. It's a vision for humanity. It's a blueprint, a technical way out of this situation to create a moneyless, automated, techno, egalitarian, ecological society that works for everybody. So Roxanne Meadows, tell us, what is the Venus Project?
You just did a good job with it. I think I would start with how this came about. It is really the lifetime of work of Jacques Fresco. He was born in 1916 during the Great Depression, which really hit him hard. And he heard in the streets a lot of information about different alternative social systems. He had no idea what was happening. He was about 13 or 14. And he, it really set him on a quest for life, for looking for a social system that would work, that would eliminate the hardships which he saw during the Great Depression, where people are thrown out of their apartments and lived in, were fed from bread lines in the streets. Those are iconic photos and videos that you see. So Jacques looked into a lot of alternative social systems. Communism, socialism, technocracy at the time was interesting. And he had trouble with each of them. So he spent the rest of his life devising an alternative system. He was very technical at a very young age, so that played a lot into it. Jacques always said that it wasn't about architecture, which he was real prolific at that, but it was about a change of values. And he was really good at describing what was wrong with the culture, but at the same time, where not many people were doing it, posed an alternative social system. It was based upon the common heritage of all the Earth's resources for for the benefit of all the world's people and the protection of the environment. He felt that we should eventually eliminate the artificial boundaries that we have today that separate people and live within the carrying capacity of the Earth's resources. Yeah, it's very difficult in a short time to describe what the Venus Project is exactly, because it encompasses, if you're trying to devise a different social system, you really have to look into everything and question everything, and many different disciplines, which he did, and brought them all together in a systems approach. He had a higher vantage point that he was looking at the problems from.
So for listeners of the show, many of them were directly inspired by the Venus Project. We've talked about the Venus Project and this concept of a resource-based economy, of this sort of design philosophy of designing a new environment to save the world, to save all of us. But we're at a very interesting inflection point where the Venus Project is evolving. It's in a new phase of its evolution, and it's kind of like this butterfly that's beginning to emerge out of this cocoon. Can the rest of you tell us a little bit about what this evolution entails and what that really means for this illustrious, legendary institution to change phase or to enter into a new phase of development?
I think what's important is to also look at a few other things about the Venus Project. I mean, historically speaking, the Venus Project is Jacques Fresco's and Roxane's creation. But Fresco had an organization before the Venus Project called Socio-Cyberneering, which is a compound word formed by combining cyber, which is cybernetics, which means to steer in the Greek, and the nearing part is engineering, applied to the social system. That's how we get socio. So it was difficult for people to pronounce, and still is. So hence the Venus Project. That's why the name. Otherwise, it's cybernetics and engineering applied to the social system. So, and of course, the Venus part comes from the place, Venus, Florida. And up to now, and it, of course, it continues to represent Fresco's body of work. Is, like Roxane said, the value system of thought, and let's say model of reality. And in some people's eyes, it has become somewhat of a brand for sustainability. Legally speaking, it's a 501c3 NPO registered in Florida. So all of this has come about, has been handed over in our hands from Jacques Fresco when he died in 2017 to proceed and evolve. Sorry, I just thought it would be nice to get a little bit more before we move on to the evolution part of it. Yeah.
We're all a little bit impatient for the new world and for answers.
Yeah, well, I would say from my experience working with Roxane Meadows and with Jacques Fresco, I was so honored to be, working with them for the few years that I did. My understanding is that it's a combination of using sustainable technology to bring about a better world, while also developing sustainable human values, because without one or the other, you're gonna run into problems. And so people right now in the world they're spouting, oh, things are gonna improve because we have all this new, nanotechnology, renewable energy, all these different things, automation. Look how the world's going in a good direction. Well, if we're not actually criticizing the social system, the economic system, which is based on exploitation and scarcity, the preservation of scarcity, when you don't touch capitalism at all, and you want to introduce more technology into it, I would argue that more technology introduced into capitalism is more destructive than productive. Okay? If there's any social betterment, it's a side effect, is a shoot off of the actual interest of the system, which is to preserve profits and perpetuate economic growth, which we know infinite growth on a finite planet is destructive. But that is a problem that I see. There's really no evolution of our social values. If anything, things are getting worse socially for the majority of the world. Not saying there isn't pockets here and there, but that's the danger we're running into, that all these fake technological gurus like Elon Musk and their crony friends are pretending like they're actually there to improve humanity and better things. But in reality, things are not improving, and we have to be able to reflect on our social values and improve the way we look at the world and ourselves if we want to make it, really into a healthier position in the 21st century, because things are really looking bad right now. So, yeah, and also I would also add, there's a lot of people out there right now who are saying they're anti-capitalist. A lot of people. But when I ask them, you're an anti-capitalist, right? Define capitalism for me. They do not even have an answer. Isn't it such a scary reality that we live in, that when you ask the average person, the system that governs your life, that literally decides if you live or die, you can't even explain what that system is. You can't even explain what is capitalism. That is very scary. It's very frightening. We live in that reality.
And I'd like to add that a lot of those people can't define what the future looks like. They can't really answer the question of how would we produce food? How would we produce energy? How would we make decisions? That is what the Venus Project has really been seriously devoted to, in a way that no other answer to that question has even attempted, to create a designed, engineered architecture for the future. So how is that architecture sort of being scaffolded today?
Yeah, there's a lot to say on the matter. The real challenge has always been, how do we get from here to there, and putting the actual ideas on the ground and doing it in a way that actually implements the ideals and doesn't sacrifice the ideals to all the ulterior motives and sort of the distractions and unforeseen inconveniences or interferences that tend to destroy a set of ideals, especially those that are aimed at, a better world or improvements in ways that aren't necessarily highly profiteering. So the real challenge is how to actually set the transition in motion, and to do it in a way that stays true to the identity of the project and the history of the project's concepts and values, and how to actually work with other people and integrate them into the process so that you can have a more unified, coherent kind of framework that develops without too much defection or splintering or just internal disagreement. Those kinds of things are always difficult when trying to develop something very idealistic. It's very easy to agree about the ideals, but when it comes to actually implementation, that's where people have a lot of different ideas. And so the ideas you select to implement the ideals, that's where people disagree. So that's really a big part of the process, I think, is managing the collaboration and the integration and, the synergy and all of that, and the coherence ultimately, so that you can get a unified working thing moving without too much, internal turmoil and just getting bogged down and wasting time with the logistics of coordinating people to make something happen. I think that's a big part of the transition that people are going to struggle with, whether it's TVP or anybody else working on similar ideas, having a sort of integration process for people and ideas so that it all can start to synergize and acquiesce and acquiesce to each other and, flow forward with more, just a better understanding of each other's different points of view and different concepts, and especially from different fields that are emerging. There's a lot of groups out there now who are working on something similar to what TVP has been working on for years. And, we are interested at this point in making greater contact with such groups to expand TVP's overall framework, its overall models of reality, and potentially the solution that was previously offered. So that would include, a great integration of Fresco's models, his designs for cities, but a lot of it would be augmented, potentially revised, ultimately enhanced by a wide variety of ideas that have emerged over the last decade or so. In some ways, in some cases, as a consequence of his influence. So in a way, it's a roundabout way of him influencing himself, working through other people who have spun off from his own work. So that's part of our objective at this point, is to find those people and start working with them.
Well, it's an honor to be one of those people. And I think about Fresco's sort of evolutionary perspective a lot. He said, utopia is dangerous. The cities that I design will be straitjackets to the children of the future. That this idea of a perpetually evolving, adaptive, complex living system is really at the heart of all of this. And so for his ideas to have created this ripple that other people went out into the world, like many of us, and are working on building it and sowing it into the ground like a seed and erecting it, developing, making this idea, this ideal into something that is real is this perpetual sort of process that it's an honor to be a part of. And it's really amazing how many people are out there that were inspired. And so it's really doubly inspiring to see TVP come out with a new sort of a new beacon, a new light of new phases, new inspirations, and a new desire to work with all these people that I can personally say, like, we're dying to work with you guys. We're dying to collaborate and to move in this direction because we're all really impatient for change. Sorry, Roxanne, you were going to say something.
Yeah. When Jack, when Jack was advocating his program, there really, we feel there was a chance to, he used to talk about creating abundance with technology. And if the culture went that way at the time, there was a possibility of doing that. Times have changed in a lot of ways, and Jacques died as well. And the existential threats are getting worse in many different areas. I don't think I have to name them. But so it really forced us to look at explore different areas and look to see what was going on out there, and see where the Venus Project fit in today's time. And can we produce an abundance all over the world? Can we make a high energy city without causing the pollution that they seem to do today, and scale that up all over the world? Because of different circumstances and the different areas that we were looking into, like biophysical economics and looking into systems theories, people like George Mobus, and looking into work of William Rees and Herman Daly and Charles Hall, there is a question as to, I don't think it's a question anymore, as to whether we can really continue on the track that we have been with gas and oil and, the derivatives of that. So something else had to be worked out, and we are incorporating. It's not that we're leaving behind what Jacques was talking about. We're really expanding the field and seeing what the options are with the constraints that we have to put on our energy systems. Everything is based on energy, and if we have limited energy, then it limits what we can do.
Jacques always spoke about how what the future will look like will depend on how far we have gone into the future, and how we may have or may have not done a lot of damage. So people speak about, so specifically Nate Hagen speaks about energy blindness. And this is when we take energy for granted in our daily lives and our plans. And when Jacques developed the ideas of a resource-based economy that were pushed forward through the Venus Project, the world was in a very different state at the time. And as time progresses, we find ourselves with ever less options, as he predicted himself. And we have this carbon pulse where we discovered these fossil fuels, and we make miracles from them, miracles of convenience. And if we let's say, if we picture an upside down bell curve, we're at the peak of that curve. And just like before any crash, or like the 1929 crash, everything looked amazing until it all came to a halt. So just like before any crash or burst of some bubble, it all looks amazing until it bursts, or in this case, deteriorates. So if we kind of rank order the resources, energy is the master resource to whatever we do. And we need to make sure that whatever we use as an energy source has to be easily scalable, first of all. That's something that is often taken for granted, and it won't cause further damage to the environment and, of course, in turn to ourselves. And oil, where we say we need to move away from oil, but we have to look at what is oil useful for, and it does things like anesthetics, wind turbine blades and solar panels and car battery cases to build your electrical cars. But we also use it for, like what Jacques used to call, nothing things, wasting it as if there's an endless supply of it on balloons, plastic toys, and perfumes. So when we burn fossil fuels, it means pollution, waste. And that pollution waste doesn't just go somewhere else. It accumulates over time and causes an immense amount of destruction. And the world that was envisioned in the middle of the 1900s is not the same world that we have today. And at some point, if we haven't already, we're going to reach the point of no return. So our dreams and aspirations come at an ecological cost, which in turn hurts us too, and our potential for the future as well.
If I may jump in really quick and just comment, in all that Nate was saying in regards to synergy and solutions, and Roxanne was saying in regards to compounding issues, and now Theo with the fact that we have to look at how energy informs what we're capable of doing, and we have to be able to come up with scalable models that are easily replicable, easily in relative sense. I'm really excited to ask a burning question about something that we're saving for later in the conversation. But for now, based on the implications you all have made about your recent explorations in energy, would you mind to segue us into how would you describe what TVP is now in contrast to the beginning of this episode as when we were talking about what it's founded on?
You want to go there right now, Zach, or did you want to add something on?
Oh, I was just going to say that that in really dealing with the realities of overshoot and of energy blindness and the hard limits that the feedback loops that we're creating are pushing us into, many people would say, protopian visions or, a high-tech future or, this sort of vast societal change is impossible and we need to retreat. And I think it's actually the opposite, that these changes, these situations, these crises are pushing us now more than ever to reassess the ideas and the essential principles that people like Jacques Fresco laid out of using more with less, of meeting everybody's needs across the board, of transcending the scarcity orientation that money naturally puts us into, the competitive framework, the nation state framework, and it's really nature itself is pushing us to radically rethink society. And though the circular cities that Jacques designed are not exactly what that's going to look like, I think he said that himself many times, like, this isn't the future, this is just a design for a culture. And I think really it's not about the details, as in like a permacultural sense. It's not about what plants you're growing. It's about the patterns. And it's about really getting into the design philosophy to adapt this value system to create the best world possible with whatever our materials are. If you drop Jacques Fresco on a desert island, he's going to create some nice domes. And I mean, it'd be a nice environment, but it wouldn't be the same environment as if he had the ability, to use, fossil fuels and high energy and all this technology. And so I think it's really, from my perspective, it seems like it's an adaptation. It's like deep adaptation. It's Jim Bendel's term of what we're really shifting into. So I'd love to hear more about y'all's visions and perspectives on that.
Yeah. So in response to both of you, certainly that's one of the key variables that will have more enduring value over time is sort of the, like you said, the design philosophy. There's sort of a social philosophy there, sort of an economic philosophy as well. Ultimately, there is sort of a philosophical level that endures for longer just because that's where the values are found, right? Usually at a philosophical level, that's where you define the values and assert the values that are worth defending. And so he certainly addressed that to the utmost as far as the importance of a certain value system. And really, you can design any system that's predicated on those values, right? And it'll take a variety of forms. I would also say that it's a matter of sort of the functionality of the system that he was proposing. He was trying to achieve a certain level of functionality that the current system does not have. And so, again, a variety of forms can facilitate that functionality, and they can, they'll emerge over time. But, as he envisioned it from his reference point in past decades, with the options that were on the table at the time and the technologies and the forms that he had to work with, we get the depictions of the future that he envisioned in his renderings, his drawings, and the various sketches that he's done. And all that derives from the materials available at the time, the probably a greater optimism with regards to the viability of scaling a system globally without too much pressure on the resources. Some might have been taken for granted at that point just because, some decades ago, we didn't really have as vast of surveys as we do now about the global reserves. So it was easier to be a bit more flexible with what you imagine. But the closer you get to, the more accurate you get, the more precise you get in assessing the quantities of resources and then the increasing rapid rate of their utilization and waste, then you start to narrow the parameters and you start to get clearer about what can actually be built globally or at any scale. And so, he was very emphatic about a certain global survey that would need to be conducted before we can really validly conceive what can be done. What he did up until that point was just an inspirational vision that would get people going. So they'll do that survey, right? And they'll begin to assess what our options are and get clearer about what design is possible. So he always knew that was the case. And what he presented up to the present was, the hypothetical, what could be. It's certainly possible, but with regards to the quantities that we have on the table, that's where we start getting to what's plausible to actually construct. And that's where you have to do a lot more detailed theoretical work and more technical calculation and that kind of thing. So, that's where we're headed towards now. We're moving more away from the sort of hypothetical vision aspect of it and more towards the practical estimation of what can be done as incremental transitional steps. And so, you got to get a little bit more grounded and more, just more pragmatic in your thinking, which runs the risk of what I described earlier, which is you look like you might start to sacrifice some of your ideals in that grand vision because you're starting to tighten up the parameters. But so the other point is with regards to the way the future vision can be implemented. So there's different interpretations, right? A wide variety of people have different interpretations about how it can be done. There's sort of more more biophilic designs, right? Designs that derive more from biology. And if you look at our website now, it talks more about biomimicry or eco-mimicry or evo-mimicry being part of the design philosophy. And so, you can try to imitate nature with hard, cold technology, or you can actually use nature itself to perform some of the processes required for sustainability. So there's sort of a spectrum there between more biological solutions towards more technological solutions, as far as machines and such. And so people fall somewhere on that spectrum, and they envision, how the ideals or how the aspirations can be sort of fulfilled by these different approaches. And as far as what TVP is now, which, Amanda, that's to your question, is really about, the way I like to describe it is TVP now is an abstraction from what TVP was before, right? So it's a higher order perspective on it. a more complex perspective on it. And that includes what Jacques Fresco talked about as the optimistic scenario. But beyond that is, well, some of the more grounded, pragmatic approaches that we might need to take to make something viable. And that could include more limited versions of that vision. So it might be at a more regional or local level where the implementation takes place. But there's still that place for the global, optimistic, grand vision, which is where he began. And so that should stay in the equation, just for the inspirational effect, but also because, well, maybe that really could be someday, right? Maybe it turns out that our energy issues and the risk of energy contraction and the mineral shortfall, maybe that turns out to be just sort of a temporary anxiety and it all resolves itself, in which case that more optimistic vision becomes more possible, more probable, let's say. And so TVP now, it's just a higher order of abstraction, where this was Jacques Fresco's work. This is what he presented. Now here's other ways of thinking about it, about how to implement a transition, and then what the outcomes might be depending on the emerging constraints. So it's what he presented plus more. And I would say it's sort of a meta perspective. TVP has taken a meta perspective on itself, and now that's what it presents, if that makes sense.
It does, and thank you for taking the time to break all of that down for our listeners. I feel like it needs to be said for some of our listeners that may be still clinging with white knuckles to exactly what Jacques Fresco had set forth all those years ago, that a friendly reminder that, and correct me if I'm wrong, the premise of the Venus Project, aim for a better world for all, is to regard the evolutionary nature of life and the fact that it's not a linear process and it's not stationary and it's something that is going to change and adapt. And for some reason, I run into people more often than not that are a little disgruntled with the fact that it isn't staying hard and fixed and rigid to the concepts that Jacques himself and Roxanne helped him to set forth. And so to those people, I feel like you're speaking in a way, hey, this is okay. This is what we planned all along. We're going to change and adapt. We're not moving away from the original premise. We're actually putting it into practice at this point, if never before.
I think you're right. And we are really doing the original premise, because Jacques used to talk about the changes that will come in the future really depend on the biosocial pressures or the march of events in society and ecology. So that is really what dictates what we do and what we can build and how we can do it. It forces us into different directions. And if we stay with what Jacques used to talk about, and I would say we're not diverting, that's the ideal that we're trying to get to in the future. But how we can achieve that, it's dictated by the conditions that we are faced with within the world. So, excuse me. So, it has that kind of dual effect.
I was just going to quote Jacques really quick, in that he would always say, we are a product of our environment. And I think that's a really great way to see this emergence and this evolution of TVP through that lens of we are a product of our environment, which means, as you were saying, the environment's going to dictate how we adapt and grow this transition.
No, like Nate said before, that we have to take through this Venus evolution project that we're doing on the side within the Venus Project, is to look at the pragmatic part of it. So it's not the only thing that the Venus Project is doing at the moment. It is part of what the Venus Project is doing. It's a project, and through that project we need to find surveys, people who are doing the closest thing to what Jacques spoke about at that point in time, and that's how we have come to certain people and connected with them, so we can understand how we can adjust what we have to the reality of what we have. And there's many issues at the moment that has been spoken about. One of them is what I mentioned before, with the energy blindness and materials blindness and overshoot, and the double-edged swords that have been spoken about with regards to how we get to the green transition and where the minerals are found and so on. So we definitely need to have a look at the world rather than, so we have to expose our mental models to the real world and to get feedback on whether we can do what we envision. Now, if it, like Nate said, just to support his point, is if it comes about that somebody is working on something amazing with regards to energy, then it's back to game on to what the Venus Project originally envisioned, if we haven't gone too far.
Yeah, I think that the essential failure of our system is the inability to tap into human genius, which is something that Jacques just exuded. You know, the obvious archetype of the genius for me, just the Renaissance man who's, taught himself all these different fields of science and synthesized them into something new. Every child could be like that. Every child on this earth is capable of tapping into that problem-solving faculty. But it's the artificial scarcity that we don't have the very basic necessities of food, water, and shelter that keeps us from being able to tap into that and to actually collectively envision a world that's better than what any individual could imagine. And I think it's that essential value that Arzeng really astutely pointed out, the value system disorder, that we don't care about humans, and that, people in this system are cogs in a machine. We, in all this fear of automation, we have automated the human being to pull levers and turn wheels and do things in such an inefficient way that we're not really just systematically meeting people's needs to free them up to the higher reaches of consciousness in a participatory process to create this, worldwide relay race, to figure out all the solutions and to systematically evolve, so that we have all the people of the world participating together in an open source sort of collaborative design system and process and sort of university society where we're working, all of us, to evolve, to get more efficient, to tinker, to tweak, to revolutionize everything.
So there's something I'd like to add to what Theo mentioned, which is, if as part of this attempt to implement something, and as part of the various interpretations that arise in how to implement, how to reach those aspirations, that glorious vision that TVP has been presenting over the years, I think what characterizes TVP more now than ever is the concept of contingency, right? So it's not a matter of thinking about it one way, that it's going to turn out a certain way, or that we'll use certain methods or certain technologies, especially energy technologies. It's very much now a gamble, and it's a gamble and a time bomb, right? Gambling atop a time bomb, let's say, and so it's more true than ever that it's a matter of contingency, right? Because as everything's changing rapidly, and as some options are entering on the table and some are exiting off the table, you're constantly having to track what's available, right? And of course, extrapolating from there, what could be possible, and trying to construct plans that don't fall apart in the process to actually implement something real. And so it's the time pressure that creates a sense of urgency, and you're in the midst of tremendous contingency. And so TVP has to maintain that kind of radar where we're constantly tracking what's going on, what are the new constraints, what problems have been addressed or solved, no longer a worry, and what are the new worries, and constantly reshuffling the board on which we're gambling so that we have the most sort of optimal, or at least opportune, or viable, plausible path forward. And so the concept of Venus evolution is trying to encapsulate that, right? That we recognize that there will be some parallel development, there will be sort of different interpretations, different just different branches of development that is common to any evolution. And so it's sort of a part of diversifying investments. So as we move forward and we try to work with other groups or integrate other ideas, there's going to be a natural gravity to some of these groups, and they're going to organize in various ways. It'll be a natural process. They talk about it in complexity theory that there's natural attractors, and those will emerge, and people will start to orbit around those, and some continuity, some trajectory will emerge from there. And from there, you start to get a project moving, and there may be a few projects that TVP would be developing as time goes on. You kind of get one set up, get it moving, and then shift to another one, try to get it set up and get it moving. So, at the present point, most recently, the best example of that is, the work that we have started with Simon Michaud. So, to put it all in a nutshell, over the past 3 or 4 years, as Roxanne mentioned, TVP, for a long time, TVP was pretty much preoccupied with managing the system that is TVP and all of the opportunities that were coming in due to the notoriety, I guess 14, 15 years ago. So much notoriety and lots of opportunities, lots of people, lots of options, and a lot of coordination. So a lot of the time, TVP was consumed with just managing that process and didn't get a lot of chance to explore beyond, the ideas that Fresco set forth. So in the last few years, after COVID struck, we kind of took that opportunity to sort of turn inward and introspect and reflect, and also extrospect and look around. What else is out there? What other ideas? What correlates? And that took us through various fields, some of which Roxanne mentioned, and various thinkers. And the main thinker, though, that sort of put a stop to all of it was Simon. So, that kind of, when we encountered his work, that put our exploration pretty much to an end, because we found what we needed. Most of all, right? For the most part, I should say. The work of Simon Michaud, it presented the closest approximation that we had found to a global survey, right? And he was able to expose some of the energy issues and some of the minerals constraints, and that gave us enough of a window, sort of a preview of what the risks are, and gave us a sense of firm footing so that we could step forward. And so, everything started to synergize, and we had begun a project with Simon Michaud many months ago, and we continue to proceed with that. But so that's an example. It was just a natural gravity. Everything started to synergize, and now TVP is on its way to developing sort of an implementation project. And I imagine that will happen on many more occasions as we encounter other people who have a very definitive kind of vision for how to transition, right? Right now we're relying on the work of Simon Michaud integrated in with TVP, but there's a chance we'll find other people who have equally valuable and potent work that will evolve it in a different way. And we look forward to that.
Simon is great. We've had him on the show a couple times, and I recommend our episodes with him very much. We'll definitely be working with him more in the future as well. And just a little reminder, there are so many amazing people out there like that have been influenced by these ideas, that have taken them and brought them into the now. So we really are, as you said, like we're drowning in solutions and answers and alternatives, and they're just not all configured and coordinated. And that's something we're going to be exploring a lot in the next phase. Amanda.
Thank you, Nate. So thank you for that treat of an insight on the evolution of TVP. I think that's going to be comforting and resonate with so many listeners, and especially TVP community members. But when it comes to the proverbial evolution, as we know, people tend to fear the unknown. And I think that's probably why more people haven't or can't seem to get on board with this transitional concept that we've all been throwing around here on this episode. And I'm not sure that there's even a good way, like a one great way to do it, and if it's possible to do an answer to one singular question. But if one could take it from a philosophical level and distill it down to a logistical level, what bits and pieces of in real life portrayal could we expect when we're looking at the grand vision of an evolution? Like, what does that really look like? And of course, that's going to be different based on geography, based on existing culture, and as you all noted, based on what the environment is dictating.
I don't know if there is really just one grand vision, and with many different constraints that we're facing, the visions may change to possibly, we already have Jacques' grand vision of abundance all over the world and everybody being housed and fed and clothed, which I mentioned is the ideal that we're aiming towards. We may have to work locally with an area if we're starting with a city project or we're talking about an innovation hub. That might be more of a local project that we're doing. And all of the cities would be localized in terms of the materials that we can use and the surrounding area to make it coincide with the carrying capacity of those areas. So we don't end up with a 6-continent supply chain where we're bringing water, from one continent to another, bottled, things like that, which is a tremendous waste of energy. So what we're looking at is to try and build within different scenarios that we might find ourselves in terms of contraction with energy.
Excellent. So, in all you said, what I basically derived from that is the fact that because we live in a world today that is dominated by global systems, I think a lot of us are expecting the transition to be a global action. But we're going to have to look at it through the local lens. So evolution, we might be able to define it, be able to define it as something that happens locally and is defined within local parameters, more so than this big global transition where we're all doing it in synchronicity.
From my understanding, the Venus Project is an adaptive concept, so it adapts to an ever-changing world. And yes, maybe, 50, 60 years ago, we had a chance to create a global abundance, and every city, we could develop new cities all over the world, circular cities, exactly the way Jacques envisioned it, right? Dome-shaped structures, automation doing all the work, renewable energy, fantastically providing an abundance of energy for us to do what we want. And, literally the book Looking Forward coming to life in reality, as Jacques visioned it. However, the world right now is changing. The world's changing. We're dealing with 3 massive problems, as we all know: environmental collapse, ecological destruction, climate catastrophe. That's 1. 2 is an ever increasing rate of inequality, which makes things harder to actually accomplish. It makes our goals even harder to accomplish as inequality increases, which means an increase in power imbalance, leading to problem number 3, which is a rise of fascism and totalitarianism around the world. So that is why really we have to change our values. That's why really a huge part of this comes down to educating people of understanding how did we get into this mess to begin with? When you look at simple hunter-gatherer societies, given the fact that they don't have automation, they don't have, advanced technology, look at how much they're able to accomplish with the meager existence that they live in. Because they have the right values, because they have egalitarian societies where there's horizontal power structures where people are able to communicate properly and women have more decision-making power. They share resources. They don't engage in trade. They're not competitive. These are all extremely important values that people seem to overlook. When we tell them, hey, look, this change is possible. No, it's not possible. Look at the world around you. Look at the crime. Look at the corruption. Well, it's because our values have not been addressed. 1. And 2, the adaptive concept of the Venus Project, which is, yes, we have to change the concept and adhere it to the environment of that specific location. So yes, localization of sustainable communities, that's going to be, I think, a big part of the beginning of the transition to a world beyond capitalism is local communities that actually make do with what they have, with the limited capacity they have, they do what they can. We have tremendous possibilities right now. We don't have to have advanced technology to make things happen. Mushrooms can extract pollution from oil spills. Permaculture shows tremendous potential of what we can actually accomplish with just, adapting our food production capabilities to the local environment. We can create houses, earth ships, which Zach, you showed me about that. Earth ships using junk and plastics and scraps to create really actually pretty sustainable strong, durable structures that are highly insulated. So when it's really cold outside, it's warm inside. When it's warm outside, it's pretty cool inside. So, I mean, the Venus Project in Venus, Florida is a great example of that. Jacques and Roxanne, you guys put together this beautiful, 10 structures in a 20-acre property. We didn't have a team of people helping you out. You didn't have a massive grant from the government. No, you did what you could with your limited capacity, but look what you did. Look what you pulled off. And imagine, as Zach, what you texted me about, the waste of human potential. That's a resource right there that we're wasting. Billions of people doing absolutely nothing with their life. Just feeding into this catastrophic market system, feeding into this destructive growth system. Look at what we're doing. And just as a recent crisis with Israel, when you look at what's happening, sending $100 billion to Israel and Ukraine, are you kidding me? And then politicians have the nerve, they have the nerve to say we don't have enough resources to provide healthcare or education to people in our country. That argument should be obliterated right there. We have more than enough resources. Take apart all the aircraft carriers, all the massive weaponry, the industrial complex, the military-industrial complex, all the militaries all over the world. Take 1% of those resources, and we can create sustainable cities probably in majority of the world. So again, it might not be exactly as we envisioned it, what Jacques wanted, to take place, but we sure as hell we have the ability, because humans are highly innovative. We are problem solvers, and if we have the right values and the right intentions behind our actions, there is literally no limit to what we can accomplish. And, lastly, a great example, I watched the movie, a few weeks ago, Judas and the Black Messiah, and how the Black Panther Party really tapped into one part of what is needed to make a transition to a more sustainable society. And that is providing things for free for people. Given their limited capability, again, they provided a free breakfast program for disadvantaged youth and disadvantaged communities. And that right there was the biggest kick and the biggest threat to the U.S. government, to the point that they actually labeled Huey Newton and the other gentleman, I forgot his name, Fred Hampton, as terrorists. They're like, this guy is more dangerous than Fidel Castro is or anybody else outside of our borders. That right there shows you that once you can provide even the basic necessities of life to people who are desperate, who are living in deprivation, that changes their perspective, that makes them actually want to give back and contribute. And like I said, the human resource, we can do incredible things given our limited capacity if we work together. And that is really the base of it. And that's why the values have to be changed through education, but also if we can provide some limited capacity of what the vision of the future looks like to people, giving them free food, giving them shelter, giving them some kind of a community life where they can actually feel like they're contributing to something, as opposed to wasting their life pulling a lever over and over again. That really in essence is a big part of the Venus Project, So that's what I would say.
I'm sure we all agree with every word of that, and I would be an idiot to not bring up Appalachian Community Mill Mutual Aid Project right now for the fact that we are replicating the Black Panthers' mission of creating that third space and offering barrier-free resources to people that help them get through their day-to-day life. And that could be termed on some level, to some degree, perhaps if nothing else in the abstract, as a form of evolution. But this episodes about the Venus Project, and I want to hear from Theo if you still have the response to what I was saying earlier.
So what I was going to say is that we don't want to give the impression that what we're doing is much different than what Jacques envisioned. And Jacques always did speak about doing an experimental city and testing out different ideas and inviting different countries to have a look at what we're doing. And then if they want to, they can invite us to their country and do something similar. So it wasn't that suddenly Jacques is going to speak to all these leaders and the leaders say, go. There was going to be a transitional stage to get there. And with regards to adaptability, that would have always been the case, because Jacques always spoke about doing a global survey of all available resources and then living within the carrying capacity of the planet. So in many ways, we're not doing anything different. We're just finding the people to do the surveys and exploring with what we have according to them how far we can get. and that's the project that we're doing, Venus Evolution. So the people who are concerned about that you mentioned, Amanda, that might be concerned that we are deviating from the teachings of Fresco, like he used to say about deviating from the teachings of Marx when he was kicked out of the Young Communist League. It's really not like that. We are standing on the shoulder of our giant called Jacques Fresco.
So yeah, two of our hosts have to leave because capitalism still exists. We are in the scarcity society, not the post-scarcity society. But we're gonna keep on going. My question, maybe to close this out in the last leg of this, is for Nate, Roxanne, and Theo to sort of lay out the vision of like, okay, we've sort of explained why the evolution is necessary and the general underlying principles guiding it. But what does it sort of look like? What does it look like in practice for the Venus Project to step into its new phase? I have my own answers that I'd like to put forth as well. Let me go off on a little riff real quick, because this is all it's all connected. And I think what you said, Theo, it's not one thing. There's not one thing that we're going to do that's going to be one switch or one vision of the world. Many worlds are possible. And we're working in our organization and all the organizations that I work with, and in all the places that I've been and the people that I've sought out, people all over the world are building steps to a new world and realizing, whether they even know it or not, as Jacques understood, you don't change people's minds by changing their minds. You change their environment, you change their circumstances, the mediums they're interacting with, the structures around them. I was at a lovely party very recently out here in the canyon, and it was like the whole thing was structured around bringing people together to form councils and talk about housing or the environment or, different issues that affect us. And it was like these people were creating a horizontal structure to society to create networks of resource sharing. And they didn't, they considered themselves capitalists. They weren't even really aware that them adapting to climatic changes and to environmental conditions to create new structures were inadvertently making, their own ideology obsolete. And so really what we want to create is this massive feedback loop of connecting all of these different people and projects out there that are working within their little component, whether they have one piece, whether they may not have the whole, 1,000-yard vision from space that people like Jacques Fresco could see, this whole world vision, but they have a piece of it. And if we can create a coordination system and organize things in a holocratic way where we're connected with circles within circles within circles within circles, and we're able to change the mediums and change the economic structure of our societies and to create a transitional pathway. That's a key word. Key word is transition. We're building steps, like putting stones that we're using to jump across the flooded river to get to this world on the other side. But ultimately, it's through the creation of this process of the ascension of human consciousness developed through changing the means that we interact with each other and creating transitional cooperative structures that can interface with the existing system without just waiting for society to collapse so that we can create something new. It's creating this massive movement of people who maybe don't even get the whole picture to be able to participate still in this process, to change their world around them, to change the structures they interact with, to change their own minds. So I'm really curious at this point. We interview people all the time asking them for solutions. And usually when we get to this sort of position of our show, we're like, what's the solution? A lot of them say, I don't really know. Maybe we could try this. Maybe we could try that. But you're three people that are so focused on the solution. So I'm really excited to just ask you that, like, what's the answer? What's the step? What can we do?
Yeah, it depends on which scenario. I mean, that's why, if you go to the Venus Project website, you'll find under the Venus Evolution tab where it talks about the different scales at which transition can occur. And so, if it depends on if somebody is more in favor of the global context, right? Designs for a global outcome, or whether they're more centrally focused on, or I should say narrowly focused on, like a more regional kind of transition process. And then even further to like a local level, like Roxanne was saying earlier, it could be that it's as simple as just inventing self-sufficiency in one location with the resources available. So really, it depends on which interpretation of the transition someone wants to follow. People are going to follow along that spectrum, and so there's different answers depending on the contingencies that we're facing, which ones you want to sort of bet on, and then the outcome, the sort of vision of an outcome. Which one are you aspiring for? So, traditionally TVP was predicated on the sort of global design, an outcome that featured total global integration of people and resources and cultures, no national boundaries, etc. And then in that case, there would still be a vast supply chain around the world so that resources all over the place could be optimized for everyone. So, in that scenario, transition is obviously more difficult. That's what we've been grappling with that's what Jacques was grappling with for decades. But it gets easier the more you scale it down. So if it's at a regional or local level. So for example, the work that we've been doing with Simon Michaud, the scope set on that transition strategy is more of a regional level. So like, a network of hubs that develop within a given region. So at the level of like a county, right? As opposed to just like a single village, let's say, like these various eco-villages, they're able to develop self-sufficiency. That would be designs for a local stability. But I would say, so the precedent has been set with the work we've been doing in the past year or so, aiming at a sort of regional outcome that may be able to scale to a global outcome depending on what happens. We're not sure. But there's a few answers to it. I mean, the strategy of the current project is to develop an innovation hub, because it is supposed that what is needed is very rapid innovation in multiple categories of technology, right? So with regards to recycling, with regards to mineral varieties and their manipulation into useful products, and then of course the energy sources from which we draw all our power. So and then a wide variety of other technologies that will be necessary to implement self-sufficiency at a given scale. So, that's one approach that's being taken. That's a bit more ambitious, and it may scare away some folks who want to be a bit more simplistic in the transition strategy. But in that case, it requires a lot more investment, a lot more resources, a lot more personnel. And so then the transition strategy depends on or let's say the implementation process depends on the coordination of all those resources and people. So as a general optimum, I would say, or as just a general middle ground between the various approaches, local, regional, global, I would say personally, what I would put my bet on is the various people around the world who are trying to develop, or what Travis of Aravana refers to as the shared direction. What would be best for everybody probably is to try to converge more formally, to try to formalize what we're doing more and bring it together into shared frameworks. So I'm thinking along the lines of like a transdisciplinary field, right? Where it's not necessarily academic, it's not necessarily in academia. It overlaps with academia, it overlaps with industry, it might even overlap with departments of government, it overlaps with the everyday citizen as well. And so that's generally what transdisciplinarity is known for, is this sort of broad integration of various types of stakeholders, various sources of knowledge. And so if it were to be a formalized process, I would imagine these groups trying to converge on a transdisciplinary field, and they would set out a field charter that defines what the broad objective is. Like, what is the overall purpose of this, what do you call it? Let's just say, what's the aspiration that everybody is reaching for? That would be in like a field charter that sort of establishes the parameters of the field. It would have a very broad scope, because inevitably any task of this sort that's focused on sort of global stability, or stability for all people on Earth, well, that's quite a task. So the scope would be very large, and it would bring together the various sources of knowledge that I would see TVP as being one of the key entities in that process, trying to bring people together, along with several others. And, all of this would need to be sort of formalized. So there would need to be sort of like knowledge sharing processes. so that these groups are not reinventing the wheel, kind of wasting time experimenting on stuff that's already been figured out. It seems like there does need to be more structure in how the information is shared. So you can imagine along the lines of, there are already some conferences dedicated to this kind of stuff, but not that much dedicated to sort of the cutting edge of what TVP is trying to do, and a lot of other groups where we're trying to like actually put into practice these kinds of things, especially if you're trying to design new habitats for humans, not just like retrofit old ones. There's plenty of information on that, but like building new habitats from scratch at whatever scale, there's not a lot of, conferences and like, for example, academic fields that are dedicated to that. So I would imagine establishing something along those lines where you have sort of virtual conferences or even in-person conferences where people are able to share what they've discovered, what they've implemented in their local regions, and maybe they can transfer from group to group, but to pursue it more in the spirit of science, in the spirit of sort of not necessarily scholarship, but sort of the marriage of theory and practice. But, it would start with collecting the seminal works, right? So Jacques Fresco being one of them, right? Sort of the seminal thinkers who began in this direction. And, Fresco, he's one among others, some of the original authors of permaculture, they would, for example, be another. And then various systems thinkers out there. I think people like Howard T. Odom would be a great example of a seminal thinker in this direction. Bring together the seminal works, right? And that sort of helps set the scope of what is to be studied and further developed in practice. And then you can develop communities of practice, right? So you can imagine there's like concentric circles, like you described, Zachary, right? Where at the core you have the seminal works, and around that you have sort of a transdisciplinary field that's predicated on those works who develop a research agenda, right? And upon that, you can have sort of a research program that's deployed more broadly around the world, so long as the network is well connected. And one group over here can be researching this kind of, something to do with biomass, for example. What can you do with the resources in that region? And another group can be focused on another aspect, but it all ultimately needs to be integrated into a shared learning process that builds up a model and, a framework that can guide people in the future. Because a lot of knowledge gets lost if it's not sort of codified at some point. And so there needs to be some codification instrument as well. So, you can think of something like a wiki that brings all this information together. You can think of an AI where all of the information goes into an AI, and the AI is the constant consultation mechanism that everyone can use to stay up to date on what's the latest methods that are being developed. So around the transdisciplinary field, you have a community of practice where people are actually putting into practice the theory, right? Because you're going to have the theoreticians always, but you're going to need to be able to translate that to the real world. And so you have those people on the ground doing that. And then, of course, that's where they'll actually be building habitats, developing new processes for sustainability, et cetera, and or self-sufficiency, I prefer to say. Beyond that, you have sort of what people refer to as the network state. So ultimately, the network state needs to be highly robust and a lot of connections and a lot of transfer of information. And if you were to develop at a higher scale, let's say like a regional level, kind of like what we're pursuing with Simon Michaud, you would want to be able to contract all of that or compress it into a single location. So all that knowledge and the processes, the functionality that's already inherent in the network state, you would then compress that down to an actual physical location, just as you would shrink the global supply chain, as Simon is trying to do, right? He's looking around the world, how all this stuff is manufactured. How can we compress all of that into a single location and have a comparable way of life? Won't have all the fancy, smartphones perhaps, but what would be, a decent life for humans. And you can do that to the utmost if you can find a way to compress the supply chain. So you compress the supply chain, you compress the network state into a single location. That's if you're trying to operate at that scale of like, let's say a whole city, like a 10,000 person city, for example, or more. But you develop all these processes in a distributed way first. And then if it needs to be instantiated in physical form somewhere, then you shrink it all down, just compress it into the system when it's built. So along those lines, there's other ideas too, like there would need to be a way for those groups participating in that network to interface with the monetary system, right? So there need to be processes developed that they would need to share for how that can develop. And let's say at the broader level, around the community of practice, you have just the general movement of the public, right? The sort of audience who's following the developments in these niches, these circles, and they try to get in on it as time goes on, right? So you have the broader audience who are sort of a part of a movement who support these practices. And then beyond that, you have to have what was it? Right, you have to have like sort of, I think, the value of simulations, right? Some people are talking about that these days, where if you're trying to develop a fundamentally new system that works on different axioms, it would be advisable to simulate the process first before you start to try to build it, which comes at a great expense.
That's what cybernetics has traditionally been. That's what Project Cybersyn was, is a way of creating simulations that then the people, it's not machines controlling things, it's using machines to run simulations and create coordination systems that then enable the people to work. I want to add a couple of things to what you're just saying, though, because it's of course like our bread and butter. But the idea of the network state is spreading very rapidly. And I think it's really coming from a great place. It's coming from a very natural understanding of like the interconnectedness of all of us and this distributed sort of culture that's coming about through the internet. There are a lot of very big blind spots in a lot of those communities where they don't recognize the value system. They don't recognize the hierarchical structures and basically capitalist paradigms of founders and CEOs controlling the system are inadvertently creating a kind of neo-colonial totalitarian system that's a feudal system. And we want to shift away from that. And I want to direct people to Josh Davila of the Blockchain Socialist podcast series on the network state and on their sort of reflection of that, of the positive sort of pro-social variant of that, a coordination, which is basically like a new coordination system to do the same thing, but in a pro-social way. And I want to say also that, this sort of society doesn't need to be completely self-sufficient. We don't need to go off into the woods, and throw our iPhones into the pond, we can still interface with the old system, as unsustainable as it is. Yet, as you said, we just need a transitional system that allows us to interface with the market. And as I see it, it's kind of like an umbrella or a bubble where the nodes in the network are self-contained within themselves as much as they possibly can be, providing people with universal services and basically using a collaborative finance principles to allow the people to manage their economic lives largely together. It's not like there's one common fund where everybody owns everything, but it's using these principles of an access economy, of library economy, and just living in community. This is the basic fundamental principle of community: is people share. Everything you have isn't owned by somebody else. People have their own lives. In that sort of holonic sort of scaling out, you are your own sovereign unit. You scale up into your community that you're a part of. You're also the whole. But yeah, basically creating this umbrella where within your own system, within the bounds of whatever structure you create, whether that's a community, a cooperative, an experimental circular city, you don't really require money in the same ways that you would otherwise. You have a different structure, a different game mechanic that is running your system. And on the outside of that, you have this container, this membrane of a cooperative enterprise, a DAO, a company. The people in your community come together and say, what are our economic resources? What can we do to make money to be able to do the things, to provide the things for ourselves that we don't need, that we can't provide for ourselves, or that our network that we're increasingly interconnected with, and in recognition that I'm you and you're me, and we don't want to profit off of each other. We want a smooth circulation of the things that we need to ultimately create abundance so that we don't need to track and log everything. But it's also creating new coordination systems to account for actual resources, resource-based economies, and to account for needs. And there's so much of all of that vision encompassed in the show we did at Liminal Village, which is one of the best podcasts we've done in a long time, of a model of this actually working on a very small scale that is ripe to be spread and scaled and grown. In this way, we're interoperating with the existing system while using all resources and transitioning within all institutions in that system to bring us into the new system. I would love to hear Theo and Roxanne's perspectives on this transition as well. And one more last word on sociocracy. Our group is actually going to be presenting a pitch of how we could sociocratically organize the Venus Project in a few days, I think Saturday. But yeah, that's like you talked about earlier, that so much of your capacity was occupied previously by coordinating your own, success. And the sociocratic, holocratic sort of system is a very elegant way of creating a coordinated, highly organized system that allows people autonomy so that, the Venus Project can retain its autonomy of the Venus Project. But there can be other circles that you're working with in this sociocratic mainframe that are not exactly aligned, but that you can still interoperate and connect with them. And you can have coordination without a central board that's controlling everything, that's saying, I'm going to give you this resource and you're going to give me that. So we're in a brilliant, brilliant time. And it's like we talked about on a call recently that like Jacques was so ahead of his time. And now it's like it feels like we're running out of time, but it also feels like we're right on time.
I would say, well, first of all, Nate did an incredible summary there, and along with your wrap up as well, Zachary. So the only thing I can think of adding to that is we need a lot of education. And Jacques Fresco Foundation has been formed to do that very bit, because the main thing that we need to do above and beyond all of this is educate people from getting from this system to a different system, because the way we're doing it now is we are destroying the biophysical environment which we depend on, and we are doing it wearing Prada, and we want to continue wearing Prada while we're trying to figure out solutions, and that can cause some issues because we're trying to live between the systems, and we have to, and that's why in the project that we're doing with Simon Michaud, he's proposed a two-tier economy where we have people getting paid, but when they're living within the experimental city or community, that they have access to goods and services without a price tag on them. When we're talking about transitioning to anything and better world, or we have to kind of sit down and as a planet to redefine what better ought to mean rather than what it means. And it involves a significant fundamental shift in the way we communicate. That's why Fresco spoke about the complications that the way we communicate at the moment are flawed, that we speak at each other rather than to each other. We have to speak about values and what values will help us progress into the future, and the overall structures. This is probably the most difficult part for people, of course. And then everything else comes through education to redefine success beyond, what people consider success today. And I mean, I'm preaching to the choir, I'm sure, but I think these things need to be said again, and that they need to listen to an alternative point of view to try and take them from here to there as well. Because as part of changing a system, when we change an environment, that's how we can change the mindset of people, so that the focus of the system changes into something more collaborative and cooperative. And I mean, why would we want to do that? Well, of course, because if things are going well, I don't have a reason to come and hit you over the head to take what you got.
I think it was all stated pretty well. There's not much more I can add, but just to kind of summarize really, really simply, what Nate was saying too, is that this is kind of like a new discipline or a new science that we want to try and introduce to the world or even academia in terms of trying to engineer a future. And people don't like that term. Jacques used to say that too, that when you talk about engineering a society, people get afraid of that. But when you really think about it, we're always being engineered, but for whose what benefit, what's the goal, and for what end, people don't usually ask. So if we set forth a whole new direction for humanity, asking where do we want to go and how do we get there, and designing a society, as Theo was saying, that can really change behavior. It's not just making architecture, but really deliberately designing things so the behavior changes. So we surpass the need for war and poverty and hunger. That's a very different way of looking at architecture, but it encompasses behavior analysis and many other things. All different disciplines together have to work together. I don't know if I have much more to say about it right now.
Yeah, the key thing about it is that, the people who are working in this direction, they develop a common language sort of, so that they can actually make interoperable their processes and their findings. That's been the trouble in academia all along, of course, the siloization where, they have difficulty integrating their knowledge because they've had such long histories, path dependent on a set of terms that other fields don't understand. So I think any system runs the risk of that. If you have a lot of parallel developments moving in different, all in a similar direction, but on different branches, the cost of translation between them grows as they grow apart. And so there needs to be that communication bridge, that information flow, that it's like the information flow needs to be centralized, but the activities not so much, right? That way everybody can be efficiently accessing the information from known sources, and known methods of doing so. So, right, as part of developing a science or, a field, typically you establish terminology. And in a transdisciplinary context, it's usually terminology that arises as an abstraction from all the pre-existing terminology that exists in other fields, right? So that way there's a common language. So you might say system science is an example of a transdisciplinary field. Like literally it's called system science, and it contains many other sort of subdivisions, but in its primary language, it has terms or concepts that are true of any system anywhere in any context in any field, whether it's a cell in biology or a full animal in ecology or even a corporation or something. They're all systems, and they found ways to define, at an abstract level, the sort of the fundamental structures and functions of what is recurring everywhere. And so there needs to be something like that developed for the people who are the various groups who are trying to evolve the cultures, the social systems, the economic processes that we consider sustainable. They need to get all on the same page about what they're talking about and how they're doing it. Just a general, a shared reference point, and exactly how that can be implemented. I think that's a matter of sort of emergence. I mean, TVP is going to play its part in trying to help bring about some greater clarity in organizing this kind of thing. But ultimately, you see examples of it already, like GaiaNet, right? So that's a great example of a centralized source of information where it's a database of all these groups who are kind of working along similar lines. We need other tools like that can help facilitate the integration of everybody's knowledge.
So it's a balance of centralization and decentralization to centralize the protocol, but decentralize the actual actors in the system. Centralize the forest, but the forest is made up of decentralized actors, trees and plants and bears and etc.
And implement it as much as possible. That's how you test the theory. Has to be implemented.
Do it. Homework for the viewers. Do it. And I do want to say also, on the other side of creating this highly efficacious, efficient technical language to be able to talk about biophilic, holocratic, syntropic, all of these terms that we understand that help us quickly navigate through it, is simplifying it. And the beauty of what Amanda's project, Appalachian Community Meal Program, is she's embedding the principles of a resource-based economy directly influenced by Jacques Fresco. And she's communicating that and translating it through a food program into a a language that the gut biome can understand, to Appalachian people who have no education at all in many cases. And that's I think the beauty of this participatory process of education, and of one of the super solutions is counsel, and is participation, is creating participatory processes where there isn't a class who learns and a class who works and a class who makes decisions, but everybody is becoming more generalized in that they're all participating in this shared process that shapes us as we shape it.
Yeah. So a part of bringing everybody together and forming a common language and everything that Nate mentioned, it has to do with also, like, as you said, just do it. But when it comes to the doing is when people start to have trouble, because they see this personality and that personality, and maybe they find out that Theo likes only white shirts, and then they don't like the fact that Theo wears nice white shirts, and that's the whole thing, is that people have to understand that people come with vast backgrounds, and they might have their little habits and their little things that they do or say that might not 100% agree with every value that we put on the table for a future society. But everybody is in a learning is learning, and we have to make that adjustment to take people from here to there. And some people are more than halfway there, some people are less than halfway there, but they're competent and they understand the intent. And so when we doing a project like Venus Evolution, it's to bring people from different disciplines, to get them together and say, this is what we need, how we're going to get here from here to there, and let's try things out. And that's it.
Well, it's a beautiful vision, and I'm really excited to get my own hands dirty in it, and to help synthesize all that I've been, seeking really my whole life, to put it all together and to see this happen, and to come to this moment here in all the collapsing systems, to see and to show other people that we have to change everything. And we get to change everything. And we individually don't have to change everything, because we can organize ourselves into a much more effective, efficient system that changes its priorities to just first and foremost meet needs and deal with human resources, deal with people as living beings, as connected to a living world. I mean, these are not that complicated of ideas to understand. I think a child can understand most of these things. And it's down to brass tacks. It's time for us to start really putting it into practice and testing all of it, and creating this evolutionary process where we make mistakes and learn from them, and a process that is continually improving. And I think that it's the fear of being wrong that is keeping so many people from being scientific in the way that they live. I don't think many scientists are really afraid of being wrong. They're actually kind of trying to prove themselves wrong in as many ways as they can, so that they can emerge a new path. A new path we can arrive at a new path by proving ourselves wrong over and over and over again. And that's a big step that a lot of people need to take. But on the other side of that step is this whole world. I just want to say, in reckoning with overshoot, with impending and ongoing collapse, with the failure and the breakdown of our existing systems, and with the deep truth, the real matrix, green pill, that the monetary system is the generator of these problems, not its solvent. That when you realize this, it brings us to arrive at the conclusion of a world that works for all. And, we may not see the world that Jacques Fresco envisioned in our lifetimes. I think if we don't see a serious start, if we don't start moving in that direction, this is it. I mean, it's evolution or extinction. I choose evolution.
Do you want to do something about all the issues we talk about here on our show? Do you want to learn more, get involved, and help us help others break out of the cycle? Step 1 is to join the growing community of rebels and kind hearts sharing their knowledge and passion. Follow Moneyless Society on our social media pages and spread the message to people who need it. When you're ready, you can get involved by reaching out and becoming a Moneyless Society volunteer. We need every skill imaginable, large or small, if we're going to resist the powers destroying our planet. And even if you don't have time to volunteer, you can help us build the dream with donations of any size. We create all of this community and content because it is our passion, but we need resources to get it done. Monthly Patreon donors receive cool perks like early access to future episodes, and visitors to our website, moneylesssociety.com, can buy Moso shirts and other merchandise that help spread awareness. We're glad you're here, and we hope that you'll keep learning and growing with us. The goal may seem far away, but we can get there together.
イントロダクション。現代社会は数多くの課題に直面しています。環境問題、経済格差、社会的不平等、資源の枯渇など、多くの人々がこの状況を憂慮し、解決策を模索しています。その中で注目を集めているのが、ゼートガイスト運動とヴィーナスプロジェクト、そして資源ベース経済という新しい経済モデルです。これらの概念は、現代社会の問題を解決し、より持続可能で公正な社会を築くための提案を含んでいます。本エッセイでは、これらの運動やプロジェクトの概要、理念、目指す未来像について詳しく解説します。ゼートガイスト運動とは、ゼートガイスト運動、ザ・ゼートゲストムーブメントは、2008年にピーター・ジョセフによって創設されました。この運動の目的は、社会の意識を変革し、科学技術を基盤とした新しい社会システムを構築することです。ゼートガイスト運動は、現代の金融経済システムを批判し、資源ベース経済、リソースベースドエコノミーを提唱しています。この運動の中心には、人間の基本的なニーズを満たし、社会全体の幸福を追求するために、科学技術を活用するという考え方があります。ゼートガイスト運動の活動は、教育や啓発活動、映画制作、講演など多岐にわたります。特に2007年に公開されたドキュメンタリー映画、ゼートガイストは、この運動の名前の由来となり、多くの人々に衝撃を与えました。この映画は、金融システムや宗教、メディアの問題を取り上げ、それらがどのように社会に影響を与えているかを分析しています。ヴィーナスプロジェクトとは、ヴィーナスプロジェクト、ザ・ヴィーナスプロジェクトは、ジャック・フレスコとロクサーヌ・メドウズによって設立されました。ヴィーナスプロジェクトは、科学技術を駆使して持続可能な社会を実現するための具体的なプランを提案しています。その中心には、資源ベース経済の実現があります。フレスコは都市設計、交通システム、エネルギーシステムなど、あらゆる面で効率的で環境に優しい社会システムを提案しました。ヴィーナスプロジェクトは、フロリダ州にあるヴィーナスという町にその名前を由来しています。このプロジェクトの目標は、自然と調和した生活環境を作り出し、全人類が平等に資源を共有できる社会を構築することです。フレスコのビジョンには、地球上のすべての人々が平等に生活し、戦争や貧困、環境破壊が存在しない世界が描かれています。資源ベース経済の概念。資源ベース経済とは、貨幣を基盤とせず、地球の物理的資源をもとにした経済システムのことを指します。この概念は、科学技術を駆使して資源を効率的に管理し、全人類の基本的なニーズを満たすことを目指しています。資源ベース経済の基本原則は、 地球上の資源は全人類の共有財産であり、それらを最適に配分することで社会全体の福祉を向上させるというものです。現代の経済システムは資本主義に基づいており、利益追求が優先されます。しかし、資源ベース経済では、利益ではなく人類の幸福が最優先されます。このシステムでは、人工知能や自動化技術が積極的に活用され、資源の効率的な管理と分配が行われます。これにより、環境負荷を最小限に抑えつつ、全人類が平等に豊かさを享受することが可能となります。ゼートガイスト運動とヴィーナスプロジェクトの関係。ゼートガイスト運動とヴィーナスプロジェクトは、共に資源ベース経済の実現を目指していますが、そのアプローチには若干の違いがあります。ゼートガイスト運動は、社会全体の意識改革と教育を重視しており、金融システムや政治システムの根本的な改革を訴えています。一方、ヴィーナスプロジェクトは、具体的な都市設計や技術的解決策に焦点を当てており、実際のプロトタイプを通じてそのビジョンを示しています。両者の目標は共通しており、持続可能で公正な社会を実現することにあります。ゼートガイスト運動は、広範な啓発活動を通じて人々の意識を変革し、ヴィーナスプロジェクトは、その具体的な設計と実践を通じて新しい社会システムの可能性を示しています。批判と反論。ゼートガイスト運動やヴィーナスプロジェクトには様々な批判があります。一部の批判者は、これらの運動が現実的ではないと主張し、その理想が過度に楽観的であると指摘しています。また、資源ベース経済の実現には膨大な資金と技術が必要であり、その実現可能性に疑問を呈する声もあります。しかし、これらの批判に対して、ゼートガイスト運動やヴィーナスプロジェクトの支持者は、現代社会が直面する問題の深刻さを指摘し、根本的な変革が必要であると強調しています。また、技術の進歩により、かつては不可能と思われたことが実現可能となっている事例を挙げ、資源ベース経済の実現も決して非現実的ではないと反論しています。未来展望。ゼートガイスト運動やヴィーナスプロジェクトが提唱する資源ベース経済は、現代社会の多くの問題を解決する潜在的な力を持っています。しかし、その実現には多くの課題が伴います。まず、社会全体の意識改革が必要であり、現在の経済システムや政治システムの改革が求められます。また、技術的な課題も多く、持続可能なエネルギーシステムや効率的な資源管理システムの開発が不可欠です。しかし、これらの課題を克服することで、持続可能で公正な社会の実現が可能となります。ゼートガイスト運動やヴィーナスプロジェクトは、そのビジョンを広めることで、多くの人々に影響を与え、社会の変革を促しています。将来的には、これらの運動が提唱する理念がより広く受け入れられ、実現に向けた具体的なステップが進められることが期待されます。結論。ゼートガイスト運動、ヴィーナスプロジェクト、そして資源ベース経済は、現代社会が直面する多くの課題に対する革新的な解決策を提案しています。これらの運動やプロジェクトは、科学技術を駆使して持続可能で公正な社会を実現することを目指しており、その理念は多くの人々に支持されています。しかし、その実現には多くの課題があり、社会全体の意識改革と技術的な進歩が必要です。未来に向けて、ゼートガイスト運動やヴィーナスプロジェクトが提唱するビジョンが現実のものとなる日が来ることを期待しつつ、我々一人一人がその実現に向けてできることを考えることが求められます。
未来への夢、みんなが感じる新しい世界、古いものを捨てて資源の共有、みんなの のために平和の道をこれから始めよう幻想の街明るい未来へ他にのない自分を信じて技術の力夢を現実に未来の希望そこに見えるゼガイスト目覚める心ヴィーナスプロジェクト共に前へゼガイスト新しい道自由の夢をみんなで作ろう No自然の恵み技術とともに人と人がつながる未来贅沢を捨て生きる喜び豊かな生活これから広がるゼガイスト目覚める心ヴィーナスプロジェクト共に前へゼガイスト新しい道自由の夢をみんなで作ろう子供たちの笑顔があふれる争いのない世界が広がる夢と希望を託す未来私たちの手で築いてゆこう Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Oh, we'll live as one. Oh.
A nation without a vision of what the future can be is bound to repeat past errors over and over again. This brief video will outline a vision designed to avoid old mistakes. A vision of efficiency, sustainability, and intelligent planning can lead us into a marvelous new world of unlimited human potential. Designing the future. This vision could be a showcase of what the world can be in our cybernated age. Science and technology could be used for human betterment and the restoration and protection of the environment, serving as an example of the intelligent application of a systems approach. While some people advocate the restoration of existing, worn-out cities, these efforts fall short of the potentials of modern technology. Repairing outmoded cities results in higher costs of operation and maintenance. It is actually less expensive in the long run to build newer cities from the ground up than to restore and maintain old ones. A total city system approach requires overall planning to attain a higher standard of living for all the city's occupants. The circular arrangement efficiently permits the most sophisticated use of available resources and construction techniques with a minimum expenditure of energy. This can make available to all people the most advanced amenities that modern science and technology can provide. It could be the hub and learning center where people from all over the world visit and hopefully emulate this design approach in other parts of the world. Design considerations for these new cities include its overall functioning, its ease of assembly, the reduction of maintenance, efficient transportation, and its simplicity and durability. This will include the flexibility to permit ongoing and later changes. The city would function as an evolving, integrated organism rather than a static structure. This systems approach envisions assembling entire cities by standardizing basic structural elements, which are prefabricated in automated plants and assembled on site. Many of these buildings would be comprised of standard units that can be arranged to meet many different requirements. This approach means that these cities can be extremely cost efficient because only one sector needs to be designed, which can be duplicated repeatedly for the completion of an entire city as totally integrated city systems anywhere in the world. The outer perimeter will be part of the recreational area with golf courses, hiking and biking trails, and opportunities for water sports. Inside this area, a waterway surrounds an agricultural belt with indoor and outdoor agriculture. Continuing toward the city center, 8 green sectors provide clean, renewable resources of energy using wind, solar, and heat concentrators. Waste recycling and other services are located beneath the city. The plan utilizes the best of clean technology in harmony with the surrounding environment. The residential district features beautiful landscaping with lakes and winding streams, a wide range of creative, innovative apartment buildings, and individual unique homes will provide many options for the occupants. New and innovative methods of fast mass construction for housing and building systems will inject composite materials into a mold and then extrude the form upward. In some cases, multiple city apartments can be produced as continuous extrusions, which are then separated into individual units. Cranes transport these prefabricated dwellings to site locations. They are then lifted and inserted into a support structure. The apartments are lightweight and high strength. All of the dwellings are designed as self-contained residences. The outer surface of these efficient structures serve as photovoltaic generators, converting solar radiation directly into electricity for heating, cooling, and other needs. The thermocouple effect will also be used for generating electricity. The wide range of individual homes are prefabricated and relatively maintenance-free, fire-resistant, and impervious to weather. With this type of construction, there'd be little or no damage from floods, earthquakes, or hurricanes. Their thin shell construction can be mass-produced efficiently and economically. New energy-efficient systems can be installed to supply enough power to operate the entire household. Adjacent to the residential district are planning, science, and research centers. 8 domes surrounding the central dome house art, music, exhibition, entertainment, and conference centers. Lovely parks, lakes, streams, and waterfalls are located throughout the entire city. The Central Dome, or Theme Center, contains schools, healthcare, shopping, communications networking, and childcare. It is also the core for most transportation services, which move people by transveyors horizontally, vertically, and radially anywhere in the city. This minimizes the need for automobile transportation, except for emergency vehicles. Transportation between cities would be by monorail. The Central Dome will eventually house a cybernated complex, which serves as the brain and nervous system of the entire city. It projects a 3D virtual image of Earth using satellite communication systems which display information on weather, agriculture, transportation, and the operation of the whole city. This cybernated system will use environmental sensors to help maintain a balanced load economy, which avoids overruns and shortages. For example, in the agricultural belt, electronic probes monitor and maintain the soil conditions, water table, nutrients, and more. This method of electronic feedback can be applied to the entire city complex. With computers now able to process trillions of bits of information per second, they are vital for arriving at correct decisions for the management of these innovative cities. The architectural structures themselves will be jewels of future possibilities, with a wide variety of exhibition buildings. Many of the displays will depict not what the future will be, but what it can be. Some of the cities may be total enclosure systems, which are self-sufficient. These massive structures would contain residences, parks, recreation, entertainment, healthcare, educational facilities, and more. Everything built in these cities would be as near to a self-contained system as conditions allow. In these total enclosure arrangements, the skyscraper assures that more land is available for parks and wilderness preserves, while at the same time eliminating urban sprawl. Wherever possible, geothermal energy can be harnessed. Geothermal power offers the possibility of an abundant source of clean energy. This source alone could provide enough energy for the next 1,000 years. National transportation systems would include a network of waterways and canals. These bodies of water could minimize the threat of floods and droughts by diverting floodwaters to storage basins. In addition, these canals could supply water for irrigation, fish farms, and recreation. The canals can also be used for desalination using a method of evaporative condensation. In some instances, ships could serve as floating automated plants, capable of processing raw materials into finished products while en route to their destinations. Huge ships and submarines with many removable and interchangeable compartments will carry freight across the oceans. Rather than separate containers, an entire freight section can be automatically disengaged at the port. Bridge designs would be greatly simplified, and bridges can be made corrosion resistant. They would be prefabricated and transported to the site by twin-hulled catamarans. On some bridges, trains could be suspended beneath traffic lanes. Colonization of the oceans is one of the last frontiers remaining on Earth. Prodigious oceanic city communities will evolve as artificial islands, floating structures, undersea observatories, and more. These large marine structures are designed to explore the relatively untapped riches of the oceans and provide improved mariculture, freshwater production, energy, and mining. This could offset land-based shortages. They could also provide almost unlimited riches in pharmaceuticals, chemicals, fertilizers, minerals, oil, and natural gas. Ocean cities would be resistant to earthquakes and greatly relieve land-based population pressures. The population would vary from several hundred to many thousand. Underwater oceanic viewing and research facilities provide expansive panoramic observations of the undersea world in its natural habitat without disturbing the ocean environment. Unsinkable floating sea domes will attract those who prefer unique offshore or island living. In the event of inclement weather, they could easily be towed ashore, mounted and anchored to elevated support structures. Mariculture and sea farming systems are used to cultivate and raise fish and other forms of marine life to help meet nutritional needs. These marine enclosures are designed as non-contaminating integral parts of the ocean environment. If we use science and technology with human and environmental concerns, it could be a vivid future showcase of the human potential when working together to preserve the greatest gift we have, the resources and beauty of our planet Earth. In the final analysis, we are one people and share one planet. If you desire more information on any of the systems seen in this video, visit our website at www.thevenusproject.com.
I wish I could say everything's just peachy, yeah. Living life is so easy, but it's not. They got everyone believing that's just the way it is, so there's nothing to be done. And so perpetuate a culture of cutthroat competition. But despite what you might think, we got everything we need to provide for each other. And wouldn't it be nice if no one had to fight just to get a bite to eat? Together we can build a better future for our project. Don't let them pull all said and done, love will conquer Don't let them pull the wool over your eyes. No doubt there's something wrong in this picture. We draw our power from the spirit of the times. Zeitgeist.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
I'm only a child, yet I know we are all in this together and should act as one single world towards one single goal.
We have heard the rationales offered by the superpowers. We know who speaks for the nations, but who speaks for the human species? Who speaks for Earth?
I am talking about the resource-based economy, the scientific method for social equality, where our technology allows for life in global abundance, and the choice between contender and incumbent is redundant.
Welcome to this pale blue dot in our galaxy, where we fear the finality of our own mortality, and we worry about our salary and consumption of calories, while famine and war have caused another fatality. We live in a finite world, but our need for growth is infinite. Our relationship with money is so damn intimate. We can't slow down, we want more, oh we're so into it. Intimate, it would be a sin to quit. So now the whole planet's in debt. We owe quite a tall stack, but it's literally impossible to pay it all back, because money is debt created with interest. You listening?
There's actually more money owed than exists in the whole system.
That's a pyramid scheme, not just mean individuals skimming the cream, not just smoke-filled rooms where the supremely powerful convene. It seems a systemic flaw is the theme to this meme. Today's system defines who wins and loses with competitions, and losers are created by definition. Our leaders are ruled by political ambition. Not a single one of them is a trained technician. It would be insane to listen to their claims. I'd rather use the scientific method to arrive at decisions. So pardon my sedition, but I stand by my derision, and I fight against this system with a thought for ammunition.
It's a train of thought, it's a frame of sorts, a campaign where you can't just feign support. The train of thought can't be claimed or bought. It's an idea, there's no one you can blame in court. It's a train of thought, it's not a game or sport. It pertains to humane and sustained support. Like a chain is wrought, it can be trained and taught to anyone with a brain. Let me explain in short.
I'm talking about the resource-based economy, the scientific method for social equality. No political borders, no one giving you orders. It's a wealth worth giving to our sons and daughters. I'm talking about the resource-based economy, the scientific method for social equality. Take care of the planet and meet everybody's need. Make the world debt-free, just live and let be.
We can't control nature, we can only try to fit the mold. So instead of growth and jobs, let's set ourselves a new goal. A bold, high standard of living for the planet as a whole, in a sustainable way for every human soul, young and old. Let go of your borders, time to think worldwide. No more democracy and politics, all that's been tried. Instead, we use the scientific method as a guide to arrive at decisions on how technology's applied. And if we want to provide, we can't take a resource and abuse it. We need to keep track of what we have and how fast we use it. Systems theory tells us everything in nature's connected. When we cut down too many trees, the ecosystem is affected. So in production, it makes sense to build everything to last. Planned obsolescence should be a thing of the past. And if we design fast evolving technologies to be modular, we can replace old parts with the new and more popular. To distribute our goods, the shortest distance is preferred. To transfer from there, what we can make here is absurd. Then we evaluate demand for goods and build hubs to receive them. Like a library where you check things things out for as long as you need them. All of this is doable with today's technology, as long as we apply the right methodology. Cause scarcity is technically outdated, you follow me? This way we can live in abundance and global equality.
I'm talking about the resource-based economy, the scientific method for social equality, where technology allows a life in global abundance, and the choice between contender and incumbent is redundant. I'm talking about the resource-based economy, the scientific method for social equality. Every time the transition is about damn time, the planet is shared by all of mankind.
Incentive is the key to understanding volition. We don't act without it, it's behind any decision. There's no human nature to behavior, just predisposition that has to be supported by the surrounding conditions. So the mission is one we should all agree to pick. No police, no prisons, no referee to trick. Build a system with no incentive for harmful behavior, cause if you remove the carrot, you don't need the stick. There would be nothing to gain from trying to mislead, mistreat or deceive. No incentive to thieve, what could you hope to achieve? Anything you need, you can get for free, and it would always be available, so no reason for greed. 10% of the population makes the system run, so instead of working 9 to 5, live your life for fun. Travel the world, raise a family, read a book, build something beautifully useful, or learn to cook. It's this generation's defining challenge, extraordinaire. It's not complicated, just a comprehensive affair. For some it's a big mouthful, for others a breath of fresh air. Don't be scared, cause it can be done, don't despair. Educate yourself on how the current system's impaired, but please do more than just make other people aware. When it comes down to it, we have two things to declare. One, we all care, and two, we all share.
That train of thought, it's a frame of sorts, a campaign where you can't just feign support. The train of thought can't be claimed or bought, it's an idea, there's no one you can blame in court. It's a train of thought, it's not a game or sport. It pertains to humane and sustained support. Like a chain is wrought, it can't be trained and taught to anyone with a brain. Let me explain in short.
I'm talking about the resource-based economy, the scientific method for social equality. No political borders, no one giving you orders. It's a wealth worth giving to our sons and daughters. I'm talking about the resource-based economy, the scientific method for social equality. Take care of the planet and meet everybody's need. Make the world debt-free, just live and let be. I'm talking about the resource-based economy, the scientific method for social equality, where technology allows a life in global abundance, and the choice between contender and incumbent is redundant. I'm talking about the resource-based economy, the scientific method for social equality. Every kind of transition is about damn time. The planet is shared by all of mankind.
You see, the real value of a conflict, the true value, is in the debt that it creates. You control the debt, you control everything. You find this upsetting, yes? But this is the very essence of the banking industry. To make us all, whether we be nations or individuals, slaves to debt.
You can't call me money, but you can't escape from me. I take grace hatefully, enslave and make it fun for me. And luckily, the species ain't seen my diseases. I'm blooding the streets with bodies that keep slacking me. You casually spin me as I deprive freedom and lives. As I push your future aside, you're divided, can't ask why. Your progress is nonsense, it's swamped with obsolescence in seconds. I take your best shit and wreck it. While you stress and caress me, I poison your cities. Left you degraded and clueless, disgracefully stupid, neurologically damaged, empathically savage, with habits as hazardous as Halliburton's habit. You can't avoid my madness as I ravage the planet. For useless consumerism, I'm abusing a system of associative thought patterns to eradicate plates of earth before you vacate the space for permanent work.
The money, copyrights, and serenity resources. Your cultural and spiritual distinctiveness will be consumerized into our own resistance is futile. You will be consumerized.
so waste, then a third of the food made just gets thrown away. Like a third of humans that waste away hungrily, and other poverty that permanently follows y'all to veritably swallow y'all like a fat lady eating Mickey D's. You can teach people about me, but I cheat more frequently. You worship me and believe my promises you'll be prosperous, but I'm twice the fraudulent as posthumous life insurance. Completely deadly, psychopath on the warpath, wreaking suffering discreetly, pimping scarcity, no peace gritty can buffer me, and suddenly it's a race to extinction thanks to me, the demon. So get your face in position, embrace free missions. Since you embrace my religion, I'll condone your resistance. So long as your justice stays the splinter resistance. Dithering for little shit, ignorant of my malevolence.
Resistance is futile. You will be consumerized. Drop your rights and surrender your resources. Your cultural and spiritual distinctiveness will be consumerized into our own. Resistance is futile. You will be consumerized.
Sasha, and I'd like to tell you about my home, Prison Earth. Prison Earth is a fairly large place. It has hundreds of different prison cells and billions of prisoners. Some of the prison cells are pretty large, some are much smaller. Some are fairly nice, others are horrible. I was born in jail cell R, which isn't the worst cell in the prison, but many would argue that it's not the best one either. Back in the 90s, when I was growing up, Cell R was actually considered to be a pretty dangerous place. Because of that, my father worked hard to move my family and me to Cell U, which was considered to be a much better cell at the time. But it wasn't easy to make the move from Cell R to Cell U, or to go anywhere, in fact. You can't just move freely from one prison cell to another. All prison cells have very strict rules about who can enter and exit each cell and for how long. The walls between each prison cell are strictly patrolled by guards, and it's almost impossible to leave your own cell without granted permission. To be granted permission to leave your cell, you first need to get a small booklet that has your details written on it. It has your name, your date of birth, your inmate number, where you were born, and some other information. Most prisoners can leave their cells by showing this booklet to the guards, but some cannot. For most prisoners, getting out of their own jail cell is the easy part though. The hard part is entering into a new cell. You see, there is no free or common area in the prison. The entire prison is strictly divided into jail cells, and each cell has its own rules that you have to follow. The booklet that I told you about dictates which cells you can enter and for how long. Since some jail cells are better than others, this means that some prisoners are more privileged than others. In some jail cells, people slave for livable wages and have access to healthcare and education. In other cells, a lot of people suffer. They slave in awful conditions and barely earn enough to eat. If you're born in a good jail cell, like the ones in Area E or Area A, you might be quite lucky. Not only because you'll have access to healthcare and some good services, but also because you can leave your jail cell and temporarily enter many other cells just by showing your booklet to the guards. But if you're born in one of the bad prison cells, you're quite unlucky because it will be very difficult for you to leave or to improve that cell. Most likely, you'll be very poor and the prison guards won't let you into the good cells without additional special permission. To get additional special permission, it can be very difficult. Not only do you need to show the guards your booklet, but you also need to show them a special stamp called a visa that you can only get from the authorities. To get this stamp, you either have to have a lot of money or you have to sign into a contract to be a devoted slave for a company in the good jail cell. But that will only happen if you're very skilled. Sometimes you can also perform a ritual called marriage with someone from that jail cell. Once you have the documents and the stamp, the guards can still refuse you entry into their cell if they feel like it. And if you're poor, there's a good chance that you'll get denied. The funny part is that most prisoners don't even realize that they're locked up. Most prisoners don't even try to go into a neighboring cell for longer than they're allowed to. Most don't question the guards or the other prisoners. They just do what they've always done. They work. They slave their lives away in their designated jail cells. And they only take vacations when they're allowed, only for as long as they're allowed. They might be numb to this prison. They might be quietly existing, working in the system, perhaps drinking, smoking, or taking pills to cope with the lack of meaning in their imprisoned existence. But I hope you're not like that. I hope you question and take a step outside, at least with your own mind.
am Zeitgeist.
I am really sick and tired of being a part of this materialistic society. It seems as if everyone's priorities are in the wrong places. Money, for example. What is the point of living our lives for the accumulation of money? When I die and am no longer a part of this world, is that money going to affect me in any way?
No, it most certainly will not.
So why is it important when I am alive? Why are we taught that money equals happiness when that is the furthest thing from the truth? When I reflect on my life and remember what has made me the most happy, it has always been the people who were in my life, the fun I had with them, the memories I made with them. I believe that sharing ourselves with others, taking care of the environment, and making a difference in the world is what currency really is. Not stupid pieces of paper or minerals dug up from the ground and made into coins, or numbers and figures on a computer screen. It's nonsense.
I have thought about this for a long time, and in all my years of self-reflection I have come to the conclusion that money breeds scarcity, and it makes people distrust one another. It is the root of all evil because it distances us from each other instead of bringing us together. If money was such an amazing thing in our lives, shouldn't it make everyone happier? Instead, it does the opposite.
That is absolutely correct. Look at how much suffering is happening all across our planet, and it's all because of one thing.
Money.
It is so obvious when you stop and think about it. Look at people and countries who are constantly fighting because they are struggling to impose their power and control over one another. Once their control is established, they then struggle to maintain it. It is a never-ending cycle of anger, manipulations, and destruction.
If money is the reason that our global population is experiencing so many problems, then the way to solve those problems is simple. Eliminate the cause of the problem and the problem will minimize in intensity and frequency.
You mean get rid of money completely?
Correct.
But how can we get rid of money? It is so ingrained in our minds and society. Everything revolves around money. You cannot go a single day without exchanging money for a service or a product somehow.
That is exactly my point. In order to survive, you need to have money. That money is exchanged for a product or a service. Let's use the example of food and shelter. If I have the money to buy food and shelter, and you do not, eventually you will start feeling resentment towards me, since I am comfortable and enjoying life, while you are suffering and trying to figure out how to survive.
I see.
Over time you will become increasingly desperate to find ways of accumulating the same things I have. You may even resort to violence. That violence is what we see on the news. It is not that people are bad and are doing bad things, they are simply trying to survive in a backwards society.
So the solution is make sure that everyone has food and shelter, correct? That no one is left out of having the basic necessities of life.
Exactly. If everyone had...
Hold on, let me interrupt you and see if I understand your concept. If everyone had the necessities of life, then nobody would fight over someone else's belongings because they themselves would already be in possession of them. People would be much happier. If everyone is happier, then we would also be safer, as we would not be afraid of who might hurt us due to feelings of resentment and anger because of having something they don't. Money is what is holding us back from this particular existence because it keeps people against each other instead of coming together and taking care of one another. As long as money is what we measure life with, we will always have social, political, and national problems.
I believe you now understand.
Peace is possible.
Now you know why we need to eliminate money from society, in order for everyone to be happier. We will now discuss how we can achieve that. For a long time now we have lived in a monetary society. A society that is built around the circulation of money in order to go about daily life. However, The time has come for us to evolve into a new way of living. A resource-based economy is the most logical system to embrace. It is a system which takes into account the global resources available to all human beings. Every human being would be taken care of, not just a select few wealthy individuals. Physical labor would be non-existent as machines would do the work for us. In essence, we would become free to do whatever we wanted to do. Look at how much human labor has been phased out because of technology. We have been witnessing the mechanization of labor for decades already, and it will only continue to increase. It is simply not being executed in the most efficient way, because of the underlying issue of people needing jobs in order to earn money, which in turn fuels the purchasing of products and services.
But people have always had jobs. What will people do once they no longer have to work?
Once people experience the freedom of a resource-based economy, they will work towards making sure the system prospers. People will be free to live out their passions. If someone would like to travel the world, then they would do just that. If someone else would like to study medicine or paleontology, then they would live out that particular ambition, without the fear of not having the money to pay for travel tickets, or to pay for tuition. People would immediately live healthier and more fulfilling lives. With everyone doing exactly what they want to do, our human race would recondition itself into a very loving, nurturing, and caring society.
I'm digging this. It should always have been this way. However, I have to admit, it does come across as very idealistic.
It is not idealistic at all. It is the most realistic way to live our lives. Based on the technological knowledge we possess today, this is a real possibility for our global population. It could have been implemented 100 years ago, if people had been properly educated about what is possible. What has prevented us from going down the path of a resource-based economy is simply the monetary system.
Okay, enough chit-chatting. Let's make this happen already. Peace is possible.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. Peace is absolutely possible.
I recently had a conversation with someone about changing our way of thinking for the benefit of our human race. It's called a resource-based economy. I have researched it and I think it's a very realistic concept.
Isn't that related to something called the Venus Project?
Yes, that's correct. A man named Jack Fresco has worked his entire life to arrive at realistic answers, which he has put forth by his organization called the Venus Project. I find it very exciting.
On the contrary, I find it silly and illogical.
How come? Why do you say that?
Because I have looked into it as well, and I think it's nothing more than socialism. I'm totally against it.
I can understand your frustration. It's difficult to think outside the box when you are used to a certain reality. However, your opinion is not an educated one. Socialism still operates within the monetary system. It does not take into account the resources of the earth, or eliminate obsolete and meaningless jobs either. Socialism, communism, capitalism, and any ism for that matter, are all ideas which have no relevance to nature, methods of production, the carrying capacity of the earth, or the betterment of the human species.
No, I disagree. With capitalism, people are rewarded for their hard work. The betterment of the human species comes from people competing with each other. Competition forces people to work hard for their rewards. If people don't work, then they don't get rewarded. Isn't that motivation enough for people? It's a simple concept, so why do we have to change it as you say? What is wrong with the way things are right now?
Because, with the way things are right now, we are using the monetary system to try and solve our problems. Problems are not solved entirely. Since people do not have enough money to solve everything, they prioritize where to spend the money they do have. In the process, new problems are formed. There are also the issues of wealthy individuals who have the money to revolutionize certain aspects of society for the betterment of every living organism on this planet, but choose not to, because it's counterproductive to them making a profit. Our problems are technical, not financial, and can be solved by technology, not money. But as long as we operate from a monetary system, we will never truly solve any of our problems. We are just churning them around like someone churning butter. Capitalism does not utilize our resources responsibly. Instead, it exploits them. In my opinion, that is hardly a simple concept.
Money is a resource, is it not? You said yourself that wealthy people have the money to revolutionize certain aspects of our society. Therefore, it is a resource. If you have money, then you can do what you want to do. If you don't, then you can't do what you want. I know it's not fair, but life isn't fair.
Money is not a resource, and it doesn't represent resources either. It does not have any relationship to the natural order of things. Money is only relevant in society when natural resources are scarce. It is built around constant, narrow-minded consumption with no regard whatsoever for the environment.
I cannot picture a world without money. We have always lived with it. This comes across to me as some sort of modern brainwashing.
We need to move forward into a reality where poverty, war, and environmental destruction are not tolerated any longer. What you are feeling is fear from letting go of your attachment to your current reality. Because of the conditioning that is directed upon you from governments, the media, religious institutions, and businesses. That is where the true brainwashing stems from. These institutions have a lot to lose if our current system were to change. But look at how much we are losing every single day, with environmental damage, human exploitation, and poor people dying in countries that are abundant in natural resources.
But it's human nature to be greedy. It's human nature to not care about our surroundings, or even other people. The only person I really care about is myself. The only goals I want to see being accomplished are my own. I could care less if everyone else is not being taken care of. What is most important is my own survival.
That mentality is what is going to destroy our human civilization and the environmental balance of this planet.
Wow! That is a really bold statement. So I am going to be responsible for destroying the human race, simply because I am looking out for my own interests? I'll repeat myself, you cannot change human nature.
There's no such thing as human nature. That is simply a justification for keeping things the same. We will not move forward as a civilization until people learn to identify and break down their own indoctrinations.
It sounds to me as if you are wanting some sort of utopia. You are aware that the Venus Project cannot, and will not, deliver us a utopian society, right?
I am fully aware that our reality will not be a utopia. That is not the expectation of a resource-based economy. It will not be perfect. However, remind yourself that our problems are technical, not financial. A resource-based economy is the best route to take based on our current technological knowledge, in order to utilize those technologies efficiently. I agree with you, in that it will not be a utopia, but it will certainly be a lot better than it is now.
I myself am enjoying my life, and I don't want things to change. I have lots of money in the stock market. More than most people. I'm powerful because of the influence my money provides me. The ideas we've discussed here are intriguing, but I don't believe that this can, or will ever become a reality.
I am sorry to hear that. Hopefully in the future you will realize that this new paradigm is the most rational step to take for our human civilization. One that would benefit every single living thing on our planet.
What is wrong? What seems to be the matter?
I guess I'm realizing that not everybody will be receptive to the concept of a resource-based economy.
Do not take it personally. People are so accustomed to their scripts that when offered a new paradigm, a lot of people will react to it with offense and anger.
How will a resource-based economy become a reality when people are so against it, simply because they are so used to their current conditioning?
Let's use the analogy of someone being in a long-term abusive relationship. Some individuals who find themselves in that situation will continue to stay in that relationship, even though it is painful, because the pain is familiar, and because of the time invested in it. The choice to leave an abusive relationship occurs when the pain and fear of not knowing what happens once they leave is less than the pain and fear of continuing to stay in it. Does that make sense?
Are you saying that people will not be open to the Venus Project until the pain and fear of staying in the monetary system is so great that people will leave that system to look for a better one?
Precisely. People choose to change their reality once they know they deserve better. Until then, people allow their reality to stay the same, because that is what they are accustomed to. Social change does not arise due to intellect, it comes about by people suffering. When people no longer have respect for our current system, they will then seek out a new direction.
To me it seems as if the monetary system is an abusive relationship.
Indeed. To both human beings and our environment.
It is essential that our global population learn to live harmoniously with the environment. The reason we exist in the first place is because our environment allows us to interact with it, and therefore, survive because of it. The mentality that we are superior to nature is a dangerous one to have.
From a young age we are taught that we are separated from nature, that we are disconnected from the environment because we possess intelligence. We are an inherent and interconnected part of our global environment. A resource-based economy would bring us back to the fundamental and unavoidable fact that we survive through a symbiotic relationship with the environment. To put it into perspective, all the atoms, molecules, and chemical compounds that make up your body, your house, your city, our ecosystems, our planet, and our solar system all originated from the supernovas of stars in our galaxy. How can we possibly say that we are superior to nature, when from the beginning, we have always been molecularly bonded with everything around us? We are intimately connected to the environment in ways we have yet to discover and understand.
Since we are on the topic of planets and solar systems, do you think that space exploration will be a reality for every single person on our planet one day?
Unquestionably, the answer is yes. However, I don't feel that our civilization is mature enough to venture out into our cosmic backyard.
How come?
The USA, Russia, Japan, Canada, China, and plenty of other countries have all head out into outer space. The USA has planted their national flag on the moon. Does this mean that the USA has ownership over the moon simply because they arrived there first? Will the USA start selling property on the moon? And if so, who gets to own those properties? Once again we come back to the issues of the monetary system.
I think I see where you are going with this.
Nationalism is an artificial boundary, which needs to be taken care of first, prior to departing into outer space. If we are not leaving Earth as one people, then we are not yet ready. Nationalism fosters the mentality that we are disconnected and are different from each other, just as we are taught that we are disconnected from nature. It also stimulates destructive materialism. For instance, whatever resources are found in Iraq are in Iraq's possession. Other countries take those resources by initiating and executing war. The Venus Project declares that the world's resources are the common heritage of all the world's people.
I am realizing that the common theme society teaches us is that we are separated and distanced from everything around us. Distanced from each other by national borders, separated from nature. Can you imagine living in a society where we have eliminated the monetary system and nationalism? We wouldn't be held back by financial constraints and budgets.
Very true.
Why can't every conversation be straightforward such as this one, when explaining these ideas to someone? It's discouraging to come across individuals who are quick to dismiss the concepts presented by the Venus Project, even before researching and exploring them.
Remember, once people become angry and frustrated enough within the monetary system, only then will they choose to explore a more efficient system. Until that major shift happens, educating people about the possibilities which the Venus Project puts forward is the best step to take. Enlighten people about harnessing geothermal energy, maglev technology for transportation, and the perpetual mechanization of labor. I find it more productive to stay optimistic when sharing the ideas put forth by Jacques Fresco and his Venus Project. Most people are aware that things are drastically damaged in our society. An unavoidable critical transformation is happening all over our planet. People are waking up. People are coming together. Because of us, our world is changing for the better.
Greetings. Welcome to the Venus Education Center. Today we will discuss the history of humankind, specifically how human beings moved away from the monetary system and embraced a resource-based economy. Our lesson begins 200,000 years ago. We see evidence of modern human beings first inhabiting the Earth at this time. 190,000 of those years were spent as hunter-gatherers, living in small nomadic groups. That means communities traveled seasonally with their pasture instead of settling down in one place. The first great revolution came with the invention of agriculture, 10,000 years ago. Humans now lived as farmers in permanent settlements and learned to domesticate animals. This led to the first surpluses, which then led to cities and civilization. The formation of states and military forces appeared 6 millennia ago, followed by the first expansive empires close to 3,000 years ago. These empires spread influential religions, such as Hinduism and Judaism. We saw the Middle Ages, from the 5th to the 15th century. The early European Renaissance is seen between the 14th to the 17th century. The 17th century brought about the scientific revolution. The Industrial Revolution appeared in the 18th and 19th centuries. The information age at the end of the 20th century would bring the global population together in the realization that we are all interconnected with one another. However, during the 1900s and into the early 21st century, human beings began to negatively alter the state of the Earth's ecosystems. In only 60 years, from the 1950s, the Earth experienced more severe environmental changes due to human influence in comparison to their entire 200,000-year history. This period in history was incredibly wasteful. The monetary system fostered and rewarded a mentality of neglecting environmental responsibilities. Much of human life was corrupt. Half the world's poor lived in resource-rich countries. The richest 2% of the population held half of the world's wealth. World governments spent 12 times more on military spending than on aid to developing countries. 80% of the energy consumed came from fossil fuels, even though it was an outdated form of energy. Fear of scarcity and greed were created and amplified. The direct consequence of this was that humans had to compete with each other in order to survive. True change ultimately arose not through politics or financial bailouts, but by a new way of distributing resources. In the year 2027, the monetary system completely collapsed. The world was essentially bankrupt. This historic collapse transpired due to the energy crisis, arable land depletion, along with the lack of clean water. These factors, coupled with the debt collapse, inflation problems, and the increasing rate of poverty, led to global civil unrest and violence. world governments implemented a strategy called debt forgiveness, in which the debt people had yet to pay was eliminated in an attempt to save the system. Even though countries were saved, civilian uprising persisted. In the end, the efforts of world governments failed, as people accepted that it was time to move past the monetary system. With the education from the Venus Project, created by Jacques Fresco, much of the world's population was already aware of the next evolutionary step. The Venus Project spent decades informing people about the possibilities a resource-based economy could bring. A resource-based economy was designed and organized with the goal of taking care of humanity through a systems approach. It took into account the material needs of all the world's people, the science of production, and the most efficient means to optimize production distribution. Strategic preservation, safety, and efficiency were executed to ensure resources were used responsibly, and that goods were designed to last as long as possible. Ownership became an irrelevant human activity. The scientific method was applied to every aspect of society. Unlike religion or politics, science has no ego. It is inherently falsifiable. Science demands that its ideas be tested and replicated. Therefore, it is constantly evolving. Much like society, civilization was updated to present-day knowledge, to create the society we live in today. A society of abundance for our entire, global, human civilization. This type of economy eliminated exploitation, corruption, class, limited technologies, pollution, war, and poverty. Revolutions were no longer distanced by centuries, but now occurred within decades of each other. The clean energy revolution came to fruition in 2030. With the paralyzing influence of money abolished, new, clean energy solutions were no longer hindered. Abundant, renewable clean energy was implemented into every single aspect of society. Fossil fuels were hardly used again. Humans learned to cultivate the sun through solar energy. 1 hour at high noon of this type of energy contains more energy than what the entire world consumed in 1 year. Fully utilizing wind energy, using 8% of the land, of what used to be known as the United States, provided enough energy to power the entire area. Tidal power and wave power captured the motions of the oceans. This energy produces 80,000 terawatt-hours per year. 50% of the world energy usage now comes from this energy source. Geothermal energy has an available supply of 13,000 zetajoules of planetary power. The entire world uses half a zetajoule a year, meaning 4,000 years of clean planetary power are available from this energy source alone. Geothermal energy regenerates itself. Therefore, it will power the Earth forever. Gas-powered automobiles, trains, and airplanes can now be seen in museums. Today, travel is achieved by maglev trains, which use magnets to propel people across the world. Early models ran at 4,000 miles per hour. This was to become the future of intercontinental travel. The mechanization revolution of 2040 saw the complete elimination of human labor. Up until this point, human beings were still involved in some capacity with labor activities. All human labor was now meticulously executed by machines. The nano-revolution of 2050 was astonishing. It brought about the mastery of arranging and rearranging atoms. Diseases were eradicated. Garbage, from a generation ago, was completely recycled into useful elements. Replicators could synthesize any food a person cared for. Nanotechnology became the engine of abundance. And what became known as the conscious revolution of 2080 came about due to an entire generation of people who grew up in a resource-based economy. This generation didn't strive to live a life of empty materialism. Instead, people enjoyed becoming scientists and problem solvers. They looked back at the previous generation with disbelief that the monetary system lasted as long as it did. For a while, it looked bleak for humankind. There was great uncertainty whether we would survive our infancy as a civilization. However, with the help of caring citizens of the Earth, the monetary system was eradicated and a resource-based economy was implemented. Humans now live cohesively with their global environment. In a constantly evolving society that is continuously updated with new information, new technologies, and new ideas, humankind survived and prospered.
Welcome to this presentation. The following will explain what a social atmosphere movement is, as well as what it promotes: an open-source society or resource-based economy. According to Google Gemini, this is what a social atmosphere movement is about. A movement that aims to change the overall feeling or mood of society. This is a more metaphorical use of atmosphere. An example here could be social movements that promote greater inclusivity or challenge existing power structures. According to ChatGPT, this is what a social atmosphere movement is about. A social atmosphere movement suggests a collective effort aimed at changing or influencing the social environment or ambience within a community or society. It may involve initiatives focused on improving social interactions, fostering inclusivity, promoting positive values, or addressing societal issues. The movement could encompass various activities such as community organizing, advocacy, awareness campaigns, or cultural events aimed at creating a more supportive, equitable, and harmonious social atmosphere for all members of society. And finally, according to Microsoft Copilot, a social atmosphere movement represents a departure from traditional structures, embracing network dynamics, and fostering a global sense of interconnectedness. It's a call for collective agency beyond established boundaries. So, now that you understand what the goal of what a social atmosphere movement is, how do we obtain that goal? The answer to that is an open-source society or resource-based economy as advocated by the Venus Project. The Venus Project presents a comprehensive vision for a new global civilization centered on human well-being and environmental sustainability. This vision advocates for a societal redesign that integrates automation and technology intelligently to enhance the quality of life for all individuals, prioritizing their needs over profits. Current societal problems such as war, hunger, poverty, and bigotry are attributed to the shortcomings of our present-day system. Despite having abundant resources and advanced technologies, these issues persist due to our reliance on political and monetary solutions. The proposed solution lies in the intelligent application of science and technology, coupled with more efficient resource management. The concept of a resource-based economy is introduced, where all goods and services are universally accessible without the need for money, credit, barter, or servitude. This requires declaring all resources as the common heritage of humanity. In this envisioned society, scientific and technical alliances would collaborate without the interference of money or politics to address global challenges and promote unity and restoration. The Venus Project emphasizes a systems approach to city design, focusing on resource conservation and the dissemination of sustainable practices. The ultimate goal is to enhance human life and protect the environment through constant advancements in technology. This requires global cooperation among nations to improve the well-being of all individuals, recognizing that collective intelligence benefits everyone. By embracing this vision and continuing to experiment with social structures, we can transcend our current limitations and usher in a new era of civilization that is truly worthy of human potential. The concept of an open-source society represents a novel approach to societal organization, departing from traditional economic models reliant on currency and trade. Instead, it advocates for intelligent resource management inspired by principles observed in nature. The primary aim of this paradigm shift is to establish a social system that efficiently fulfills the needs of humanity while prioritizing sustainability and minimizing environmental harm. In an open-source society, resources, knowledge, materials, and production tools are not seen as commodities to be hoarded, but as shared foundations for collective progress. Imagine a world where scientific discoveries are openly accessible, where educational materials are constantly improved upon by educators around the globe, and where blueprints for sustainable technologies are freely available. This is the essence of the open-source society, where knowledge becomes the primary resource and collaboration the driving force. Within our current societal framework, known as free market capitalism, decision-making predominantly lies within the realms of politics and business, often overlooking inherent flaws. Despite the emergence of social and ecological challenges, there exists a reluctance to question the fundamental socioeconomic structure we operate within. This complacency persists even as issues such as poverty, mental health concerns, environmental degradation, and violence escalate. As humanity progresses in knowledge and understanding, guided by scientific principles, there's a growing recognition of the need for systemic change. Yet, our social structures remain largely unchanged, relying on outdated practices that fail to address modern complexities. Power is often vested in politicians lacking expertise in social organization, while corporations wield control over finite resources for their own benefit, perpetuating inequality and exploitation. Although science has revolutionized many aspects of our lives, it has yet to significantly impact the current social system, which clings to inefficient and outdated practices. Political leaders are entrusted with managing societal issues, despite their limited expertise in technical matters such as resource management. Similarly, corporations exploit resources for profit, leading to disparities and a system that favors some over others. Moreover, the current debt-based monetary system perpetuates inequality, leaving some without access to essential resources. This disconnect between our economic system and the natural world exacerbates problems and inhibits sustainable progress. Therefore, it's imperative to reevaluate our societal structures and prioritize human needs alongside environmental preservation. Understanding that humans require more than just physical necessities, an effective society must address the interconnected nature of physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Public health, environmental sustainability, and equitable social structures are essential components of a successful society. Recognizing the shortcomings of the current economic model, the proposal for an open-source society advocates for collaboration, sustainability, and efficiency. By embracing these principles, we can pave the way for a more equitable and sustainable future for all. The key components of an open-source society are: 1. Resource accounting. Resource accounting lies at the heart of an open-source society, embodying the principle of responsible and sustainable resource management. Inspired by the intricate balance observed in the natural world, an open-source society prioritizes intelligent allocation of resources over market-driven or profit-centric approaches. Through meticulous accounting and analysis, decision-making processes are guided by scientific principles and the collective well-being of society. Recognizing the finite nature of our planet's resources, resource accounting aims to optimize utilization while minimizing waste and environmental impact. By systematically tracking resource flows, assessing ecological footprints, and implementing measures to ensure equitable distribution, an open-source society strives to create a resilient and thriving ecosystem where resources are utilized efficiently and in harmony with the natural world. Through transparent and accountable resource accounting practices, the society endeavors to safeguard the integrity of the environment and secure a prosperous future for generations to come. 2. Dynamic equilibrium. In an open-source society guided by dynamic equilibrium principles, the focus is on maintaining a delicate balance between resource consumption and natural regeneration rates. This approach emphasizes the need for continuous monitoring and adaptive management strategies to ensure the sustainability of resource utilization practices. By carefully assessing the carrying capacity of ecosystems and understanding the limits of resource availability, efforts are made to prevent overexploitation and environmental degradation. Through the implementation of innovative technologies and sustainable practices, such as renewable energy systems and regenerative agriculture, the goal is to foster a harmonious relationship between human activities and the natural world. Moreover, education and public awareness campaigns play a crucial role in promoting responsible stewardship of resources and fostering a culture of environmental consciousness. By striving for dynamic equilibrium, an open-source society aims to secure the well-being of current and future generations while safeguarding the integrity of the planet's ecosystems. 3. Strategic design. Strategic design in a resource-based economy or open-source society entails a fundamental departure from the conventional approach to product creation. Here, goods are meticulously crafted with longevity in mind, rather than being engineered for planned obsolescence to perpetuate consumption cycles in the market-driven paradigm. Designers prioritize durability, repairability, and recyclability, aiming to maximize the lifespan of products and minimize waste generation. By embracing modular designs and employing sustainable materials, the emphasis shifts from short-term profitability to long-term sustainability. This approach not only mitigates the environmental impact of consumption, but also fosters a culture of responsible resource management, laying the foundation for a more resilient and equitable society. 4. Automation. In an open-source society, automation serves as a cornerstone for achieving efficiency and abundance while reducing dependency on conventional labor paradigms. Through the strategic implementation of advanced technologies, such as artificial intelligence, robotics, and autonomous systems, automation streamlines production processes, optimizes resource utilization, and enhances overall productivity. By minimizing the need for manual labor, individuals are freed from repetitive tasks, enabling them to pursue more creative and fulfilling endeavors. Moreover, automation facilitates the equitable distribution of resources by ensuring consistent and efficient production without the constraints of traditional employment models. This fosters a society where individuals can access the goods and services they need to thrive, promoting a higher quality of life for all members. Additionally, automation allows for the conservation of resources and reduction of waste, contributing to the sustainability of the ecosystem and the preservation of the planet for future generations. Through the strategic integration of automation, a resource-based economy paves the way for a more prosperous and equitable society. 5. Access-based economy. In an open-source society, the transition to an access-based economy represents a fundamental departure from traditional notions of ownership towards a system where goods and services are universally accessible through efficient distribution mechanisms. By prioritizing access over individual ownership, resources are shared among community members, promoting collaboration and fostering a sense of collective responsibility. This paradigm shift reduces disparities in access to essential resources, ensuring that everyone has equal opportunities to meet their needs and pursue their aspirations. Through shared ownership and collaborative consumption, the emphasis is placed on maximizing utility and minimizing waste, leading to more sustainable resource management practices. Moreover, An access-based economy cultivates a culture of sharing and cooperation, strengthening social bonds and promoting the well-being of both individuals and communities. In essence, the transition to an access-based economy in a resource-based society reflects a commitment to equity, efficiency, and collective prosperity. 6. Collaboration instead of social competition. In an open-source society, collaboration takes precedence over social competition, fostering a culture of cooperation and mutual support. This shift offers numerous advantages, starting with the acceleration of innovation. By sharing knowledge, expertise, and resources, individuals and communities can collectively build upon existing ideas and discoveries, leading to more rapid advancements and breakthroughs across various fields. Additionally, collaboration promotes inclusivity by ensuring that resources are openly accessible to all, regardless of socioeconomic status or background. This empowerment enables individuals and communities who might otherwise be marginalized or excluded from traditional competitive systems to actively participate and contribute to societal progress. Moreover, collaboration cultivates a sense of shared responsibility, where everyone is encouraged to contribute to the common pool of resources for the collective benefit of society. This collective approach not only fosters greater social cohesion, but also enhances the resilience and sustainability of the open-source society, creating a more equitable and prosperous future for all. 7. Abundance instead of scarcity. In an open-source society, the foundational principle of abundance supersedes the traditional notion of scarcity. Unlike conventional economic models driven by scarcity, which often perpetuate competition and inequity, an open-source society operates on the belief that there are more than enough resources to meet the needs of all individuals within the constraints of sustainable management. By harnessing advanced technologies, scientific knowledge, and collaborative efforts, an open-source society strives to unlock the vast potential for abundance that lies within the planet's finite resources. Through efficient resource allocation, innovation, and shared ownership, scarcity is transformed into abundance, where the focus shifts from hoarding and competition to cooperation and equitable distribution. In this paradigm, access to essential resources becomes a universal right, enabling individuals and communities to thrive without fear of deprivation or exclusion. By embracing abundance as a guiding principle, a resource-based economy paves the way for a more just, sustainable, and prosperous future for all. By shifting away from the traditional monetary exchange system, we can create a more equitable and sustainable society where resources are shared for the benefit of all. While not without challenges, an open-source society offers a promising alternative to our current unsustainable practices. An open-source society is a direct response to our scientific understanding of the world. It would use this knowledge to infer how to best meet human needs in the most efficient and sustainable way. Just like open-source software development, this society would be based on collaboration and freely available information. With this approach, there would be little need for individual opinions if our collective goal is to maximize sustainability and economic efficiency. An open-source society is not a utopian ideal, but a call for a new economic paradigm. It is about fostering a collaborative spirit where knowledge and resources are viewed not as tools for individual gain, but as building blocks for a more prosperous and equitable future. By embracing this open-source approach, we can unlock the true potential of human ingenuity and create a world of abundance for all. Overall, an open-source society represents a departure from traditional socioeconomic models, prioritizing sustainability, collaboration, and equitable access to resources. By embracing these principles, it aims to create a more resilient and inclusive society for current and future generations. The following websites advocate an open-source society or resource-based economy. The social atmosphere movement is the open-source version of the Zeitgeist movement. This video is not under copyright, it is under Creative Commons. To promote an open-source society, I invite you to download this video and re-upload it to spread the idea to promote a better social atmosphere. Thank you for your attention.
wish I could say everything's just peachy, yeah. Living life is so easy, but it's not. They got everyone believing that's just the way it is, so there's nothing to be done. And so perpetuate a culture of cutthroat competition. But despite what you might think, we got everything we need to provide for each other. And wouldn't it be nice if no one had to fight just to get a bite to eat? Together we can build a better future for our project. Don't let them pull the wool over your eyes. No doubt there's something wrong with this picture. We draw power from the spirit of the times. Zeitgeist. My generation has the fire of revolution in our veins. All we need is the right catalyst to put some fuel on our flame. Rise out of the ashes to find some hope again. Don't let them pull the wool over your eyes. No doubt there's something wrong with this picture. We draw power from the spirit of the times. Zeitgeist. This is the dawning of a brave new world, and everything under the sun will be transformed when it's all said and done. Love will conquer war. Don't let them pull the wool over your eyes. No doubt there's something wrong with this picture. We draw power from the spirit of the times. Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, a brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. We'll live as one. We'll live as one. We'll live as one.
That concludes the programs from Zeit-TV Adelaide. We hope you enjoyed our telecast and that you'll continue to join us for more insightful, Zeitgeist-related programming on this channel when we resume. But for now, wherever you are in the world, good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. We'll leave you with the Zeitgeist Women's Anthem.
We
dry. No hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries, it isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries, it isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions, I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, a brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. Imagine there's no countries, it isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. Imagine no possessions, I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, a brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. Imagine there's no countries, imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. Live as one, we'll live as one.
We really must take into account the totality. This isn't just a human experience. On this planet, this is a total experience. And we know we can't survive without plants and animals. We know we can't survive without the 4 elements. When are we really gonna start taking that into account? Imagine if the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project succeeds in accomplishing a resource-based economy. Imagine a peaceful world without war or religion. It would be wonderful, a world where human needs are truly met. Once we understand that the integrity of our personal existences are completely dependent on the integrity of everything else in our world, we have truly understood the meaning of unconditional love. For love is extensionality, and seeing everything as you and you as everything can have no conditionalities. For in fact, we are all everything at once. And therefore it's only me out there. So what is there to be afraid of? What is there that needs solace seeking? Nothing. There is nothing to be afraid of because it's all us. Imagine if the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project succeeds in accomplishing a resource-based economy. Imagine a peaceful world without war or religion. It would be wonderful, a world where human beings are truly men. Fact is, society today is backwards, with politicians constantly talking about protection and security rather than creation, unity, and progress. A true divinity is our ability to create, and armed with the understanding of the symbiotic connections of life, while being guided by the emergent nature of reality. There is nothing we cannot do or accomplish. Imagine if the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project succeeds in accomplishing a resource-based economy. Imagine a peaceful world without war or religion. It would be wonderful, a world where human needs are truly met. The circumstances of one's birth are irrelevant. It is what you do with the gift of life that determines who you are. I believe that unarmed truth and unconditional love will have the final word in reality. When the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. The revolution is now. Imagine a public that can critically think, where we don't accept politics as a way of thought, where instead we arrive at decisions through the scientific method. Imagine a world without war, a peaceful world with no conflicts or fights. A world where we work together to solve our problems. Imagine a world without scarcity. The market is a lie and it's not based on science. Science which is too good is actually counter to the market religion. Imagine a world without inequality. According to the book, the spirit level, the greater the gap between rich and poor, the worse the health of society. Imagine a world without ugly art. Modern art is not beautiful at all. It conveys a message of purposelessness. Imagine a world without religion. There are no sincere believers in Jesus Christ. Anyone who believes in Jesus has been tortured to believe in Him. Imagine a world without pollution. Science should be put at the forefront of society, so we make technology that does not impact our environment. Imagine a world without poverty. A world that cares about our fellow human beings. Our problems in life are technical, not political. The Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project invites you to a resource-based economy, which is the scientific method applied to social concern. Join the movement and promote a peaceful, reasonable world. Imagine a world without inequality. According to the book, the spirit level, the greater the gap between rich and poor, the worse the health of society. Imagine a world without ugly art. Modern art is not beautiful at
conveys a message of purposelessness. Imagine a world without pollution. There are no sincere believers in Jesus Christ. Anyone who believes in Jesus has been tortured to believe in Him. Imagine a world without pollution. Science should be put at the forefront of society, so we make technology that does not impact our environment.
The Venus Project shines like morning light, guiding us forward through the night. A system's approach to solve and end, prevention over cure, our journey to amend. A new dawn breaks for all to see, resource-based economy, our destiny. No more waste, no more pain. The Venus Project, our world regained. Education and innovation entwined, high-quality products of sustainable design, adapting to change with resilience strong. A world of collaboration where love belongs. A new dawn breaks for all to see, resource-based economy, our destiny. No more waste, no more pain. The Venus Project, our world regained. If every step a brighter way will pave the path, night and day. Our global family, united we stand. A new dawn breaks hand in hand. From fragmentation to unity we rise. With shared resources, no more compromise. No more waste, no more pain. The Venus Project, our world regained. Education and innovation entwined, high-quality products of sustainable design, adapting to change with resilience strong. A world of collaboration where love belongs. A new dawn breaks for all to see, resource-based economy, our destiny. No more waste, no more pain. The Venus Project, our world regained. A new dawn breaks, the world awaits to a brighter future our hearts create. No more scarcity, no more strife. A new dawn breaks our world's new life. A new dawn breaks for all to see, resource-based economy, our destiny. No more waste, no more pain. The Venus Project, our world regained.
A great awakening, an educated public that can critically think, love and positivity. Our technology will render money obsolete. The social atmosphere movement will take us to the future. The social atmosphere movement will end all wars. Along with the Venus Project, the goal is world peace. Poverty results in violence. The greater the inequality, the worse human health is. Let's end scarcity and inequality. Let's share our resources. That's the only way to truly end violence. The social atmosphere movement will take us to the future. The social atmosphere movement will end all wars. Along with the Venus Project, the goal is world peace. Money does not reflect our resources. We can enable abundance in this world with science. Money is a cult that promotes poverty and ignorance. Debt is a form of violence.
social atmosphere movement will take us to the future. The social atmosphere movement will end all wars, along with the fetus project. The goal is world peace.
We've been chained by the greed of the few, built on systems that no longer hold true. But now we see a future clear, where technology frees and all live and flee. The Zeitgeist movement, it's time to rise and take a stand for the earth, for peace, for every hand. In the Venus Project, there's no borders in the war. Together we can unlock the door. A world where resources flow free. The vision of pure unity. No money, just what we need. A world of love, no place for greed. The Zeitgeist movement, it's time to rise and take a stand for the earth, for peace, for every hand. In the Venus Project, there's no borders and no war. Together we can unlock the door. Critics say that it's communism. Border resource, basic economy is simply the scientific method applied to social concern. What on market is simply profit or human well-being. Zeitgeist, the spirit of the age, unveiling truths a new stage, questioning systems, breaking free in our beat for you and me.
In a world of plenty, why do we divide? Scarcity's illusion controls our stride. From birth to death, a never-ending quest for resources dwindling and wealth we can't possess. Equal access for all to share, a world of abundance beyond compare. No more borders, no more strife, resource-based economy, a new life. Technologies advance, automations rise, could free humanity from labor's disguise. But in a system built on profit's might, we're trapped in jobs without end in sight. Equal access for all to share, a world of abundance beyond compare. No more borders, no more strife, resource-based economy, a new life. The earth provides for everyone's needs, clean air, water, food, and all that precedes. No more waste, no more decay, in harmony we'll find our way. The Venus project, a vision so grand, a global system where all can stand, united and free without fear or shame, with access to resources we all proclaim. Ooh, equal access for all to share, a world of abundance beyond compare. No more borders, no more strife, resource-based economy, a new life. Join hands, unite as one, for a world of equality just begun. No more scarcity, no more pain, equal access, our future to gain. Equal access for all to share, a world of abundance beyond compare. No more borders, no more strife, resource-based economy, a new life.
Yo, welcome to a vision, time to break tradition, where we ditch the dollars, ditch the superstition, a world of science, where resources lead. No more games, no more greed, just meeting the need. They say it's human nature, divided conquers all law, but poverty and violence, we've seen it all before. They want to keep us blind in the hustle and the fight, but the Zeitgeist movement is coming, it's time to see the light. The Zeitgeist movement, a state of mind where the future is a soul and no one's left behind. A world of peace, tech meets humanity, it's a resource revolution, new reality. Corporations hoarding while the earth runs dry. They tell you work or starve as if that's do or die, but science sees through it, there's a better way, where access is for all, no price to pay. Imagine cities designed with care and precision, not for profit, but for a higher vision. We got the knowledge to build a life so grand, but it's the system's game that keeps us out of hand. The Zeitgeist movement, a state of mind where the future is a soul and no one's left behind. A world of peace, tech meets humanity, it's a resource revolution, new reality. The Zeitgeist movement, a state of mind where the future is a soul and no one's left behind. A world of peace, tech meets humanity, it's a resource revolution, new reality. It's time to leave behind the politics of blame. We're running out of time, this ain't a game. Infinite growth in a finite world. Let's protect the planet for every boy and girl. Automation's here, let's embrace the tool. Efficiency for all, that's the rule. From debt to freedom, no more divide. In a world where humanity can finally thrive. Access abundance, no more fight for the crumbs. Leave the old ways, a new age comes. Design it for all, not the profit of few. It's the future of science, now it's up to you. Education, energy, food and health could all be free, it's humanity's wealth. Step aside from the lies that keep us enslaved. The Zeitgeist movement is here, it's time to be brave. So open your mind, let the shackles break. It's our time to decide, it's ours to make. One world, one people, all aligned. In the Zeitgeist movement, a new world defined. The Zeitgeist movement, a state of mind where the future is is a soul, then no one's left behind. A world of peace, tech meets humanity. It's a resource revolution, new reality. The Zeitgeist movement, a state of mind where the future is a soul, then no one's left behind. A world of peace, tech meets humanity. It's a resource revolution, new reality. Yo, to leave behind the pile of politics and blame. We're running out of time, this ain't a game. Infinite growth in a finite world. Let's protect the planet for every boy and girl. Automation's here, let's embrace the tool. Efficiency for all, that's the rule. From death to freedom, no more divide. In a world where humanity can finally thrive.
In cities green, where tech meets need, abundance flows, no scarcity's creed. Renewable energy for all to share, a global village with no borders there. Unite the world with hearts as one. Global citizens rising, the future's one. Citizenship for all, no divide. Education's key to a world inside. From Silicon Valley to African plains, innovation blooms, breaking chains. Sustainable design for every town. Global's working together, turning it around. Unite the world with hearts as one. Global citizens rising, the future's one. Citizenship for all, no divide. Education's key to a world inside. The Venus Project has presented the vision. A resource-based economy is our mission. The Zeitgeist movement has presented the way so that we shall see a brighter day. Mindset shifting from scarcity's fear to an abundant promise, crystal clear with every step, a new path's laid. Globals unite, a brighter day. Unite, unite the world with hearts as one. Global citizens rising, the future's one. Citizenship for all, no divide. Education's key to a world inside. We'll break the mold of outdated thought and forge a new world where love is brought to every table, in every place. A world of collaboration, a smiling face. The Venus Project has presented the vision. A resource-based economy is our mission. The Zeitgeist movement has presented the way so that we shall see a brighter day. Unite the world with hearts as one. Global citizens rising, the future's one. Citizenship for all, no divide. Education's key to a world in the time to unite as one. Global's rising, the future's one. Hearts being strong, perfect time. Unite the world and make it shine.
Yeah, we talking about change, real change. Shot Fresco, the Venus Project. What a name, a new world, resource base, no greed. Yo, let's plant that seed. Welcome to the future, Shot Fresco's mind. A world without money, where resources we find. No need for cash, no need for war. We're sharing the earth, man, we got much more. He built cities that flow like the ocean's breeze. Circular design, living free with ease. Automated systems, tech on the rise. No poverty, no lies, just clear skies. Venus Project's more than a dream. It's a blueprint, future supreme. No politicians, no games, no tricks, just science and tech. Yeah, that's the fix. A resource-based economy, it's time to see. No more change, just equality. We break it free, Jacques showed the way. The Venus Project, a brand new day. Resource-based economy, yeah, that's the key. Building a world where we all live free. Technology works, no more divide. Together we rise, in peace we ride. No more profits, no corporate greed. We build with intention, give people what they need. Automation works while we live our lives. Energy from the sun, watch it thrive. Cities built in harmony, no waste. Tech and nature together, no haste. We feed the world with crops we grow. Fresh water clean, let it flow. It's not utopia, it's a plan we make with science and reason for humanity's sake. Jacques had the vision long before the time. The Venus Project, the future's prime. Imagine a world with no hunger or fear, where tech is the answer, the vision is clear. Automation handles what we used to slave, while we create, explore and save. We use the earth's resources right, in balance with nature, no need to fight. It's not just a dream, it's a path to take. Jacques Fresco's vision for the planet's sake. Raise your hands, we can make it real. The Venus Project, we break the wheel. Resource-based economy is what we need. A world united with love's the creed. No more money, no greed to chase. Just human progress, a future we embrace.
In a world where money fades and human need is the aim, resource-based the dream we chase, where we live without the blame. The Zeitgeist movement to promote the dream. The Venus Project, a design we can see. A resource-based economy is what we need in order to set us free. Machines work and nature breathes, a system built on what we need. No power, greed, or poverty, just humanity free. The Zeitgeist movement to promote the dream. The Venus Project, a design we can see. A resource-based economy is what we need in order to set us free. The Zeitgeist movement to promote the dream. The Venus Project, a design we can see.
resource-based economy is what we need in order to set us free. Together we rise beyond the fight, in a world where wrongs turn right. For the earth, for us, we trust in the future of us. Zeitgeist movement to promote the dream. The Venus Project, a design we can see. A resource-based economy is what we need in order to set us free.
Is what we need. Jack Fresco had a dream so bright, a future where we unite. No more money and no more war, a life where no one's poor. In the Venus Project we trust, together we rise from the dust. Resource-based economy, building a new reality. Share the wealth, let science lead. We got everything we need. No politicians scheming lies, no hunger in children's eyes. With technology we break the chain, ending the cycle of human pain. Blueprints drawn by wiser hands across these ever-shifting sands. No more profit, no more strife. Jack's vision brings new life. Resource-based economy, building a new reality. Share the wealth, let science lead. We got everything we need. Resource-based economy, building a new reality. Share the wealth, let science lead. We got everything we need. No, more great. Drop carbon 90, and no more war. A life where no one's poor. In the Venus Project we trust. Together we rise from the dust. Resource-based economy, building a new reality. Share the wealth, let science lead. We got everything we need.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
so I can sit out here and waste my life away. Drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten into. For people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true. But it is, oh it is. Living in the new world with an old soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do. They don't think you know, but I know that you do. Cause your dollar ain't shit and it's taxed to no end. Cause the rich men north of Richmond. I wish politicians would look out for minors and not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. But God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground. Cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to. For people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true. But it is, oh it is. Living in the new world with an old soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do. They don't think you know, but I know that you do. Cause your dollar ain't shit and it's taxed to no end. Cause the rich men north of Richmond. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay. Lord knows I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.